In the beginning of chaos, there was clearly no vitality in the void space, yet it gave birth to a large colorful vine. No one knows why it exists. Not even the primordial god Pangu knows its origin, only understanding that there is a strong pressure at the center of its chaos, causing all primordial spirits to not dare to approach even half a step. As time passed, the seven-colored vine unexpectedly bore 7 strange gourds. Each gourd contains the purest power between heaven and earth. And all of this is because after you crossed over to the world of the primordial chaos, the system was directly devastated by the primordial heavenly Dao. So, in order to save its life, the system had to merge with the 7-colored vine man. This directly caused a series of mutations in the vine man, with the 7-colored radiance slowly disappearing, instead giving birth to 7 gourds containing the essence of the Great Dao. And you also became the most invincible purple gourd among the 7 gourds. At this moment, you are sitting in an endless purple halo, absorbing these purple lights. You know you have crossed over, and through the gourd, you can clearly see the outside. It is a huge and extremely green gourd vine, winding and twisting like a huge green dragon, entwined between 2 towering mountains. Under the calabash vine, suddenly sensed life fluctuations in the other 6 calabashes. A yellow calabash exclaimed in surprise, "Seventh brother is finally awake. After millions of years, finally conscious. We thought you were dead. How do you speak?" The 7th brother has not woken up yet. It is because we have used up the nutrients. Different voices also came from the other 6 gourds. You hesitate for a moment before speaking up and greeting. "Hello, brothers and sisters." The voice from the yellow gourd said, "My 7th brother is a bit weak. It's not good to continue developing in this direction." A deep voice came from the red gourd. "How about we transfer some of the original energy to the 7th brother through the mother gourd vine?" Immediately, a terrifying energy came from the red gourd, followed by the transfer of original energy from the orange gourd, and then the rest of the gourd spirits also transferred the original energy. You are moved in your heart, thank you, brothers and sisters. Then start to carefully sense and integrate the aura of the 6 paths origin. Time flies like a white horse, and 1,000,000 years have passed. On this day, you finally completely integrated the original energy in the red gourd, and sensed the power of a law from this original energy. You couldn't help but be stunned. Because the law of power is the most supreme among the 3,000 great laws, and in the entire primordial world, there is only one person who possesses the law of power, and that is the great god Pangu. You hesitated for a moment and asked, "Brother, are you Pangu?" A deep and powerful voice came from the red gourd. "Who is Pangu?" The voice seemed sincere. You can't figure it out, so you stop caring and instead focus on other fundamental forces. During the next millions of years, you absorbed the remaining 5 strands of primordial energy. After absorbing the essence of the 2nd brother, you feel that you can freely manipulate the length of time, and a time zone is also formed around you. Cultivating in the gourd for a year is equivalent to cultivating outside for 100 times. The original text is in Chinese. Here is the translation into English. The primordial energy of 3rd brother elevates your understanding of the Taoist methods and supernatural powers to a higher level. The original text is, 4th brother's origin. She gives you an essential understanding of the cycle of life. Wuga's origin is simple and domineering. Like a black hole that can endlessly devour everything. The origin of Sister Lu contains any element in the world. After absorbing it, you are full of doubts. In the same gourd vine, everyone's origin is extremely powerful, but you have no origin at all. Fortunately, after a long period of exploration, you finally understand your own strengths, which is being naturally gifted and having high intelligence. You know how important it is to have a good foundation in the primordial chaos. Brothers and sisters all have their own cultivation methods. Why not combine the essence of their cultivation methods to create a peerless cultivation method? You instantly get excited and start thinking about the matter of cultivation techniques. I don't know how long it has been. The so-called heaven helps those who help themselves. After a long time, you really came up with a set of martial arts. You name it Hongmeng Avenue Ju. With the technique, you continue to cultivate in the gourd. The purple energy around it contains extremely mysterious Dao rhyme, instinctively feeling that these purple energy are not simple. As for whether it is the primordial purple energy, it is still unclear. In any case, the 6 older brothers and sisters have not hatched yet, so you don't need to worry. Just absorb the original purple energy peacefully. Time flies and 1,000,000 years have passed. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound, and the red gourd exploded, revealing a burly man walking out from it. The Great Han tied a headscarf around his forehead, with a machete hanging from his waist, like a woodcutter going up the mountain to chop wood. The other 5 brothers and sisters exclaimed with joy, "Congratulations to the eldest brother for transforming and coming out." The woodcutter, a big man, restrained the divine light emanating from his body and laughed heartily, saying, "You all should cultivate well, and one day you will break out of your shell." The brothers and sisters are all happy and excited. The woodsman's big man opened his arms and felt the pale, ancient world of they. Frowning, I said, this world is so kind. Why is there a feeling of blood connection? It seems like. Imobai's heart jumped as he listened, secretly saying, my goodness, big brother wouldn't really be Pangu, right? Even if it's not Pangu, it's definitely related to Pangu. Or maybe big brother lost the memories of his previous life? Then the woodsman's big man began to look around for a while, and then he came back and, continue to practice and defend your younger siblings. And, the woodsman's big man went out and cut some wood and came back and put the perimeter around a large village was built, and the group gave it the apt name of Gourd village. Looking at the terrain, it seems that it is no longer Bujo mountain. Could it be related to the system? Took the gourd vine away from the uncharted mountain? Inkbrand was fox suspicious. Shaking off the mixed thoughts in his head, Mobai continued to cultivate, madly devouring the purple chi in the gourd. Time passed like a white horse, and just like that, I don't know how much longer. On this day, the woodcutter Dahan went out to cut wood. Suddenly, a stream of light shot from a distance, and the stream converged to reveal a man with a high bulging forehead. Dressed in a yin and yang Taoist robe, the immortal old Taoist. What an innate gourd vine. This innate gourd vine has even mutated? Strange and weird, the old Taoist muttered as he surveyed the immense and incomparable gourd vine. Stinking old Taoist, who are you? What are you muttering about? Grumpy Five exclaimed. This gourd vine bears a gourd that has birth life? This is truly an anomaly that. Anomalies? No, there should be 7 gourds on this gourd vine. How come there are only 6 now? Could it be that one of them has taken shape and come out? The old Taoist exclaimed. Stinky old Taoist, are you tired of muttering? Be careful when our big brother comes back. It's killing you. So get out of here. The oldest, green gourd, said angrily. Gentlemen, poor Taoist Hongjun, I have no ill will towards you all. Just felt a connection with one of you. The old Taoist smiled and said. Chapter 3, a second of Hongjun in one move? Big brother is so strong? Hongjun? Fogweed. This old Taoist turned out to be the Taoist ancestor. Inkbrand was shocked to hear that. 7 precious gourds on a vine. They were taken away by the 3 pristine ones. Nuwa, Dong Huang Tai, Hongyun and Haotian respectively. But right now, Haotian is afraid that he has not yet come out of the world and is just a stubborn stone. In other words, Haotian's treasure gourd was most likely gifted by the Dao Father. The Taoist ancestor probably meant this when he said that one of the treasure gourds was related to him. In his previous life, Mobai, being a fan of the flood, had read a lot of flood novels, still very knowledgeable about some of the big events of the flood. At that moment, Mobai's mind raced and figured out the key. Damn, it's not meant to be with me, is it? A bad feeling rose in Mobai's heart. If this was picked off by the Taoist ancestor, would the Taoist ancestor obliterate him? Inkbrand's little heart thumped wildly. It's true. What you fear comes to you, only to see that the Taoist ancestor pointed to the purple gourd where Mobai was and said, this purple gourd has a destiny with the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist will take it away. With that, the Dao ancestor was about to go forward and pick the purple gourd. I'll be damned. It's really me. Mobai's heart was broken and anxious. Stinking old Taoist, what are you doing? You dare to touch my 7th brother. Beware, we'll get you killed. Stinky old Taoist, don't move my 7th brother. Looking for death? Stinking Nubizi, you don't want to live. Dare to touch my 7th brother. When I transform into a form, I will not spare you. The beings in the remaining 5 gourds were in a great hurry and broke into a frenzy. Nay, none of them have transformed into forms nowadays. One could only watch as Hongjun's hand reached out to the purple gourd where Mobai was. Humph. Just then, a heavy cold snort sounded. Daozu's hand reaching in midair stopped, and his entire body froze. It was like being stared at by some ancient beast. Tense. Big brother, you're finally back. This stinking old man, he's going to pick off the 7th brother. Big brother, get this stinking old man killed. Big brother, quickly, this stinking old man is going to get rid of the 7th brother. The beings in the 5 gourds were overjoyed when they saw the lanky figure behind the old Taoist. There was a lot of shouting. Big brother, help! Mobai was also ecstatic to see the woodcutter big man come back and was busy shouting. Daozu looked back at the woodcutter Hulk, only to feel an unparalleled pressure on this man. It was a feeling he had only ever felt from one person. Pangu, Dao ancestor is the reincarnation of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Back then, he also participated in the siege of the great god Pangu. As a result, he was almost destroyed by an axe from great god Pangu, leaving only a true spirit to escape. It was only after the great god Pangu opened up the heavens and opened up the earth that he disappeared into the floodplains and was able to be reincarnated. This kind of pressure, it was no longer the pressure of realm and strength. Rather, It is a kind of Taoist pressure from an individual. It's quite a give and take and I'm the only one. Damn, the pressure on this person is so familiar? Could he be Pangu? But that's impossible. Pango has clearly fallen. Seeing the woodcutter big man, Dao Zu couldn't help but swallow his saliva and arched his hand. This Taoist friend. Humph. You want to harm my seventh brother? The woodcutter man interrupted Dao Zu and said coldly. No, it's just that this purple gourd is related to the poor Taoist. Dao Zu was busy explaining. There's a nifty head. The woodcutter man was furious and cursed angrily, suddenly storming up, his muscles bulging all around him. Faintly visible underneath a seemingly large dragon-like tendons protruding out. The body axe unity. The huge axe head rises up to the sky, downward chopping. At this moment, the originally rusty great axe burst out with 10,000 rays of haze light, radiant and incomparable. That brilliant divine might was palpitating. When the axe moved, it seemed that the entire force of the flood was driven, with the momentum of opening up the sky and cracking the earth. Fogweed. So fierce? It was the first time for Mobai to see his big brother make a move, and he was instantly excited. On the other side, Dao Zu also didn't expect the woodcutter big man to make a move when he said he would. And look at the momentum of an axe. The power is overwhelming, which if it is chopped on, must be chopped on the spot God's soul cannot be. Moreover, this axe also had the feeling of déjà vu, causing him to have a heart-stopping feeling. Dog. The Taoist ancestor was scared out of his wits. His face changed drastically. His eyes almost came out of their sockets, and he cried out in shock. And, at the same time, he hastily tapped his big head, and a celebratory cloud appeared behind his head. But see the world of Hongmeng hidden within the celebratory clouds. Outside the celluloid, gold beads, gold lotus, gold lamps and other things suspended, such as the eaves of the house dripping water, the source of a steady stream of hanging down the road of mysterious light, the haze of light. Protect the Dao ancestor's circumference firmly. It was the first time that Mobai had seen someone above the floodlands fighting, and it was still two supreme masters who had fought, and they couldn't help but stare at each other with wide eyes, deadpan staring at the scene in front of him, afraid of missing something. Originally, Mobai was worried about whether or not the woodcutter Hulk would be able to over Dao Zu before. After all, the Dao ancestor was known as the first person in the flood, and his strength wasn't blown out of proportion. But as soon as the woodcutter big man struck, the doubts in Mobai's mind were dispelled. The woodcutter Dharma man's aura of surrender and exclusivity, at this moment, deeply touched Mobai. It seemed that whenever the woodcutter big man made a move, the avenue had to tremble for it. Chapter 4, Second brother and third brother transform and go to fight Hongjun. 2. Boom. As expected, in the next moment, wherever the axe light passed, it was like a bamboo, destroying everything was reduced to pieces, and the celebratory clouds of the heavens were struck with arcane light in disarray. Celluloid, golden beads, golden lotuses and golden lamps and other divine objects were scattered over a large area. The Dao ancestor's entire body was shaken and staggered back. His face went pale for a while, and his throat was sweet and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at the woodcutter with an incredulous expression. Big brother, good job. Him damn this old road. Asterisk 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 this old dog. Big brother is mighty. Him to death. The remaining 5 gourds looked invigorated and exclaimed. Instead, Mobai looked dumbfounded and could hardly believe his eyes. Who was the Taoist ancestor? That's the first person in the flood. Now he was actually spitting blood from a single move by the woodcutter man? Fogweed. The woodsman's big man is so strong? Even if the Taoist ancestor is not yet a saint now, the universal, the person who can beat the Dao ancestor to vomit blood with a single move in the entire flood wilderness is afraid that he hasn't been born yet. And even if he is as strong as the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, he can't do it at all. The woodsman's big man was a little too strong. Who the hell is that woodsman hunk? Is it really Pangu? However, Inkbrand quickly dismissed this inference. After all, Great God Pangu was too strong. That was one person drawing out 3,000 chaos demon gods. The character who was able to open up the heavens and the earth after that. His cultivation was afraid to be in the half-step Great Dao realm, and was only one step away from the Great Dao realm. If the woodcutter Hulk was really the great god Pangu, I'm afraid that he would have already chopped Dao ancestor to death with an axe. After all, the Taoist ancestor had not yet been sainted, and above the saints there were the heavenly Dao saints. Only further up were half-step Great Dao saints, and Great Dao saints. But, Big Brother is so strong and has the law of force. Could it be a reincarnation of one of the divine souls of the great god Pangu? Yes, it's very possible. Mobai had a bold guess in his heart, and his excited little heart thumped wildly. Fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist really has no malicious intent. Don't make another move. Seeing that the woodcutter big man was about to make another move, Dao Zu was scared out of his wits and hurriedly yelled, "Get out!" The woodcutter man withdrew his hand. His eyes were like torches, his voice was like thunder, and he droned in a deep voice. We'll see you later. Dao Zu looked back at the purple gourd where Mobai was, and then gave the woodcutter big man an arch of his hand and it turned into a stream of light and vanished into the distance. The big woodcutter put his axe on his belt and looked at his 6 younger siblings and, concerned, he asked, "Are you guys okay?" "Big brother, we're fine," the siblings said, "but that old Taoist is just too hateful to pick off Chitta, and when I've taken form I'll definitely go seek out that old Taoist and beat that old Taoist up again." Orange Gourd exclaimed. "Yeah, I'm going to bust that old Taoist too." Yellow Hulk yelled back. Yes, we must give that old Taoist some color, and beat him to a crying halt. Don't dare to hit the 7th brother again. The rest of the gourds all chimed in. Inkbrand, on the other hand, listened with a black line. That's a Taoist ancestor. You guys just say fight? However, on second thought, these older siblings of his seem to be pretty perverted. It might not even be possible to over the Dao father. Inkbrand began to doubt the identities of the remaining siblings again, being so shocked by the Dao father. The siblings cultivated harder and harder, strive to be able to transform and come out as soon as possible. Boom, boom. On this day, there were 2 more loud bangs, but the orange and yellow gourds were seen leaping free from the gourd vines. It exploded with a great deal of haze. Taoist rhythms filled the air, rolling purple chi surged from the east, and all sorts of visions emerged. Immediately afterward, out of the orange gourd came a fat, broad, bladdered, bearded, and a pugilistic man with bulging ringed eyes. The big man carried 2 brightly shining pig-killing knives in his hands, living like a butcher who kills pigs and sells meat. It looks extremely vicious. The yellow-skinned gourd in the swallow dispersed, from which came out a handheld purple bamboo pole. A bookish showman. Congratulations to second brother and third brother on their incarnation and emergence. A rare smile appeared on the woodcutter's big man's face as he arched his hand toward the 2. The butcher and the scholar seemed to have some fear of the woodcutter's big man. Busy returning the salute, he said. It's also thanks to Big Brother's care of protecting the road day and night. Congratulations to the second and third brothers on their incarnation. The few remaining beings in the gourd congratulated them. Mobai followed suit and congratulated. Congratulations to second brother and third brother for taking shape and coming out of the world. A smile appeared on the butcher man's face as he laughed. You guys also hurry up and cultivate. Especially you, 7th brother. Your origin is the weakest. You need to cultivate well. Ergo, I will. After tens of millions of years together, Mobai beat his heart and had already taken these brothers and sisters as his relatives, and playfully laughed. Third brother, remember that Nubizi? He dared to hit on 7th brother's idea. Now that we've transformed, why don't we go beat up that old Nubizi Taoist? How about that? The butcher looked at the scribe and offered. Very good, very good. The scribe clapped his hands. Mobai listened with a black line on his head and busily said, second brother, third brother, it's been millions of years already. Either, or forget it, that's a Taoist ancestor. You can't beat me up just because you want to, even if the woodcutter can beat Taoist ancestor. Can you too? Inkbrand expressed grave concern. Chapter 5. The fruit trees and the big dogs brought back by the second and third brothers. Not going? Why don't you go? 7th brother, you're not afraid we can't beat that Nubizi, are you? The butcher looked at Inkbrand and asked. That, second brother, I didn't mean that. Inkbrand wanted to say yes, but was too embarrassed to say it. That's right, don't worry, we'll be right back. The butcher grinned, pulled the scholar up, and turned to go. Just a few steps away, the butcher stopped, turned, and said, but before we go, we need to take precautions for the village before we do that. With that, the butcher bellowed, his large hand reaching out and grabbing into the void. A large, colorful river rushed out and swirled around the village for a week, encircling the entire village. There's just something odd about this river, that butcher scratched out. It's not made of river water. Instead, there were many water-like rays made of light. But soon, this vast river became ordinary as a large river. Oldest, don't hide it either. The butcher looked to the scholar and yelled a loud voice. Since second brother has said so, I'll come and make a contribution as well. The scholar was so spirited that he flew into mid-air, 3,000 green threads flying behind his head, and heavy stomp in the void. Wow, I only heard another loud bang, but I saw another vast river appear and, like a huge winding dragon, it rotated in a circle around the Hulu village, forming an immense and incomparable ring. Oddly enough, this great river summoned by the scribe was not made of water, either. Rather, it consists of a colorful picture of a gorgeous, colorful, Taoist rhyme. However, soon this big river also hid its divinity with it, and was no different from an ordinary big river. Gone. After doing all this, The butcher and the scholar looked at each other and laughed, and joyfully crossed into the void and disappeared without a trace. Mobai laughed bitterly, looking at the two large rivers that escorted the village. Transfixed. Secretly, he said, these two big rivers of second brother and third brother are quite mysterious. When I take shape, I must go to the two big rivers to have a good look before I do so. Then, Mobai continued to cultivate. Days passed like this, and it had been hundreds of thousands of years since the butcher and the scholar went out. The butcher and the scribe haven't returned yet. Inkbrand was vaguely worried. The other siblings, on the other hand, weren't worried at all. There seems to be absolute confidence in Butcher and Booker. On this day, the void rippled like a wave of water, and the butcher and the scholar drilled out of it. In the butcher's hand, he also carried a small white fluffy beast. Guys, we're back. Did you miss us? The butcher pulled a loud, rumbling voice. Seeing that the butcher and the scholar came back safely, Mobai's hanging heart was finally put down. Ha ha, second and third brothers are back. The siblings rejoiced. Even the woodsman boss had a smile on his face. Seventh brother, we went out this time, and it was not easy to find that old Hongjun Taoist. Beat that old Taoist all over the place, holding his head and running away. Painful, painful, ha ha. The scholar excitedly threw a fruit tree in his hand to the ground, which immediately took root and sprouted. Lotus-like flowers bloomed. In a few moments, the tree produced 9 yellow fruits. The word Huangjong seems to be hidden on it. Huangjong? Could this be the Huangjong Li of the 10 great innate spiritual roots? Mobai's eyes went straight as he watched, secretly exclaiming, this fruit tree is what that old man gave to beg for mercy. The scribe said with a joyful smile. Misty grass, could it be that butcher and scholar really beat up Daozu? Mobai's heart was shocked beyond measure, as if 1,000 waves had been set off. Butcher threw the small beast he carried in his hand to the ground and grinned. Chitta, this pet is nice and fluffy, so you can keep it as a dog for company later. My dang beast. The little beast was instantly furious, and his voice was like thunder as he roared. Just before it could start a fire, it received a heavy thrashing on the head. The butcher glared his ringed eyes out with a ferocious light and said angrily, since you don't want to be a dog, then I'll slaughter you and stew you. The beast shrank back in terror, and balled up, shivering, and looking at the butcher with a horrified face. And, obviously having been beaten up by the butcher so many times, it's already psychological. For the next few days, the people continued to cultivate in the village. Mobai also gave the little beast a name. His name was Little 8. Hachi spends his days thinking about how to escape from Hulu village. It's just that Hachi seems to be very afraid of the two big rivers that surround the village, and doesn't dare to set foot in them in the slightest. Once, it almost fell into the river and drowned, but fortunately Mobai called out to the butcher and fished it out. Since then, Hachi has stopped running away from the two rivers, as if resigned to his fate. Then he stayed in the village. Time was long, and hundreds of thousands of years had passed in a hurry. On this day, a stream of light shot from outside the village, which converged to reveal a silhouette that, this person was no other than Dao ancestor Hongjun. Fellow Taoists, Hongjun is visiting. Hongjun also seemed to be a little afraid of the two large rivers outside the village and arched his hand. Hey, Hongjun, this old Taoist is quite persistent. He's looking for a fight again. The butcher was idling about, and when he heard the noise, he ran out. Hesitation distance away from the distance. And there are two strange big rivers to block. Inkwhite cannot hear the voice. But vaguely, you can see that the butcher is staggering with two pig-killing knives, and Daozu seems to be scared. In the end, Daozu flew away helplessly. The butcher folded back. The scholar asked, second brother, what is that Nubizi doing here again? Butcher bristled. That Nubizi asked me to go along with him to break some immortal execution sword formation. I don't have that kind of time, so whoever wants to go can go. Chapter 6, The Little Huludu Village. 3 saints in one village. Immortal execution sword formation? It seems to have reached the end of the Dragon Han period. Inkbrand muttered. Suddenly, Mobai's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, second brother, third brother, I think you guys should go. The butcher and the scholar froze. The scholar asked, seventh brother, what do you mean? Why are we going to help that old Nubizi Taoist? Mobai grinned. I didn't ask second and third brothers to help that Hongjun guy. Instead, let the second and third brother to rob the treasure. That war, there will be dead and wounded, and those treasure will become the owner of nothing. If we don't take it, won't it be cheaper for that old man Hongjun? The butcher and the scribe's eyes lit up as they listened. Butcher laughed out loud and said, seventh brother has a point. Go, let's go now. With that, the butcher pulled up the scholar and headed out of the village. Instead, Mobai and the others continued to cultivate. During this time, a haunting aura suddenly emanated from the woodsman boss. Mobai knew that it was the woodcutter boss who had become a saint. I don't know how long it took, but the butcher and the scholar returned in tandem. The butcher turned over his hand, and there appeared a large blackened spear, which was pestled into the ground, and the sound rumbled and, haha laughed, seventh brother, this gun is of good quality, was snatched away by me. Hongjun, that old Taoist, is dying of anger. Ha ha. Inkbrand, however, looked at it with straight eyes and, secretly rejoiced. This is the Heavenly Dao Fierce Fury Supreme Treasure Kingslayer gun? The woodsman opened his eyes, glanced at the big gun, and, frowning, he said, how does this gun have a familiar flavor? Inkbrand raised an eyebrow as he listened, secretly said, this Godslayer gun is the lotus neck of the 36-pin chaotic green lotus set of heaven and earth hostility into, and chaotic green lotus used to be the treasure of the great god Pangu, but Big Brother feels familiar with it. Could it be that Big Brother is really the reincarnation of the great god Pangu? The butcher pulled out another black lotus from his bosom and threw it to the ground. Grinning, he said, and this little black lotus, this is the 12-pin destruction black lotus. Mobai recognized the origin of the black lotus and rejoiced. I've got one here. The scholar waved his big sleeve and a small tripod and a mirror appeared on the ground. This is old ancestor Qiankuan's Qiankuan tripod. That mirror is old ancestor Yin Yang's Yin Yang treasure mirror. Mobai was happy again. It seems that the butcher and the scholar went out this time and harvested a lot. Now that he thought about it, Hongjun was afraid that he would have to be furious. You were invited to come together to deal with law, and you didn't go. As a result, you guys went and grabbed the baby. Hongjun came to invite the butcher and the scholar, which is a wake-up call for the scholar and the butcher. Hongjun was afraid that his heart and liver were dripping blood at the moment. This mirror is for little Six to dress up when she's in shape, and this tripod, it can be used to hold water. The scribe muttered, "Pust." Mobai nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard it. What a waste! That mirror is a Yin and Yang treasure mirror. It's a superb innate spiritual treasure, and it's even used for grooming. There is also that Qiankuan tripod, although it is also a superb innate spiritual treasure. However, it has the counterintuitive effect of being able to return to the latter day as the first day, even if it is comparable to the first day of the treasure. But the scholar took it to hold water. If this matter were to be known by the flood gods and devils, they would not be angry and spit out blood. The butcher laughed. Chitta is a boy, so he should have a nice treasure. This spear and this little black lotus, one attacking and one defending, are just right for seventh brother, so let's give it to seventh brother to keep. Thank you, second and third brother. Mobai laughed bitterly. For the next few days, the people continued to cultivate in the village. On this day, two palpitating auras came from the butcher and the scholar. And the air rushed to the bulls and shake the nine heavens. The two large rivers outside the village had instantly widened countless times, and could simply be described as a sea of. It was so vast that I don't know how many miles it stretched, colorful, and exuding a mesmerizing Taoist rhythm. Mobai knew that the butcher and the scholar had also become saints and could not help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart. Among the later generations, the Kunlun three pristine ones and the three saints, the flood shook. Now, three saints have appeared in his tiny Huluden village, right after Longhan. It is really strong. It was too much stronger than even the three saints of Kunlun. Thinking so, Mobai began to frantically absorb the purple energy in the gourd, in order to be able to transform into a form as soon as possible. However, what made Mobai odd was that after he absorbed those purple energies, his cultivation didn't go up at all. It was as if there was a great terror living inside him, sucking his energy out non-stop. Misty grass. There's not a grandpa living inside me, is there? Inkbrand suddenly thought. For this reason, Mobai had the woodcutter, butcher, and scribe check it out for him, but all to no avail. Inkbrand was fox suspicious. Even the woodcutter boss couldn't check it out. Could it be that the old grandpa inside him was even more awesome than the woodcutter? The woodcutter is most likely the reincarnation of Pangu, and the old grandfather inside him is even more awesome than the great god Pangu. Could it be Avenue? When he thought about this, Mobai became excited. The system is powerful. It's sealing the Great Dao into itself. All along, Mobai had thought that he was the weakest of his 7 siblings, but now it seemed that he is possibly the strongest of the 7 siblings. After all, the good stuff comes out last. He was the oldest and youngest, the last to take form, and inevitably the strongest one. Just then, all of a sudden, the wind and clouds rolled across the sky and the earth. Dragons roared, tigers roared, colorful phoenixes presented. The unicorn hissed. The haze was extraordinary. The sky was auspicious. The earth was golden lotus, and the rolling purple gas emerged from the east. Thousands of visions were born steeply. Is this Hongjun becoming a saint? Inkbrand exclaimed. Chapter 7: The Daily Life of the Hulu Village People. Eating, sleeping, and fighting. Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Today, I have been certified to the way of the mixed world and enjoy the supreme fruits of the way. compassion for the world's living beings to ask for fruitless, special in 30,000 years later. In the chaos of the Purple Sky Palace open altar sermon, all have the destiny of the people, can come to listen to the sermon, as expected. In the next moment, an incomparably loud voice, as if it were a great yellow bell, rolling spreads throughout the floodplain. Butcher skimmed his mouth and muttered, "This old Hongjun road, not just become a mixed saint, making such a big deal out of it, making it sound like who isn't a saint." "Right," the scribe concurred. Inkbrand listened with a black line. "Nima, that's a hybrid saint. Do you two think that a hybrid saint is like a cabbage?" Just then, outside the Hulu village, the purple gas rolled in, and a 10,000 acres of auspicious clouds drifted in from afar. On top of it, the Taoist ancestor stood at the top, leaning on his dragon head cane, and droned in a deep voice, "Dao friends of Hulu village, there are some old scores from the old days. It's time for us to clear the air. Hey, this old Nubizi Taoist, we didn't look for him, but he came to our door instead, when it's really looking for death." The butcher was furious, his whiskers exploded under his jaws, and with a roar of rage, he raised his two pig-killing knives and, then he rushed out. The scholar also lifted his bamboo staff and stepped out. Immediately after that, Mobai saw the two men, butcher and scholar, yanking Dao Zu off the celebration cloud, holding down the Taoist ancestor for a while and punching and kicking him. The poor Taoist ancestor didn't even have the slightest room to fight back. Finally, only 24 pale blue beads were seen resting in the hands of the Dao Zu. And an immortal sword glowing with purple light all over it sued for mercy. The two men, the butcher and the scholar, received the beads and the immortal sword, which spared Dao Zu. Dao Zu was able to get away and fled into the distance. The butcher and the scribe returned victorious. "Ha, it hurts, it's just great to beat that Nabizi." The butcher laughed and threw the 24 beads into the great river. The scholar compared the immortal sword, and seemed to think that it was not in his hands. It was also thrown into the big river outside the village. "Gee, what a waste. Those 24 beads are likely to be 24C fixing god beads. As for that immortal sword, 80% is the purple sky sword." In the purple gourd, Mobai watched with a burst of anxiety. However, Inkbrand then wasn't in a hurry. "There's something strange about those two big rivers outside the village. The average person can't get in. The sea god pearl and the purple heavenly sword are also quite safe to throw in there, and when he transforms out, he will fish them out, just when it would take shape." Mobai really didn't know. If the Taoist ancestor had finished his third sermon and he had not yet taken form, the many treasures on the treasure-splitting cliff, that wouldn't it be a lost cause with him? When he thought about this, Mobai felt some pity. Suddenly, the bad water in Inkbrand's stomach surged straight upwards, and the corners of his mouth grinned. Rushing at the butcher and scholar outside the gourd, he shouted, "Second brother, third brother, that old Hongjun Dao is rich. Why don't you guys have nothing to do? How about just going to his purple heavenly palace and slipping around and bringing back some treasures? That's a good offer." The butcher's ringed eyes lit up wide with delight. Next, the butcher and the scholar lived a life of eating, sleeping, practicing, and beating the Hongjun. On weekdays, in addition to cultivation, when they want to move their muscles, they go to the chaos to find Hongjun to fight. Each time they returned, the duo managed to bring one or two treasures with them. The two of them threw all the treasures they had snatched from Hongjun into the two great rivers, and Murphy's life has been one more thing to look forward to ever since. Whenever the butcher and the scholar went out, Mobai expected the duo to bring back some kind of treasure. "Wow, that's the Thunder Yuan bead of the 4 great Yuan beads? Oh my god, that's Enlightenment tea. Fogweed, that's the Korinai Chin. Could this be an innate futon?" Most of the treasures that the duo brought back were innate spiritual treasures, with very few latter heavenly spiritual treasures. In the beginning, Mobai was excited, but later on, Mobai also seemed to be numb. The duo returned with 2 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, and Mobai didn't even raise his eyelids. Not surprised. Time flies like a shuttle, the years are like a song, and such days go by day after day, and hundreds of years pass by in a hurry. On this day, only the immense and incomparable gourd vine body shook violently. Which brother is going to take shape? Inkbrand was envious. The words, only to see the remaining green gourd and blue gourd crashing to the ground in a brainwave, smashing the ground out of 3 huge and incomparably deep pits. Boom boom. Then, only 3 loud sounds of the sky crashing into the ground were heard, and there was a flash of green and blue light. Immediately afterward, out of the green came a man dressed in rags and coarse clothes, with a ghostly mask on his head, and a horse lamp in his hand. The middle-aged man with a fishing rod in his hand. The green light converged, and from it came out a man dressed in green, with an obese look, a fat head, a very festive-looking big fat guy. Blue light flashed, and out of it came a woman dressed in light blue, beautiful and bubbly, and mesmerizing woman. Fourth brother, fifth brother and sixth sister are out of the world too, only I'm left. When will I be able to take shape and come out of the world? Inkbrand grinned. Since then, the village has been blessed with a fisherman, brother 4, a cook, brother 5, and a witch, sister 6. Gourd village is coming together. Chapter 8, surely the village is full of perverts. The oldest 4 fishermen were stuffy and didn't like to talk on a regular basis. He likes to go out and catch some wandering ghosts. Then those wandering souls and wild ghosts were thrown into an aperture that shimmered with 6 colors of light. Oddly enough, those wandering ghosts came out and turned into a head of livestock. Since then, the village has been filled with cows and sheep. The oldest 5 cooks loved to eat, were amazing cooks, and often cooked gourmet meals. Greedy ink white straight drooling, cannot wait to immediately blow up the gourd, go out to eat a big meal. But Murbai held it all back. After all, if he didn't finish absorbing the energy in the purple gourd, he might be born crippled and, if you fall sick, you're done for. Old 6th Demoness is the only woman in the village who likes to run the show. The village was neatly cleaned up by her. Days passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years passed in a hurry. On this day, 3 men came from outside the village. These 3 people, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man, all had huge and incomparable golden wheels of merit and virtue on the back of their heads. It seemed as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were the Pangu Zhangzong. Needless to ask, these 3 people were none other than the 3 purities that were transformed by that Pangda Yuanshan. The 3 Ching came to the side of the 2 great rivers, and seemed to find something that, muttering and mulling over the side of 2 large rivers. Suddenly, Yuansher Tianzun saw the village inside the 2 big rivers and shouted, "Anyone? We are the 3 Ching of Pangda Jingzong are also passing by here. Please come out to meet the Taoist friends inside." In the village of Hulu, the butcher cursed. What a racket! If it weren't for the fact that they're descendants of the, I'd like to go out there and slice them up. The woodcutter looked at the 3 and frowned. These 3 seem to have something to do with me. It's very familiar. The butcher hastily shut up, as if to say, I didn't say what I just said, but I don't like these 3 either. They're too flashy. The woodsman added, right, these 3 bird eggs, they don't look like good birds. Butcher's round, ringed eyes lit up with a hefty grin. The demoness ran out of her room and said angrily, it's noisy and, what are these 3 birds yakking about out there? Old 5, the cook, also ran out of the kitchen and said angrily, these 3 birdmen that, I can't even cook well with all the noise. Without saying a word, the old fisherman's 4th man propped up his paper boat, picked up his horse lantern, and headed out the door. Cook old 5 and demoness old 6 spread their legs and followed them out as well. Soon, the 2 groups seemed to talk it out. Both sides actually fought. Mobai was initially a bit worried, fearing that old 4, old 5 and old 6 would suffer. After all, the 3 pristine ones were the top powers in the flood, 3 of the 6 saints in the future. It was also transformed by Pangda Yuanshan, and was very deep. But when the fight broke out, Inkbrand realized that his worries were superfluous. Hulu village is full of perverts. Boss Woodcutter can beat down Hongjun with one move. Butcher Lao Air and Scholar Lao Sen often looked for trouble with Hongjun, and this Lao Si, Lao Wu and Lao Lu, 2, were not oil lamps. 6 on each side. 3 on 3. Fisherman Lao Si versus Tai Shan Lao Zi. It was not known where he had summoned an army of paper men from. And those men rode paper horses and carried paper guns and paper swords in their hands as they rushed towards the Taishan Laozi. It was actually beating the Taishan Laozi's hands and feet, not having the slightest room to fight back. What a tough guy. Inkbrand looked on with a dark grin. On the other side, the cook old 5 took on the first heavenly father, Yuansher Tianzun, that is an expert in refining weapons, a brain to throw out the latter heavenly spiritual treasure. Flash of splendor and light. Extremely scary. But, the cook, old 5, was coming to the rescue, and with his mouth wide open, he actually took a bite and swallow all of the Yuansher Tianzun's spiritual treasures. The first heavenly father looked dumbfounded, caught off guard by the being knocked hard by the cook old 5 carrying an iron spoon. The pain caused the first heavenly father to bare his teeth and wail strangely. On the other side, the female devil took on the Tongtian sect master. At first, when the Tongtian sect leader saw that his opponent was a woman, he was still a bit embarrassed to make a move, leave room for maneuver. But he soon realized that he was wrong, and very wrong. The dainty beauty before him was nothing short of a femme fatale, with 9-colored divine spells that, with a trusty hand, the terrifying chaos sword Chi and chaos true flame whistled. The beaten Tongtian sect leader fled in a sorry state, holding his head in his hands. Mobai looked at the dark grin. The village peoples really are all perverts. It's just that the 3 purities are, after all, the top great powers of the flood, although they are being pressed by old 4, Old 5 and Old 6, but it would not be easy for Old 4, Old 5 and Old 6 to win for a while. In particular, Taishan Laozi has the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. This defense treasure is even more impregnable. The innate is invincible. It was indeed not easy to defeat these three. Mobai suddenly saw Hachi, who was lying on the ground, listless, and couldn't help but see his eyes light up, yelling, "Let the dogs out! Let the dogs out!" Hachi's ears twitched. Butcher runs over and kicks Hachi in the ass. It was only then that Hachi realized that what Mobai had said about releasing the dog was actually releasing it. Woes, really treat me like a dog. I'm the hallowed Beast Emperor God Rebel. Oh no, can't let others know that I'm the Beast Emperor God Rebel, or it's a bit too humiliating. Cursing, Hachi got up and lunged toward the outskirts of the village. Just as he ran to the side of the two large rivers, Hachi hastily braked and turned back to say bitterly, "Second master, I can't get out." The butcher ran over and kicked Hachi in the ass, straight out of the village. Chapter 9, You're not even in form yet, and you're asking me for a wife? Ouch. Hachi was kicked out of Hulu village by the butcher, leaping over two large rivers that excitedly roared to the sky. The voice rumbled, as if 9 days of thunderbolt explosion. Extremely shocking. Ever since the ancient times, Hachi had been brought back to the village by the butcher. He had never gone out again. With this voice, Hachi seemed to howl out all the pent-up frustration from these millions of years. Hachi is a beast emperor divine in verse from the ancient times, the king of ferocious beasts, with ferocious might. In the ancient times is a generation of hegemony. Even if the dragon, phoenix and unicorn, three tribes of people, see it, also have to retreat. These kinds of beings were extremely strong. It howled out with this voice, frightening the three Ching who were fighting with a jolt. Fogweed. What a big dog. The first heavenly father's mouth was cheap and ghostly collapsed. You're the dog. Your house is full of dogs. Upon hearing this, Little 8 became furious, and with a wild roar, he charged towards the three clearances. The three Chings were caught off guard, especially Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was directly pounced upon by Hachi. The big mouth bit hard on its leg. Ah! The first heavenly father howled miserably and hurriedly pinched an earth escape technique to vanish into the distance. Seeing this, Taishan Laozi and Tongtian sect leader were scared to death by the old fourth fisherman and the old sixth female devil who saw their chance. They were bombarded with rolls and tumbles to fall backward, not knowing how many thousands of miles they had fallen out. Not caring about their woes, the two of them also hurriedly pinched an earth escape trick to flee. LOL. The old sixth demoness plugged in and laughed excitedly. Hachi looked at it and spread his feet, so he wanted to run away. Just then, an iron chain flew out from the Gourd village and was placed around Hachi's neck. Straight away, Hachi yanked back. LOL. The demoness looked on with another petulant laugh. Simple, happy days in Hulu village. Time was long, and tens of thousands of years had passed. On this day, two more people passed by Hulu village. These two, a man and a woman, were both half human and half snake. The man is long, gentle and elegant, with a generous demeanor that gives him a sense of graciousness. The woman's face is stunningly beautiful, pouring out of the city and the country, giving people a dreamy feeling, with colorful ribbons fluttering behind her. The haze of light flowed and became more and more holy. The two seemed to notice something wrong with the two large rivers and stopped to watch. It was just that the two of them were not as rude as Yuan Shi Tianzun, and seemed to be aware that there were great magi in the village, and arched his hand toward the village in respect. Half man, half snake? Could it be the duo Fushi and Nuwa? Inkbrand muttered. As soon as Hachi saw someone outside the village, his two furry ears perked up. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Do we need to let the dogs out?" Letting the dog out is its only chance to get out of the village to spread its wings. Over the years, it had been hard for it to look forward to the two, so it was naturally excited. Let go of your ass. What kind of dog? Can't you see people bowing to the village? Butcher went up and kicked Hachi. Hachi whimpered strangely in aggravation. Outside the village, Nuwa and Fushi looked at the village for a long time, then arched their hands towards the village again and left. The village of Hulu was back to its old peaceful life. Time was long, and tens of thousands of years had passed. On this day, another sister came from outside the village. This sister was likewise of a peerless countenance, the kind of beauty that bubbles over, dressed in a pale yellow garment that, the slender figure gives a sense of intimacy. But unlike Nuwa's beauty, this sister's beauty is more genuine, more real, and the beauty is thrilling. The girl stopped next to two large rivers and watched for a long time. This man didn't bow to the village. Should we set the dogs free? As soon as Hachi saw that there was someone else outside, he became excited and shouted, "Let go of your head." Butcher kicked over again, sending Hachi whimpering and groaning. The woodcutter came along and saw the sister outside the village. Frowning, he said, "This woman is so kind and familiar." Imobai raised his eyebrows as he listened, secretly saying, "Brother Woodcutter is familiar with that." Is this sister not a member of the witch race? This woman has an earthy aura of thick virtue on her body. Is she not Empress Hou Tu? I think the girl is nice too. Butcher grinned. I say, since everyone thinks this girl is nice, and our seventh brother doesn't have a wife yet, why don't we get this girl in, marry our seventh brother, and give us a bunch of little nephews and nieces to play with? How about that? Just then the shy, pot-bellied old fifth cook came running out, hefting a big iron spoon and proposed. Very good, very good. The butcher's eyes lit up with delight at the sound of his voice. Good kidneys my ass. I haven't even transformed yet. Mo Bai, however, was filled with black lines as he listened, and busily said, several brothers and sixth sister. I haven't yet transformed into a form. What the hell do you know? You have to get a daughter-in-law before it's too late. All the good stuff has been snatched up by others. The sixth sister Demoness looked angrily at Mo Bai and said in a deep voice. Inkbrand had another black line. The crowd looked to the woodsman boss and asked what he meant. The woodcutter boss even ghostly nodded his head as well, saying, this girl is not bad. I quite like it. It's just the thing to get 7 as a wife. Okay. When the people in the village heard this, they were overjoyed and rushed towards the outside of the village. On the other hand, Hou Tu came to the outside of the Hulu village and inadvertently saw 2 large rivers. She saw some odd images within 2 large rivers, and just as she was about to leave only to see a gang of strange men, a butcher, a scholar, a fisherman, a cook, and a windy woman, rushing out of the village across the great river. A brain rushed toward her. Fellow Taoists, what are you doing? Hou Tu was startled and exclaimed. The little girl is not bad looking. Go back and make a daughter-in-law with our family's 7th brother. The Demoness said with a joyful smile. Yes, although our family's 7th brother has not yet transformed into a form, but you'll be a great hero in the future, and you won't be shortchanged. The cook, with a big belly and a big iron spoon in his hand, smiled. Fogweed, what kind of people are these? When they came up, they asked me to be their 7th brother's daughter-in-law. That was fine, but what was even more detestable was that their 7th brother had not yet transformed. Hou Tu made a scene, then became furious and drank in a deep voice. You several shrewish scoundrels. Who wants to be your Chittaz daughter-in-law? Get out. Although Hou Tu is a woman, she is a genuine ancestral witch, and is warlike to the extreme. Immediately, he became furious and roared towards the people of the Hulu village. Hey, 7th brother's daughter-in-law is quite temperamental. I like it so much. Ha ha. The cook hefted his iron spoon and laughed. Yes, our 7th brother's daughter-in-law has quite a personality. The Hulu village crowd laughed wildly. Hou Tu was furious, and with a loud roar, she appeared as a half-human, half-snake, 6-armed form of the ancestral witch. Then he charged at the group of weirdos, but soon she realized that each one of those freaks was ridiculously strong, and even that Demoness that it wasn't something she could deal with either. Soon, Hou Tu was tied up by all the people of Hulu village and fought her way to the village. When we arrived at the Hulu village, the butcher put Hou Tu in front of Mo Bai, who hadn't yet taken shape. He laughed. 7th brother, what do you think of the daughter-in-law we found for you? Mo Bai had a head full of black lines and laughed bitterly. 2nd brother, this I haven't yet transformed. You guys, what's wrong with not being in form? Just take your time. Come on. First worship heaven and earth. Ah shucks. Worship the out of heaven and earth. You should be worshipping your elder brother's family sister. The chef hefted his iron spoon and laughed. Then, Hou Tu was married to a purple gourd under the hustle and bustle of a group of weirdos. Hou Tu wanted to cry. Luckily, after the wedding, those weirdos didn't make any more excessive demands. Mo Bai was also depressed. These older brothers and sisters of his, when they are really blindly worrying about it. He hasn't even taken form yet and he has a wife. Isn't he a child bride? This feels a little too weird. Time passed day by day, and it had been some days since Hou Tu was captured in Hulu village. Hou Tu was supposed to go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon. Oh no, not to listen to the sermon either. Instead, he went to seek a different path for the witch clan, who had thought that he would be captured in this strange village, and that he would be married to a purple gourd. The more Hou Tu thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, so she whimpered under the gourd vine. That daughter-in-law. Ah, no, Hou Tu Dao you. It's all the fault of my brothers and sisters. Don't cry. I'll find a way to send you away. Mo Bai just couldn't look at it anymore. So he said. Hou Tu's eyes lit up, looking at Mo Bai with a face full of incredulity. Asked, are you willing to send me away? Right, Inkbrand said. Hou Tu looked at the purple gourd, and for the first time, a good feeling rose in her heart, and beaming, said, then you can count on your words. Nature counts. Inkbrand laughed softly. Hou Tu's beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter as filled with curiosity. He surveyed this purple gourd in front of him, secretly saying, "What's he like? Seems to be not bad at all. Not like these strange people in the village. If he is not bad looking, it would not be wrong to marry him. Ah shucks, what am I thinking of? Nonsense, I am the hall of the Wu clan Hou Tu. How can I marry a purple gourd that has not been transformed?" Mobai looked at his brothers and said, "Brothers, you see, this hall has also been worshipped. The marriage is also tied. Why don't you let this beautiful daughter-in-law of mine go? People still have things to do." "That won't do. Let her go. What if she doesn't come back?" Butcher bristled. "Yeah, can't let go." The scribe chimed in. The cook came running out of the kitchen, hefting a large iron spoon, and said, "You can't put it in." "Absolutely. When you're in shape, you'll give birth to a few nieces and nephews with your pretty daughter-in-law." And we let her go. Hou Tu wanted to cry, and a blush appeared above her pretty face. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Who wants to have little dolls with him?" Mobai smiled bitterly and said, "Brothers, my daughter-in-law still has things to do, so you guys let her go." The woodcutter boss came over and said, "It's better to let the seventh brother's daughter-in-law go. The seventh brother has transformed into a. Still don't know when. Will the seventh brother daughter-in-law trapped in our village, not to suffocate crazy." The woodcutter boss spoke, and the crowd, though reluctant, did not dare to retort. Then the scholars sent the backwoods out of the village. When Hou Tu was freed, she was overjoyed and fled into the distance. "Seventh brother daughter-in-law, take your time. I'll personally go and invite you back once our seventh brother has transformed. Then have some dolls with our chitta for us to play with." The scribe yanked his neck long and howled. Hou Tu, who was running away at great speed, heard her figure stumble and almost fell headlong to the ground. Chapter 11, listening to the sermon in the purple heavenly palace, violently beating the Duke of the East. After Hou Tu left, the village returned to its former calm. On this day, old 5, the cook, had a sudden idea and said, "We have nothing to do here staying all day. Why don't we go to the purple heavenly palace to listen to that old Taoist Hongjun sermon? How about that?" "Very good." The old fisherman said 2 rare words. "I'm going too." The female devil, old 6, ran over and exulted. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, are you going?" The cook, old 5, asked. "No go no go. Hongjun, that old Taoist, was beaten by us. He preached the Tao of, you can't enter our ears, so if you want to go, you can go by yourselves." The butcher cuts off the head of a pig with a knife. Oddly enough, the next moment, the pig grew another head. "Oh," the cook answered, and then greeted the fisherman Lao Si and the female devil Lao Lu, and left the village together, toward the purple heavenly palace in the chaos. After the fisherman, the cook and the demoness left, the Hulu village became more and more peaceful. In a flash of time, another thousands of years passed. On this day, the fisherman, the cook and the demoness returned to the village. The cook, with his big belly, cursed and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hongjun, that old Tao, preaching what bull asterisk 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 Tao. Simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew that the old man will not go, wasting the old man's time." Off. The fisherman popped out 2 words. The female devil thrust her waist and cursed, "When a man is born in heaven and earth, he should be able to stand up to the heavens and the earth. Indomitable, asking for the heart, breaking all elephants by force. That old Taoist is good, but instead, he has become the lapdog of the heavenly Dao. Ah shucks, I think he's going to be bound by heaven sooner or later." Inkbrand grinned darkly as he listened. Although he didn't go to the purple heavenly palace, he listened to the scene of the 3 cursing and swearing. One can imagine what the purple heaven palace was made to look like by these 3 people at that time. I'm afraid that the Dao ancestor would have to be so angry that his nose would be crooked. Mobai cried and laughed. These few brothers and sisters of his really had personality. 3 fellow Daoists, can you be in the dojo? Donghua has come to pay a special visit. Just then, a man flew in from outside the village and arched his hand toward the village. "Donghua, Lord Dongwang, what is he doing here?" Inkbrand said suspiciously. "What is this guy doing in our Hulu village?" The cook, old 5, said suspiciously. "Go check it out." The fisherman said, "Okay, I'll go." Old 5, the cook, hefted a large iron spoon and headed out the door. Mobai looked out into the distance, only to see that the cook Lao Wu and the Duke of Dongwang hadn't said a few words. The 2 then fought. As soon as Hachi looked at it, his ears perked up and he shouted, "Release the dog, release the dog." The fisherman took Hachi and crossed 2 large rivers. Ouch! With a loud roar, Little 8 lunged at the Duke of the East. The Duke of Dongwang was startled and turned his head to run. Only he was fast, and Hachi was even faster. Before the Duke of Dongwang could run a few steps, he was directly pounced on by Hachi, and he was pressed to the ground and gnawed on it. Ah! Immediately afterward, the Duke of the East let out a heart-rending scream, and hastily pinched a blood recluse. Without hesitating to deplete his own origin, he turned into a blood mango and fled away. The cook let out a loud laugh. The fisherman wore a ghostly mask, and could not be seen, but from his bent eyes you could also tell he was smiling too. In a moment, the fisherman and the cook returned to the village with Hachi in tow. Fourth brother, fifth brother, what is that Lord Dongwang doing in our Hulu village? The demoness, old six, asked. Ah shucks, the cook, Lao Wu, spat on the ground and cursed. That Lord Dongwang doesn't know what's good for him. Said he was going to form some purple house and invite us out, and said something about only being under him but over 10,000 people. I'll be damned. He doesn't take a piss and look at himself. What is it? Does he deserve it? This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. The female devil's pretty face also went cold, and she broke out into a curse. Imobai laughed bitterly as he listened, secretly saying that Duke Dongwang is really an egomaniac. No wonder he ended up dead in the end. After sending away the East King's Duke, the days of Hulu village were calm again. The oldest woodcutter goes to the back of the mountain to cut wood every day. Butchers are responsible for killing pigs and slaughtering sheep. The scribe chanted a few acid poems now and then, and used to tell the fortunes of the people in the village. He even came to find Imobai a few times, counting when Imobai would be incarnated and born. But not once did the scribe get his math right. Anomalies, oddities. Then the scribe would walk away shaking his head. The fisherman is responsible for going out to fish and going out to catch some wandering spirits and evil spirits and turn them into cattle and sheep and livestock. The cook is responsible for cooking. The demoness cursed all day long, tidying up every corner of the village, while Mabai watched the village people go about their business and laughed with merriment, struggling to absorb the purple gas in the gourd, striving to transform and emerge as soon as possible. On this day, Imobai was cultivating himself when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside the village. The crowd also looked toward the village. I only saw dark clouds rolling outside the village, demonic aura in the sky, and in the midst of those layers of black clouds, there stood a single magnificent demon god, with sharp armor, a great flame, and flags that covered the sun. It was actually a vast and mighty army. The two people at the head of the group emitted an extremely terrifying sizzling aura. These two were dressed in yellow robes, obviously imperial emperors. One of them was holding a small bell in his hand, which looked extremely powerful and domineering. That little bell is so familiar. The woodsman boss frowned. Chapter 12, The Great Thief of Hulu Village. Stealing the two great treasures of the demon clan and the purple mansion in a row. That's fine, big brother. I'll go grab it back for you. The butcher grinned, and went out to grab the little bell. The woodcutter boss frowned and said, no need. Oh, the butcher responded. And that was it. Imobai looked at this one vast army and secretly said, those two people in front of them. It should be the duo of Dijun and Tai E. What are they going to do? Could it be that they are going to attack the purple mansion? Thinking of this, Imobai's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, brothers, I think that this time the demon race is going to attack the purple mansion, and the Duke of Dongwang is afraid that it's going to be the end of the game. So here's our chance to get rich. The butcher, who is best at collecting messy treasures, heard this and his eyes lit up with joy, saying, oh, Chitta, what the hell are you up to again? Tell us. Imobai grinned and said, this time the demon race went to attack the purple mansion. Outside the Buzhou mountain, the heavenly court of the demon clan is bound to be empty, so all the brothers can take on the appearance of the people of the demon clan and go forward to snatch the treasure trove of the demon clan. At the same time, another can go to a few older siblings, go to the purple mansion, and take advantage of the demon clan's attack on the purple mansion. You took on someone else's appearance and stole the violet mansion treasure trove as well. Seconds extremely. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. The scribe clapped his hands and said. Tufu also laughed out loud. This demon race and the purple mansion are great powers on the floodplains. I think I've usually fished out a lot of treasures, so it's just as well that we snatch them all together. Very good. The fisherman's eyes bent again. The woodcutter boss frowned and said, you go out, and make less trouble. Otherwise we won't have any peace in Hulu village. Don't worry, big brother. We will definitely steal back the demon race treasure trove and the violet mansion treasure trove without God realizing it. The scribe had a cheap smile that made you want to punch him in the face. Then, several people discussed dividing up the work and going to steal the demon race treasure trove and the violet mansion treasure trove respectively. In the end, several people agreed that the butcher would take the fisherman and go to the heavenly court of the demon clan, to steal the treasure trove of the demon clan. The scholar, on the other hand, takes the cook and goes forth to steal the purple treasury. As for the woodcutter boss, he did not like the fun, so he continued to stay in the village to cut wood. The demoness didn't like fighting and killing, so she didn't go either. But when the butcher and the fisherman came outside the heavenly court, they discussed the matter, and shook themselves into taking on the appearance of the two of them, Jun and Tai. They swaggered into the southern heavenly gate. The crowd of the demon race was suspicious when they saw the duo of Jun and Tai. After all, Jun and Tai had just led their troops out, so how did they turn back? Although the crowd of the demon race was suspicious, how could they dare to stop the duo of Jun and Tai? The duo summoned one of the demon clan and led them to the outside of the demon clan's treasure trove. The two of them entered the demon clan's treasure trove and exerted great magical powers, directly emptying the demon clan's treasure trove. After the two had left the heavenly court, the people of the demon race felt that something was wrong, and entered the treasure trove to take a look at it was dumbfounded. On the other hand, the scholar and the cook headed towards the purple mansion. When they were almost at the purple mansion, the two of them saw two people dressed in strange costumes, one thin and one tall. The two Westerners, one fat and one short. These two people are not others. It is the Western 2 release. The two people who received the guide and the associate. When they were outside the purple mansion, the scribe and the cook had a slight discussion. Then he changed into the appearance of the two of them, guiding in Junti, and then strutted into the purple mansion. At this time, Emperor Jun, Tai, Demon Master Kuanpeng, and the 10 great demon saints, it was busy rounding up the higher echelons of the purple mansion, such as the Duke of the East and the 4 Xian kings of the purple mansion. The two of them directly broke into the middle of the violet mansion, and the path broke into the violet mansion treasure trove. Emptying it, the two of them got the treasury and headed out. Traveling to the halfway, the two saw a group of demon tribesmen is besieging a person. That person died fighting not to retreat. It is as if the beast is already trapped. Ha! What a handsome girl child. The scribe laughed playfully. A girl child? Where? The cook asked. The scholar skimmed his lips and pointed at the besieged man, saying, that man is a woman dressed as a man. Oh, the cook responded. The scholar grinned. The 7th brother already has a daughter-in-law. If not, let us brother and sister snatch this girl child back to the 7th brother as a wife as well. The cook hemmed and hawed. It's not impossible. How about we save this girl child for a while? Very good. The scribe grinned. Immediately, the two of them transformed into 2 dazzling streams of light and rushed over to roll the crossdresser away. When they reached the top of a mountain, the scholar and the cook put the girl child down and showed her true face. The female child panicked and arched her hand. Xian Nu thanks the 2 seniors for coming to her rescue. The scribe grinned. You're welcome. As he spoke, the scholar looked Xian Nu up and down, contemplating whether he should take Xian Nu back captive. A little wife for Merbai. With a twinkle in his eye, the cook pulled the scholar aside and whispered, 3. Big brother instructed us not to cause trouble. This if we find another daughter-in-law for 7th brother. I'm afraid the 2 of us will be scolded. The scribe nodded and said, that makes sense. With that, the scholar turned his head to look at Xian Nu, then pulled up the cook and tore through the void. Drilled in. Seniors, Xian Nu said sharply. Only the 2 were long gone. Chapter 13, The Miserable 2 Saints of the West. The old man of the Taishang is knocked on his head. 1. The cook and the scholar had come out this time with a good harvest, and were preparing themselves to return to Hulu village. Suddenly, the duo saw Taishan Laozi. Taishan Laozi was scrutinizing a dragon head walking stick. This dragon head walking stick is not something else. It is a treasure given to the Duke of Dongwang by the Taoist ancestor. But it turns out that the demon race had surrounded Lord Dongwang, and Lord Dongwang blew up his own body, and was halfway there, saved by Taishan Laozi. As a result, this dragon head walking stick fell into the hands of the Taishan Laozi. That dragon head walking stick seems unusual. The scribe's eyes glowed and he whispered, unusual indeed. The cook said. The two looked at each other. The scholar immediately hid his figure and came behind the Taishan Laozi silently. Raising the bamboo cane in his hand, he struck the back of Taishan Laozi's head hard. Taishan Laozi was caught off guard and instantly fell into the path. His white eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Nowadays, the scholar is already a saint, and Taishan Laozi has not yet certified the Dao. The scholar intended to count the unintentional, but also engaged in a sneak attack. So naturally, it was a handful. After knocking out the Taishan Laozi, the scholar picked up the dragon head cane, rolled up the cook, and turned into a stream of light that headed for the Hulu village. When they arrived at the Hulu village, the butcher and fisherman duo had already returned by then. The butcher and the fisherman are boasting in the village, saying how easily the two of them had stolen the treasure trove of the demon clan. 3 and 4 are back too. Mobai saw the scholar and the fisherman and rejoiced. Looking at the expressions on the two's faces, it was clear that they had also reaped extraordinary rewards. The older brothers and sisters in the village, though they like babies, but yet, they only experience that awesome feeling of stealing treasures, and they don't really like these treasures. So these treasures that they stole back, naturally it's all his. The demon clan and the purple mansion, the treasures of these two great powers, are all ours. Thinking about it, Inkbrand was thrilled to death. Sure enough, the scholar and the cook did not let him buy down and successfully stole back the violet treasury. Several people threw all the stolen treasures into the two big rivers outside the village. Old 3 and 4, you haven't revealed your identities, have you? Butcher asked. We weren't exposed. We met two men dressed in Western attire on the road. One tall and one short. A fat one and a skinny one. We took the form of both of them and stole the treasure trove. The demon race can't suspect us. The scholar stroked the 3 wisps of beard on his jaw and laughed. People in Western costumes? Could it be the Western duo of Guiding and Junti? Inkbrand froze at the sound of it, and in his heart, he was dying of laughter. Then the two of them, Guiding and Junti, were afraid that the scholar and the cook would be pitted against them. When the time comes, once Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai Chi check it out, it is impossible to guarantee that it will be investigated to the body of the two people of Guiding and Junti, and I am afraid that the two people will be miserable. This time was the era of witch demon hegemony. The witch and demon clans fight for heaven and earth, and are so powerful that even when a saint meets these two clans, I'm afraid I'll have to back off too. Now the duo is pitched by the scribe and the cook, so you can imagine what happens to the duo. In fact, the duo did have a miserable time of it. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi and the others returned from chasing the Duke of Dongwang and were thunderstruck when they saw that the Violet Mansion treasury had been stolen. Upon inquiry, it was reported that it was stolen by 2 Western vultures. There were also reports from people in the demon race that the two of them, Jain and Junti, had once appeared not far from the Violet Mansion. Immediately afterward, someone else came to report that the treasury of the Heavenly Court had been stolen. When Di Jun and Tai Yi heard this, they exploded on the spot. They've suffered a lot of losses in this conquest of the Purple Mansion, but it turns out that all the benefits have been scooped up by others. How could the two not be angry? Of course, the duo of Di Jun and Tai Yi determined that it must be that after stealing the Violet Mansion treasure trove, Guiding and Junti went to the Heavenly Court and stole the Heavenly Court treasure trove as well. Immediately, Di Jun and the two of them became furious. Leading hundreds of millions of demon soldiers of the demon race to, a vast army was sent to the Western world. Woe from heaven! The poor Jain and Junti too were still dumbfounded at that time, not knowing what had happened. The two of them asked with a dumbfounded look on their faces, and Di Jun and Tai Yi thought that the two of them were shamelessly pretending that they were. Immediately, he became furious and ordered the West to be stirred up. Between the departure and passing of this demon army, the poor Western world became a ruin. Mount Sumeru was even smashed to pieces, and the spiritual veins were all destroyed. Had it not been for the deep power of Jain and Junti, who had escaped by practicing a secret art, I'm afraid that both of them will have to give an account of themselves in the Western world. The scholar is an extremely cheap man. He also made a special trip out of Hulu village to spy on the news. When he came back, the scholar told the village people what had happened. The crowd roared with laughter. And there's the old man, the Tai Shang, who's been knocked on his ass and is furious with himself. He was looking for someone to knock him out. Old 5, the cook, was a bit of a simpleton in nature, and laughed. We do this. Isn't it a bit too much to pit these two against each other? Mobi bristled. 5th brother, it's not tragic. It's not tragic. You guys are not aware that the degree of shamelessness of these two people can be called the first and second in the flood. Even more shameless than the 3rd brother. The scholar, with a black line on his head, angrily said, 7th brother, am I shameless? I'm not shameless at all. That Sango isn't shameless at all. Inkbrand smiled sarcastically. Village days are always joyous. The scribe, a man who likes to go out and skulk around and tell people's fortunes, came back and then he told some interesting stories on the flood to the people in the village. Mobi listened to the more and more yearning for the vast and magnificent world outside, while he desperately absorbed the purple gas, hoping to quickly morph out of the world. Go see the big world out there. Chapter 14, the scholar stole a peach, and the peach conference became a peachless conference? 2, time flies like a shuttle, and the years are like a song. Another 30,000 years passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye it was again the day when the Taoist ancestor opened the Purple Heaven Palace to preach. The Taoist ancestor's whole being was on edge, and he was afraid that when he preached his sermon, the people of Hulu village come to make trouble again. The good thing is, after the people of Hulu village have been there once, they find it not interesting and they don't go there again. The second sermon went quite well. On this day, the scribe ran out again. When the scribe returned, the whole thing jumped up and down with excitement, and with a wave of his sleeve, the ground was full of peaches, piled up into a small mountain. Mobi was dumbfounded, his old face twitching violently as he laughed bitterly. 3rd brother, you're going to Zikenlun here? Ha, Chita, how did you know? The scholar danced with excitement and said, then the Queen Mother of the West in West Kunlun is going to have some kind of peach conference. I then went and stole back all her peaches to see how they would open this peach conference. Mobai heard a head of black lines and laughed bitterly. Third brother, you'll get people killed if you do this. The scholar froze, then bristled. Seventh brother, as for not, I'll just steal a few peaches from him. How could it have killed her? Mobai laughed bitterly. Third brother doesn't know. The reason why the Western Mother wants to open this peach conference this time, it is to draw on the flood gods and demons to prevent the demon race from making a move against Zykanlun. That's right. This demon race destroyed the Duke of the East King before, so this time they must have thoughts about the Queen Mother of the West. The scribe stroked the beard under his chin and muttered, Third brother, people held a peach conference, but the peaches were stolen back by you. This Queen Mother of the West is afraid of offending the gods of the flood, and she was not killed by you this time. Butcher rolled his eyes and bristled. The scholar nodded his head and smiled bitterly. I only wanted to steal a few peaches from her, didn't try to get her killed. And well, since the karma started with me, I'll go for a walk. With that, the scribe turned and left the village. The village crowd shook their heads and laughed bitterly, continuing to go about their own business. The cook came forward, picked up a peach, took a bite, smashed his mouth and, skimming his lips, he said, this peach flavor is also bland, not as delicious as those few yellow plums. With that, the cook walked away. In the purple gourd, Mobai was crying and laughing as he listened. Although the peach is also ranked among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, but compared with the yellow plum, it is far worse. The best peaches ripen in 10,000 years, while the plums in yellow ripen once. It takes a full 30,000 years, and it only bears 9 fruits at a time, so it's quite precious. It is the king of all fruits above the floodplains. Naturally, it's not comparable to a peach. However, if the cook's words were heard by the gods and devils of the flood, I don't know how many people would have been scolded angrily. Peach that is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Other people beg for one but cannot. Good for you. You still think it's not good. On the other side, things were really as Mobai thought. The Queen Mother of the West has brought out all the peaches accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, and wants to hold a peach conference. It was to recruit the flood gods and demons, so that the demon race would not dare to act rashly. As a result, when it came to it, the many peaches disappeared. The peach conference has become the empty peach conference. The gods and devils waited for a long time, but they did not see a single peach. At the end of the day, they realized that they had been stood up by the Western Mother, and they all became furious and flung their sleeves away. The Queen Mother of the West was on the verge of tears. On the other side, the demon race was overjoyed when they knew that the peach conference of the Queen Mother of the West had been smashed. Raise an army of billions of demons, led by the Eastern Emperor Tai, to attack Western Kunlun. When the Queen Mother of the West learned of this, she was so anxious that she hurriedly sent out people to invite all kinds of gods and devils to come and help. It's just that none of the gods and demons are willing to come and help. After all, there was no good fruit to be had when offending the demon clan. In the Great Hall of West Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West, her entire body emaciated, sat in a chair in a daze, and, fearing that the next moment the demon race would hit Zykanlun, teachers. Just then, a woman walked in. This woman was no other than the Zhou Tianxian maiden that the scholar and the cook had saved last time. Zhou Tianxian was originally one of the 4 Xianwangs of the Purple Mansion under the Duke of Dongwang, and after the Purple Mansion was destroyed, the 9 heavenly mysteries passed through the ranks and became a disciple of the Queen Mother of the West. When the Queen Mother of the West saw the 9 heavenly Xian Nu, she hurriedly got up and asked, Xian Nu, is it the demon race that has attacked? The 9 heavenly Xian Nu, with an odd face, looked at Shi Wangmu and said, Teacher, the demon race has retreated. Retreated? How could this demon race retreat? The Western Queen Mother froze, confused. The 9 heavenly mysteries said, Teacher, I heard that the demon race's army is halfway through its march. Suddenly a big hand fell from the sky. That big hand slapped the ground with a huge pit of 1 billion miles of handprints, and the demon race was terrified that then he retreated. The Queen Mother of the West was flabbergasted. The 9 heavenly mysteries asked, I wonder which great god the teacher has invited to frighten off the demonic Chinese. This, that. Master also does not know what kind of god has helped my Zykanlun. Queen Mother West laughed bitterly. Teacher, you don't know either? The 9 heavenly mysteries were also confused. The matter, then, became a mystery. On the other hand, the demon clan side speculated that the person who struck out was the Dao ancestor. After all, the demon race had destroyed the Eastern King's Duke, who had been appointed by the Taoist ancestor himself, and this was going to destroy the Western Queen Mother. How could the Taoist ancestor not be enraged? Therefore, The demon race side also completely dispelled the idea of going to attack the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 15, Has the seventh brother-in-law been aggrieved? Continue to eat and sleep and fight Hongjun. 3. Big deal. Big deal. On this day, the scribe came back from outside again and yelled at the top of his voice. Sango. What happened? Old 5. The cook, hefting a large iron spoon, ran out of the kitchen and asked. Mobai was also looking curiously at Scholar Lao San, wondering what had happened. Seventh brother's daughter-in-laws, which clan fought with the demon clan and beat the crap out of that demon clan? Scribe said. Butcher rolled his eyes furiously and said, Isn't this a good thing? How powerful the seventh brother's daughter-in-law is. The scholar said anxiously. This was a good thing, but that old man Hongjun suddenly appeared and knocked down the witch clan of the seventh brother-in-law, and the seventh brother-in-law was injured, saying something about letting the demons rule the sky and the witches rule the earth. Mobai grinned and said darkly, What Scholar third brother is talking about should be the first witch-demon war. The Dao ancestor appeared to stop it, and with a single finger broke the sorcerer clan's 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation. What? That bullnose skin of Hongjun's is itching again. How dare he injure the seventh brother's daughter-in-law? Let's go and slaughter that bullnose of Hongjun. When the butcher heard this, he exploded and roared. Yes, old bird Hongjun, how dare you injure seventh brother's daughter-in-law? Really looking for death? The cook slammed the iron spoon into the ground, splitting a boulder on the ground in half. The female devil thrust her waist and roared. Damned old Dao Hongjun, how dare you hit our Hulu village people? You really don't know how to die. Although the fisherman did not speak, he saw a cold aura burst from his eyes and, obviously also hate to go and kill Hongjun. The oldest woodcutter came forward and said, Fourth, fifth, and sixth brothers, you have not yet become saints, and, then you don't have to go. Lao San, we'll take turns going to the purple heavenly palace and continue to eat, sleep, and fight Hongjun. Okay. Butcher Old 2 and Scholar Old 3 were excited. It's been a long time and it's time for me to get out and move my muscles. The woodsman boss took a step out into the chaos. For the next few days, the oldest woodcutter, the second butcher, and the oldest scholar took turns going out each day. Go to the purple heavenly palace to seek out Hongjun to discuss the Dao. The woodsman boss can finish off Hongjun. Butcher's oldest 2 while and Scholar's oldest 3 singled out Hongjun. Both slightly better. But every time the butcher and the scribe go together, the two of them working together, yet it can beat the hell out of Hongjun. Outside the Purple Heaven Palace, Hao Tian and Yao Qi were a bit confused. These days, I don't know what's going on, but there's always a woodcutter, a butcher and a scholar that, every other day, he comes to seek the master's counsel. Immediately afterward, the sound of ghosts crying and wailing came from within the Purple Heavenly Palace. For exactly 30,000 years, the woodcutter, the butcher and the scholar took turns going to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Not a day goes by without a break. There are times when Hongjun can't stand being hit anymore. Then he asked Hao Tian and Yao Qi to take some spiritual treasures from the treasure dividing cliff and bribe the three. The three tortured Hongjun for 30,000 years, and Hongjun has lived a life worse than death for these 30,000 years. I'm on edge every day. The time passed, and it came to the third sermon. It was a relief to see that the weirdo from the Hulu village didn't continue to come to his door and beat him up. Hulu village. Mobai counted the days until the third sermon of the Taoist ancestor. Then he said, brothers and sisters, this time to Hongjun, that old Taoist preaching for the third time. He will divide the treasure. Why don't you go and fight back that split treasure cliff? No need to go. Butcher bristled. On weekdays, when it comes to grabbing treasures, the butcher is most active. But now he is disinterested. There must be something odd about this. Mobai was confused and asked suspiciously, why don't you go? The scholar looked at Mobai and grinned. These 30,000 years, every time we beat up Hongjun that Nubizi will let someone go to the cliff of distributing treasures to get a treasure. There aren't many treasures left on the treasure dividing cliff. There are some crooked ones left, so it's not worth going. Imobai's old face twitched violently as he listened and laughed bitterly. All these years, he's still thinking about how to carry split treasure cliff back to Hulu village. Who had thought that without realizing it? The woodcutter, butcher and scholar had already moved almost all the way to the treasure dividing cliff. Inside the palace of the Purple Heaven, the Taoist ancestor presented the Taiji diagram, the Pango streamer, and the 4 swords of immortal execution to the 3 Ching respectively. Some more treasures were distributed to Nuwa, Jiayin and Juanti. The 3,000 red-dusted guests looked red in the eyes, and were busy following the example of the duo of Jiayin and Junti. Crouching on the ground, he cried out, please, teacher, have mercy and grant us some spiritual treasures. Since Hongjun passed down the method of chopping 3 corpses, spiritual treasures have become more and more important. After all, to behead 3 corpses One needed to host them with a spiritual treasure. The Taoist ancestor said indifferently, "There are still some treasures outside on the treasure dividing cliff, so each of you can take them according to your ability." As soon as the Dao ancestor's words fell, the 3,000 red dust guests went crazy, rushing outside with a brain. Only when they rushed to the front of the treasure dividing cliff, they were dumbfounded, because there were only a few sporadic treasures on the huge treasure dividing cliff. And they were all crooked, not even a decent innate spiritual treasure. What is this situation? Can this be called the cliff of splitting treasure? 3,000 red dusters clueless. Since it is called the cliff of splitting treasure, there must be many treasures on it. But the scene before them was a huge disappointment. This Taoist ancestor is also too stingy. Chapter 16 Mo Bai finally transforms into a form, and the Great Dao within his body awakens. 4. I am Nuwa, and today I have created a man and become a saint, and I wish to open up a small world in the midst of the chaos. Anyone with a destiny can come and see it. One day, auspiciousness fell from the sky, the earth sprang up with golden lotuses, and 10,000 visions arose precipitously, and immediately afterward the vast voice of Nuwa was then heard in the sky. Some more days, successively, another vision was born, and all 6 saints became saints. Since then, the outside world ushered in the age of saints, and the era of witch demon hegemony was gone, and Hulu village remains calm. In the meantime, of course, terrifying auras came from the old 4th fisherman, the old 5th cook, and the old 6th female devil one after another, and it was obvious that all 3 had also become saints, and Mo Bai frantically absorbed the purple gas in the purple gourd. It was getting closer and closer to the day when the incarnation would come out. On this day, Mo Bai finally absorbed the purple gas in the purple gourd cleanly, and his expression was shaken. Excitedly, he said, "Brothers and sisters, I'm going to take shape and come out of the world." The people of Gourd village were overjoyed to hear this and stared at the purple gourd dead in the face. This all stretches from the opening of the heavens in ancient times, during the time of the ferocious beasts, all the way to the present-day quantum leap of sorcerers and demons. It was the age of saints, and Mo Bai was finally going to take form. How could the crowd not be excited? Immediately afterward, only an incomparable purple splendor bloomed above the purple gourd, bright and dazzling. The Taoist rhyme extends. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, but the purple gourd broke free from the gourd vine and crashed to the ground, smashing the ground out of a huge and incomparably deep pit. Immediately afterward, the lid of the purple gourd opened and a stream of purple smoke emerged from it. The purple smoke slowly wriggled, revealing within it a figure as upright as a pine. His features were vaguely visible, with green silk flying behind his head, and he was covered in a purple robe with a prolonged Taoist rhythm. A handsome male. Your brothers and sisters. Inkbrand was overjoyed. LOL, Chitta has finally transformed. The demoness giggled with excitement. Ha ha, 7th brother I've waited for this day, waited for the end of the world. Butcher's one-ringed eye lit up wide and he laughed excitedly. The rest of the crowd laughed. Mo Bai was about to speak, when all of a sudden, a majestic and incomparable force took over his fleshly body. It was actually squeezing his thinking consciousness into nooks and crannies. At the same time, Mo Bai's body exuded infinite Dao rhythms, and behind him, the purple chi connected to the sky. The eyes were ice-cold without a trace of emotion, and every word and action, even a single glance, was the Dao, the trajectory of the Dao. Misty grass, am I being taken over by the Great Dao? Or maybe, it is the way that has taken over my flesh. Mo Bai was in a big hurry and kept shouting in the darkness, but no one could hear him. All along, he had known that there was a great terror living inside of him, and this great terror was most likely the Great Dao split. After all, back then, the system was attacked by the Great Dao, and in the end, it had to be integrated within the innate gourd vine. Although the system exhausted its energy and summoned 6 older siblings to himself, it also sealed the avenue split into his body. Unexpectedly, the day he took form was the day the Great Dao took him. This, of course, is the scheme of the avenue. The Great Way is formless and formless, and though it is everywhere, it has no body. And as the Great Dao suddenly sought out this body of Mo Bai, it naturally would not let it go easily. Damn! The woodcutter boss was the first to realize that something was wrong with Mo Bai, and with a loud roar, his body shot up into the sky and, with both hands outstretched, he frantically made seals and struck at Mo Bai. Meanwhile, Butcher old 2, Scholar old 3, Fisherman old 4, Cook old 5, and Demoness old 6 also realized that something was wrong, and they all stormed out, frantically forming seals and striking seals into Mo Bai's body. Infinite Dao rhythms and infinite purple auras blossomed on Mo Bai's body. Frantically, he fought against the seals of the woodcutter and the others. The two sides fought, and neither seemed to want to give in to the other. Go brothers and sisters, go! Inkbrand is also frantically rushing out, trying to regain the initiative of his body. Time went by and this confrontation became more and more white-hot. In the end, the woodcutter and the others finally gained the upper hand and suppressed the Great Dao divergence, and Mobai finally regained the initiative of his body. The woodcutter and the others were shaken, their breath failing. "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Mobai thanked the woodcutter and the others from the bottom of his heart and arched his hand to the crowd. "Granted, these older siblings are, in all likelihood, summoned by the system. In order to deal with the Great Dao dividers, they had their mission and were not to be disobeyed, but seeing them fight for Mobai desperately, Mobai's heart was still warm, because they are Murabai's family in this world. Chita, what are you talking about? We are family." The butcher grinned a weak laugh, revealing a mouth full of large white teeth. "Yes, we are family. Even if we have to fight for our lives, we will save you." The scholar's body shook as he walked up to Mobai and grinned. The woodcutter boss had a grave expression on his face as he walked up to Mobai and said, "Seventh brother, even though the Great Dao split has been sealed by us, you must remember not to tamper with the sixfold seal inside you. Otherwise, the power gained by the Great Dao split is getting stronger and stronger. And one day, there's nothing we can do about it." Chapter 17, The Three-Legged Golden Crow? A Great Tonic. 5. Mobai grinned and busily arched his hand. "Thanks big brother. I've remembered. Seventh brother. In the future, every once in a while, we'll have to reinforce the seal for you. Remember, the old woodcutter said in a serious tone. "Big brother, I remember," Inkbrand said good-naturedly. The transformation was a bit of a shock, but it was a good one. However, Mobai had bred a terrifying thought at this very moment. The Great Dao bilocation wanted to take over him, so why couldn't he take over the Great Dao bilocation? Indeed, with his current feeble strength, he was simply unable to counter the full power of the Great Dao split. However, it could be possible to enhance one's power by breaking the seal little by little and turning the power of the Great Dao that flowed out into one's own. It's borrowing from the avenue. It's an extremely crazy idea, and if you're not careful, you'll be in the middle of nowhere. If the woodcutter and the others knew that Mobai had such thoughts, they were afraid that they would vomit blood in anger. After all, the idea was just too risky, and Mobai now felt that this method worked. Even when push came to shove, he could see the power of the Great Dao. Nowadays, Inkbrand is just like Dr. Banner and Hulk. Inkbrand's body is sealed with the Great Dao, and when push comes to shove, he can summon Hulk to deal with others, even saints, or even Taoist ancestors. He can explode whack. After all, what was inside him was not someone else, but the supreme Great Dao. In a sense, Mobai could be said to be an invincible existence. Moreover, Mobai thought that he could negotiate with the avenue, and if both sides came to an agreement, he would be truly invincible. Yeah, seventh brother, you are a little too weak. How come you only have the cultivation of the early stage of the true immortal realm? Suddenly, the female devil walked over, looked Mobai up and down, and sked. Mobai laughed bitterly, his old face blushing, somewhat unable to hang on. Whoever told him that there was a Great Dao living inside of him sucked out the energy. Thus he only had the cultivation level of the true immortal realm. The people of Hulu village are all quasi-saints in their transformations, and at the very least, they are low, while Mobai is only at the true immortal realm. He felt that he had disgraced the people of Hulu village. "No, I have to patch you up." Cook Lao Wu turned pale, but for the sake of Mobai, he still hefted the big iron spoon and went out of the village. I don't know how long it took, but the cook old five finally came back, carrying a golden scaly dragon on his shoulder. Smilingly, he said, "Seventh brother, this auger dragon is a great tonic. I'll give you a dragon stew to go." With that, the cook dragged the auger and headed for the kitchen. Inkbrand listened with a black line. "Tai, where are the rats from that dare to lay hands on a member of my demon race?" Just then, a loud thunderous cry rang out, only to see a firelight shoot from outside. The firelight converged, revealing a man in a yellow robe. In his hand, he held a small golden clock that dripped and spun. Could this guy be the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi? Inkbrand muttered as he looked toward the visitor. It was just that the East Emperor Tai Chi was obviously also very afraid of the two big rivers outside the village, and he actually didn't dare to cross the rivers. "Yo, this turkey is good. Stew it, it's much better than this dragon." When the cook saw the East Emperor Tai, his small, slinky eyes were double-visioned and he was ecstatic and, throwing the auger, scatterbrained ran towards the outskirts of the village. Inkbrand, however, listened with a black line. The person coming is the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, known as the first person under the saints, and you're going to stew them? The people of Hulu village really can't be thought of in terms of normal thinking. Outside the village, the East Emperor Tai stumbled and almost pissed himself when he heard that. Breaking out in curses, he said, "Thief, Today this emperor would like to see how you will stew this emperor. He was the titular Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Even the 6 saints had to be courteous when they saw him. I didn't realize that the big fat cook in front of me was going to stew him. That's a lot to take in. Immediately, the Eastern Emperor Tai became furious, roared, manipulated the chaos bell, and then covered the cook. However, the chaos bell was seen flying out, instantly transforming into a large bell that was billions of acres in circumference. The hood shone down on the cook. Mobai watched with a dark grin, really sweating for the cook. This East Emperor Tai really lived up to his name. It was worthy of being a terrifying existence that was known as the first person under the saints of the sorcerer demon era. Just the next moment, only to see the cook swinging up the big iron spoon in his hand, and knocking a spoon on top of the chaos bell. It actually knocked the chaos bell with a wail and fell backward with a loud bang, collapsing a large mountain that stretched for billions of miles in the distance. Dong Huang Tai's eyes went straight as he looked at it. Turkey, don't run. The cook spilled his guts and darted toward the East King. Old 5. Don't move to kill. Just then, the voice of the woodsman's boss came. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had long been scared out of his wits. Where else would he dare to stay longer? Hurriedly transforming into his body, the 3-legged golden crow, his wings revved up, transforming into a fiery aura, and disappearing into the distance. Only he was fast, and the cook's form was even faster. The cook flew straight up and yanked on one of the Eastern Emperor's legs, and then ripped the leg right off. Oh come on, the 3-legged golden crow has really turned into a 2-legged turkey. Mobai's old face twitched violently as he watched. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi let out a heart-rending scream, casting a secret technique that, hurriedly turning into a stream of light, he flew away into the distance. Shit-ta! Great tonic! Great tonic! The cook, with the huge, immense bird's leg over his shoulder, ran excitedly toward the village, laughing. Chapter 18 Chaos beads fished up in the big river outside the village. 6. Soon, a pot of delicious golden crow soup was ready. The cook brought out the golden crow soup and said with a smile, "Seventh brother, drink it, it's a great tonic." The great tonic. Mobai grinned, took the golden crow soup, and drank it down helplessly. Immediately afterward, Mobai felt a warm current traveling throughout his body. Phew! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying flame emerged from Mobai's body, burning brightly. It burned space to distortion. This is the true fire of the sun? Inkbrand was ecstatic. I didn't realize that after eating a Jinwu leg and drinking a bowl of Jinwu soup, he had actually cultivated the sun true flame, and his cultivation had gone even further, having already broken through the mid-true immortal realm. In the following days, the village became lively because of the extra ink white. Mobai's favorite thing to do is to jump into the 2 big rivers outside the village to fish for treasures. In those 2 big rivers, many treasures were poured in by Butcher and others, and when Mobai didn't take on a form, he was greedy for it, and now that he had taken form, he naturally couldn't let it go. Moreover, because Mobai had fused the origin chi of his 6 elder siblings in the gourd, therefore, it is like a fish in water in 2 big rivers and can swim at will. This bead. One day, Mobai fished out a stone bead from a large river and foxed it. Just then, the woodsman boss's figure surfaced and, eyes deadpan stared at the stone bead in Mobai's hand and exclaimed, "This is the chaos bead. One of the, for chaos supreme treasures." Chaos beads? When Mobai heard this, he was ecstatic and put the beads away. Above the flood, the topmost treasures were the 4 chaos supreme treasures. It was just that the 4 greatest treasures, the heaven-opening god axe, the chaotic green lotus, and the jade saucer of creation, were all destroyed during the heaven-opening calamity, leaving only the chaos bead unaccounted for. But now it was fished out of the great river by Mobai. In other words, this chaos bead was the only chaos supreme treasure that, it is the king of treasures. And now, this emperor of 10,000 treasures belonged to Mobai. When Mobai was born, no one was happier than Hachi. Ever since Mobai was born, the other elders of the village have forced Hachi to surrender his life soul. Hachi had no choice but to surrender his life soul to Mobai, and since then Hachi's life and death, it's only at the whim of Mobai. However, Hachi also gained the right to enter and leave the village on his own as a result. Inkbrand was swimming in 2 big rivers, fishing for babies when Hachi then dozed off on his back under the large willow tree outside the village. On this day, a person was welcomed into the sky above the Hulu village. This person was no one else but the Tongtian sect leader, one of the 3 purities. Speaking of Lord Tongtian, it's been a beautiful time lately, though, nowadays, the 6 saints are crossing over, and together they are in charge of the flood. However, among these 6 saints, he, sect leader Tongtian, was undoubtedly the star that shone the brightest. There are countless disciples under the sect of the Interceptors, and it is said that 10,000 immortals have come to the temple. It is the veritable number one great religion above the flood. The disciples under his door were also extremely outstanding. For example, the 4 great personal disciples, especially the chief great disciple, Taoist Duo Bao, even more has already broken through the quasi-saint realm, is really the first of the 3 generations of disciples of the Xianmen. In addition to these, there were the attendants 7 immortals, as well as Zhao Gongming, the great disciple of the outer sect, and the Lady of the 3 Heavens. These were all famous figures above the flood. Moreover, sect leader Tongtian even has the immortal execution sword formation, which is the first killing formation in the floodplains that cannot be broken by the 4 saints. It's unbeatable. As a result, sect leader Tongtian often referred to himself as the first saint of the flood. Lord Tongtian had nothing to do, and rode the Kenyo to travel the floodplains, and, without realizing it, then it came to the sky above the Hulu village. Speaking of the Hulu village, it is also a terrain for the Tongtian Godfather. In the ancient times, before the Taoist ancestors' first sermon, they, the 3 pristine ones, had come to Huluan village once. At that time, they were beaten by the 3 strange men, and were even chased and bitten by a big dog, which was a real mess. After many years, the Tongtian sect master once again came to Hulu village with quite an awkwardness in his heart. He looked downward and, only a large dog, white as snow, was seen curled up under a large willow tree, snoozing. The inside of the village was shrouded in haze, making it difficult to see the situation. This village is truly odd, and the poor Taoist has now become a saint. I can't believe I can't see the village. Sect leader Tongtian was secretly shocked and muttered. And outside the village, there were still 2 great, mighty rivers flowing and rushing. It's the long river of time and destiny. The Tongtian sect master was again and again sure of the origin of the 2 large rivers outside the village, and could not help but be alarmed. He just couldn't figure out that an ordinary village how there are 2 great rivers, the long river of time and the long river of destiny, surrounding it. Just then, a big, sunny boy came out of time and, holding a futon in his hand, he laughed excitedly. Innate futon, still let me find it. Ha ha, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, sect leader Tongtian was so shocked that his body stumbled and nearly planted himself off the body of the Q. To know that the long river of time and the long river of destiny, but the long river of time and the long river of destiny are the most mysterious existences in the flood world. These 2 ancient rivers, piercing through the ancient times and connecting to the future generations, are mysterious and sinister. Even he, a saint, didn't dare to wade in it and this big boy in front of me is swimming in it. This was something that if he hadn't seen with his own eyes, he was afraid that he would not believe it even if he beat the Tongtian sect master to death. Chapter 19, Someone swimming in the rivers of time and destiny? 1. To be able to swim in the river of time and the river of fate, this person's strength must be transcendent. Even, it could be a saint. The Tongtian sect master was shocked beyond measure in his heart. This fellow Taoist, what are you doing up there? Since you're here, why don't you come down? How about we have a drink together? Emobai also discovered the Tongtian sect leader and jumped out of the long river of time, exclaiming. Sect leader Tongtian was the first person he had met in all these years, so he naturally felt a bit more affectionate. With a slight hesitation, sect leader Tongtian urged the Kenyo and headed down. But Kenyo is not moving, and he dares not go down. A pair of bullseyes stared deathly at Hachi under the big willow tree, whimpering and whimpering. Sect leader Tongtian followed Kenyo's gaze to look at Hachi and took a closer look, but he was shocked again. This little 8 was actually an ancient ferocious beast, and as for what kind of ferocious beast it was, the sect leader Tongtian didn't know either, but he knew that the strength of this Xiao Hachi was feared to be comparable to a quasi-saintly powerhouse. A dog that's comparable to a quasi-saintly powerhouse? Sect leader Tongtian did not realize that his old face trembled fiercely. Little 8's furry ears twitched as he looked up at sect leader Tongtian and Kuenyo, then went back to huffing and puffing. Fellow Taoist, come down. My dog is very good. It doesn't bite, Inkbrand exclaimed. Sect leader Tongtian viciously knocked Kenyo's big head. Only then did the Kenyo shudder and fly downward. When he reached the ground, all 4 of Kenyo's legs were trembling, clearly terrified of Hachi. It was no wonder that Kuenyo was afraid of Hachi, but it turns out that Zaya Hachi is the emperor of the ancient ferocious beasts, the beast emperor divine in verse, the true king of all beasts, an existence even more ancient than the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Kirin, with a natural oppression of beasts. That's why Kuenyo shivered at the sight of Hachi. You this dead cow, cause poor Tao to lose face, to be back to the Kunlun mountains, poor Tao and then clean up your. Sect leader Tongtian only felt that Kuenyo had disgraced himself, and let out a low, furious curse. Then he quickly walked towards Mobai. The divine light in his eyes flashed. obviously probing Imobai's cultivation. However, when he did this probing, he found that he couldn't even see through Imobai's cultivation, so he couldn't help but be shocked. It was as if a shockwave had been set off. Originally, Inkbrand was swimming in the long river of time and destiny. Tongtian sect leader then suspected that Imobai is a saint, and now cannot see through the cultivation of Imobai. Instinctively more certain that Imobai is a saint undoubtedly. It was just that sect leader Tongtian didn't know that Imobai was carrying the Chaos Pearl, one of the 4 Chaos Supreme Treasures. This Chaos Bead has one great feature. That is, it can shield everything. It was even capable of shielding the Heavenly Dao and the Great Dao. This was also the reason why the Chaos Bead was able to be preserved from the ancient times. Therefore, it was natural for sect leader Tongtian to not be able to see through Imobai's cultivation. Sect leader Tongtian swallowed his saliva and hurriedly arched his hand toward Imobai. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Imobai also followed the Tongtian sect leader's example and arched his hand. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The 2 men each rose. Imobai sized up the Tongtian sect leader, and then looked at the Kanyo behind the Tongtian sect leader, and he couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Delightedly, he said, "Are you the Tongtian sect leader?" "Ah, it is the poor Taoist," sect leader Tongtian graciously admitted. "Fogweed, how dare I call myself a friend of a saint?" But Imobai was relieved when he thought about it. What about saints? There are 6 saints in the Gourd village besides him. And, in ancient times, the oldest 4 fishermen, the oldest 5 cooks, and the oldest 6 female devils had chased after the 3 purities, and among them was the Tongtian sect leader. Thinking this way, Imobai felt that it was only natural for him and sect leader Tongtian to refer to each other as Dao friends. "My name is Imobai. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, please." Inkbrand fell to his feet and said, "If, above the flood, besides the people of the Hulu village, who is the person that Imobai most admires? That would undoubtedly be sect leader Tongtian. The first is the teaching philosophy of the Tontines, that there is no difference in teaching and treating all alike. He will not look at the heel and the birth like Yuansher, which in the opinion of Imobai, a cross-border household. Tongtian sect leader is very great and very humanized. Fellow Taoist, please." Sect leader Tongtian didn't dare to be careless and panicked. The 2 took their seats next to the river of time and the river of fate. There was a large boulder in the center of the 2. Sect leader Tongtian turned his head to glance toward the long river of time and the long river of fate, and suddenly saw some images. 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect fall. 10,000 great sects destroyed. This, sect leader Tongtian was stunned, his face extremely ugly as he exclaimed in shock. Imobai froze, looked at sect leader Tongtian, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, what's wrong with you?" Sect leader Tongtian turned his head to look at Imobai and asked instead of answering, "Dare I ask you, is the sight seen in this river real?" "Naturally, it's true." Inkbrand laughed. The corner of the eye of Lord Tongtian's eyes shook fiercely, and he said, "Could it be that I, the 10,000 great teachings of the Interceptor sect, is it going to be overthrown? How is this possible? And who wants to overthrow my Interceptor sect?" Imobai grinned and said, "These 2 rivers are oddly eccentric, and they often reflect some scenes. I once saw right in the river that I transcended the Great Dao and became an immortal being for all time." The Tongtian sect master's old face darkened as he listened, furiously rolling his eyes. "Aya, fellow Taoist Tongtian, come, it's not easy for us to meet. We're going to get drunk today." Imobai laughed out loud, took out a purple gourd and laughed. Chapter 20 Claiming friendship with the saints and drinking 300 cups to each other. 2. That poor man doesn't drink alcohol. Sect leader Tongtian shook his head. Imobai had just opened the lid of the gourd, but when he heard Tongtian's sect leader's words, he couldn't help but grin. Said, sect leader Tongtian can be really funny. What kind of big man doesn't drink? Don't drink too." Saying that, Imobai was about to put the lid on the gourd. A scent of wine mixed with supreme Dao rhythms drilled into the Tongtian sect master's nose. Sect leader Tongtian only felt a great shock in his spirit and a burst of penetration in his Dao heart. What kind of wine is this? Surprisingly, it has such a strong Dao rhythm? Sect leader Tongtian's eyes instantly went straight, instinctively busy stopping Imobai. But it turned out to be that the wine was brewed by Imobai's origin purple gourd. His purple gourd is quite mysterious. Not only did it create him, but it even brewed the Great Dao. The wine brewed from this purple gourd was a natural Dao wine, which was fatally tempting to cultivators. Imobai froze and said suspiciously, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, aren't you not drinking?" Sect leader Tongtian's old face blushed with shame. Sneered, That poor Taoist think Imobai Taoist friend said right. This man does not drink. That is still a man well. Poor Taoist drink." On the side, Kanyo looked dumbfounded, secretly said, "The master is so shameless." Suddenly, Kuei Nyo saw Hachi looking up at it, and couldn't help but tremble with fear. Wincing again, Ma Bai froze again, then reached out and slapped Tongtian sect leader hard on his shoulder. He laughed out loud and said, "That's right, fellow Taoist Tongtian, that's what a man is like." The bull's face shook hard again as Quinn looked on. Sect leader Tongtian was a saint. This guy dared to tap a saint on the shoulder. The point is that his lordship is still indifferent. Then, Mo Bai took out 2 wine cups and poured a cup of wine for sect leader Tongtian. Sect leader Tongtian hurriedly tilted his head and swallowed it in one gulp. When the Dao wine entered the stomach, one could only feel a supreme Dao rhythm surging in, and the Dao rhythm was prolonged and evocative. Sect leader Tongtian only felt that his Taoist heart had never been this transparent before, and behind him, the purple chi was even in the sky, and his chi was long-lasting. Auspiciousness filled the sky, and all kinds of visions steeped up. Even the cultivation level that had not fluctuated for a long time had actually refined at this moment. After a long time, sect leader Tongtian opened his eyes and looked at Mo Bai with a delighted expression. Laughing out loud, he said, good wine, ha ha, the wine I personally brewed is naturally good." Mo Bai also laughed out loud. For Mo Bai to be able to brew such a Dao wine, he really is a great magus. Sect leader Tongtian even identified Mo Bai as a rare great avatar, possibly even a saint. Shy old face, smiled sarcastically. That Mo Bai Taoist friend, poor Taoist can drink another cup? It's just that Lord Tongtian didn't know that in Mo Bai's purple gourd, even if it was filled with some ordinary water, that can also become dowsing water. His lordship is so shameless that he took the initiative to ask for a drink. Kenyo looked up at sect leader Tongtian and muttered. Tongtian's sect master heard the old face black, right as if he did not hear, secretly remembered in his heart. Prepare to go back and settle the score with Kenyo. I told you, we'll get drunk today. Come on, drink again. Mo Bai laughed out loud and gave another cup of wine to sect leader Tongtian and poured a cup for himself. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai is refreshing. You Taoist friend. Poor Taoist made a deal. Ha ha. Tongtian sect master is also a person with a generous nature. Listening to it, he laughed out loud. Tilting his head back, he downed the Tao wine again. Here, have another drink. Ink Brand exulted. Another cup of wine was poured for sect leader Tongtian. In this way, the two of them, you a cup, I a cup, openly drink 300 cups. It was only when they had finished the gourd of wine that the two of them stopped. Sect leader Tongtian, slightly drunk, looked at Mo Bai and laughed. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, it's getting late. The poor Taoist will take his leave first. Mo Bai grinned. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, take your time. Some other day, I'll brew another pot of good wine. How about we drink another 300 cups when special Ho Tongtian Dao Lord friend comes? Very good. In the coming day, the poor Taoist will definitely come back to seek out fellow Taoist for a drink. Sect leader Tongtian's eyes lit up with joy. Saying that, with a flip of his hand, the Tongtian sect leader appeared with a golden lock and handed it to Mo Bai. Laughing, he said, after drinking much wine from fellow Taoist Mo Bai, the poor Taoist will present this 9 dragons through the heart lock as a gift, and you should not dislike it. This 9 dragons through the heart lock is an extremely powerful innate spiritual treasure of the Interceptor sect. Although it is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, once it is sacrificed, 9 black jade chains can be summoned from within, locking people's hearts and souls. Pin the person's top 3 flowers in chest 5 chi. On weekdays, this treasure was something that the Tongtian sect master wore with him. Unexpectedly, sect leader Tongtian was willing to give this item to Mo Bai. Mo Bai was overjoyed and took the 9 dragons piercing lock, saying, in that case, I won't push it away. But never again. Fellow Taoist, take care. The poor Taoist takes his leave. Tongtian sect master talked with Mo Bai very happily, said goodbye to Mo Bai, immediately rode the Kenyo, back to the Kunlun Mountains. When they arrived at the Kunlun Mountain, at this time, Taishan Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun were sitting together to discuss the Dao. Greetings, 2 elder brothers. Sect leader Tongtian arched his hand toward the duo of Taishan Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Good day, senior. Taishan Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun returned the salute. Suddenly, the first heavenly father realized that the Taoist charm was very thick in the Tongtian sect master's body. His cultivation level was actually greatly improved, so he could not help but let out a light eep and said, Third brother's cultivation level has refined quite a bit. Chapter 21 Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder. Late True Immortal. 3. Where? Sect leader Tongtian grinned. The first heavenly father's face shook fiercely as he said, Third brother, how about we discuss the Dao a bit? Sect leader Tongtian laughed. Very good. Then the 3 of them sat down to argue. It's just that in this discussion, the Tongtian sect leader spoke highly of his insights into the Tao. there was a whole new perception again. Shocking Tai Shan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun. The two were suspicious in their hearts, wondering why sect leader Tongtian's understanding of the Tao was so profound. The first Heavenly Father was about to inquire. Just then, the purple gas rolled in the sky, auspiciousness filled the sky, and the earth surged with golden lotus. An auspicious cloud of 10,000 acres floated in from the distance, and an old man stood on top of it. This old man was no other than the Tao ancestor. Greetings, Sensei. When the three Ching saw Tao ancestor, they panicked and worshipped. Daozu vainly helped the three up and said, "Get up." The three clearings rose. Tai Shan Laozi arched his hand and said, "Teacher has suddenly arrived. I wonder if something has happened." The Taoist ancestor, surrounded by a flickering arcane light, looked at the three of them and said, "There are 50 heavenly paths, and one of them is hidden away. Therefore the heavenly Tao is not perfect, and in a few days the poor Taoist will transform the Tao with his body to make up for the one that has disappeared. After that, Hongjun is the way of heaven. The heavenly Tao is not Hongjun. If there is no major event, the poor Tao will not come out. Teacher mercy." The three clearings panicked and arched their hands. In truth, the three pristine ones' hearts rejoiced a pang. When Hongjun didn't conform to the way, a mountain was always pressed on their heads, but as soon as Hongjun conformed to the way, the big mountain above them will be gone, and the whole flood will be their world. Especially Yuan Shi Tianzun. The heart of power is extremely heavy, but also can't wait for Hongjun to merge with the Tao earlier. Daozu looked at Sancheng and said, "Now that the poor Taoist is about to merge with the Tao, before merging with the Tao, poor Tao will pass on one more divine ability to you." Sancheng's eyes lit up as he listened. The name of this divine ability is Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder. It is extremely powerful. You should cultivate it well, Daozu faintly said. With that, Tao ancestor began to explain the cultivation method of purple heavenly lightning to the three Ching. Just this purple sky divine thunder extremely complex esoteric. Even the three Ching also listened to the cloud. For a moment it was puzzling. When the explanation was finished, Daozu looked at the three Ching and asked, "Have the three of you ever understood?" The three purities were embarrassed. Tai Shan Laozi laughed bitterly and arched his hand toward Tao ancestor. "I'm not going to hide it from you, teacher, but the disciple seems to understand it. Some parts are still not quite clear. So is the apprentice." The first Heavenly Father and the Tongtian sect master also awkwardly arched their hands. Tao ancestor nodded his head and said faintly, "This purple heavenly divine thunder is incredibly complicated. It's hard for you guys to do it. If that enlightenment tea tree of the poor Taoist is still around, and I brew you some enlightenment tea, maybe you'll realize it." With that, the Tao ancestor looked at the three of you and said, "How much or how little you realize depends on your own personal destiny. The poor Taoist is going." Immediately after that, Tao ancestor concealed his form. The three clearings began to continue exploring the violet heavenly divine thunder. It was just that with their enlightenment, it wasn't easy for them to completely master this purple heavenly lightning in a moment. The matter was then put on hold. On this day, sect leader Tongtian thought to himself, "If we have the help of fellow Taoist Mabai's Tao wine, maybe we can also comprehend this purple heavenly thunder." With this in mind, sect leader Tongtian summoned the Kanyo and wrote it off in a hurry. On the other hand, Mobai was cultivating by the two large rivers outside the village. This time, he swallowed a lot of Huangjongli in one breath, and with the help of the enlightenment tea, the energy gathered in his body completely exploded. One could only see Mobai's entire body surrounded by flashes of arcane light and purple aura, exuding a terrifying Tao rhythm all over his body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose up from Mobai's body, and his chi rushed to the sky, stirring the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. The sky was filled with haze light waving down, colorful and extremely gorgeous, finally breaking through to the late true immortal stage. Mobai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said with delight, "Roar!" Just then, a heaven-shaking tiger roar rang out. Inkbrand was startled and looked back, only to see that not far away, on top of the hill, there was an immense white tiger. Hachi woke up with a jolt from the tiger demon and looked at it angrily. Then he was going to get up and catch the white tiger demon to beat his teeth. The pupils of the tiger demon's eyes contracted dramatically, instinctively feeling the pressure on his bloodline, and he was scared to death. Then he was going to run away. Hachi, stop! Ink White, however, was overjoyed, spreading his feet and transforming into a gust of wind, rushing towards the white tiger demon. But Mobai had just broken through and wanted to test how his battle power was. This white tiger demon had already reached the late true immortal realm and was exactly what he was practicing for, which was why Mobai was so excited. Of course, in order to prevent the white tiger demon from escaping, Mobai intentionally exuded his own aura. Mid-true immortal cultivation was in full swing. The white tiger demon took a look. Hey, your ing cultivation isn't as good as mine. What are you bull asterisk 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 ting about? Immediately, the white tiger demon's ferociousness was so great that he roared and pounced at Mo. Raising his tiger claw like a mountain, he slapped at Mo. It was afraid that a huge mountain would have to be slapped and blasted down with this slap. However, Mo didn't care and rushed up to the tiger demon, blasting his fist towards it. This kid is looking for death, right? The tiger demon froze and smiled cruelly. It seemed to have already seen the bloody scene of the tiny human in front of it being slapped to death by it. Hachi's heart was in his throat as he watched, exclaiming, Master! Chapter 22, Hooking Up with a Saint, Shocking Jin Yuanzi. 4. Hachi's heart was breaking right now. In this moment of inattention on his part, Inkbrand rushed up. At the moment he was too late to rescue. If this Mo is slapped to death, it will be eaten alive by the demons in the village. But the next moment, something happened that blew his mind. Only to see the runes fluttering above Mo's large hand, meeting the white tiger demon's claws. In the next moment, the white tiger demon was actually directly slapped away by Mo. It crashed down a large mountain behind it. Hachi looked dumbfounded, and then suddenly realized, it's the great master's law of force. Borrowing power to be powerful. The master of the party borrowed the power of the white tiger, plus his own divine power, and thus was able to shoot the white tiger away. In a matter of moments, the white tiger demon crawled out of the messy rocks and looked at Mo with an unbelievable expression. Obviously he couldn't figure out that this tiny guy in front of him, with a cultivation level inferior to his, how could he burst out with such divine power, and in turn, slapped him away. Tiger, get up and keep fighting. Inkbrand grinned and thrust out. The white tiger demon was ferocious and roared, once again pouncing at Mo. Good coming, ha ha. Mo laughed out loud and rushed towards the white tiger demon with great strides, fighting with the white tiger demon. Although, Mo's cultivation was a head weaker than the white tiger demon, he was superior in that he had mastered the power of various laws, especially the law of force, law of time, and law of fate. These three supreme laws combined gave Mo the strength to finish off the white tiger demon. The poor white tiger demon was being beaten by Mo with a strange wail. Little lord, spare your life, spare your life. The white tiger demon clutched his head and cried out in pain. In midair, in the clouds, a Taoist man with a face like a crown of jade took it all in, and, with a swing of the duster in his hand, he didn't take it seriously and was about to leave in the clouds. This person is no one else, but a great god of the flood, Jin Yuanzi, who is known as the ancestor of the earth immortals. Just as immortal Jin Yuanzi was about to leave, he saw sect leader Tongtian riding a bull from afar. Fellow Taoist Mo, how have you been? Sect leader Tongtian saw Mo and rejoiced. What's the situation? Sect leader Tongtian actually called a tiny true immortal Taoist? Great immortal Jin Yuanzi stumbled as he listened, nearly falling from the clouds. Thought my ears were out of whack and I had misheard. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you're here. Mo got up from the white tiger demon and saw the Tongtian sect leader, enthusiastically greeting sect leader Tongtian. Fogweed. Surprisingly, it's true. This tiny true immortal, to call sage Tongtian Taoist friend? How is that possible? Jin Yuanzi was so stunned that he could hardly believe his ears. To be honest, if he hadn't heard this with his own ears, he was afraid that he wouldn't believe it even if it killed him. Sect leader Tongtian dismounted from the cacao, and when he saw Mo, he grinned and said, Fellow Taoist Mo, how did you get into a fight with a white tiger demon? This is. Mo grinned and said, nothing just having fun and playing. On the side, the white tiger demon was dumbfounded by what he heard and lay on the ground trembling. This tiny true immortal in front of me even called sage Tongtian a Taoist friend. Then there's a good chance this guy is an old demon playing with him on purpose. No wonder he couldn't beat him. Let's go. Let's drink. Mo's hand naturally hooked onto the Tongtian sect leader's shoulder, pulling the Tongtian sect leader towards the river. Hooking up with a saint? And no reaction from the saints? Immortal Jin Yuanzi and the white tiger demon once again looked dumbfounded. Can hardly believe my eyes. After taking 2 steps, sect leader Tongtian paused and turned back to look toward the clouds. Laughing, he said, Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, since we're here, let's come down and share a few drinks. How about it? Immortal Jin Yuanzi was stunned and hurriedly descended into the clouds, arching his hand towards sect leader Tongtian. Poor Dao Jin Yuanzi meets sect leader Tongtian. After a pause, Jin Yuanzi then arched his hand toward Mo and said, Greetings, fellow Taoist. Although immortal Jin Yuanzi was full of doubts, but people Mo had called Tongtian sage as a Taoist friend, so how could he dare to be arrogant? Greetings, fellow Taoist. Mo sized up Jin Yuanzi and grinned. Come on, fellow Taoist Mo, let's just go drink and discuss the Tao. Sect leader Tongtian somewhat impatiently urged. Ha ha, go. Mo Bai hooked one hand on the Tongtian sect leader's shoulder, and pulled the armchair Jin Yuanzi de Xian with the other hand. Head for the river. When the three of them left, while that white tiger demon got up and darted away at the fastest speed in his life, "The!" exclaimed. "Move! Move! This place can't stay." When he arrived at the river's large green stone heel, Mo Bai invited the Tongtian sect master and Jin Yuanzi Daxian to sit down. Laughing, he said, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian and fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, you guys have some tea first. I'll go to the village to get some wine." Saying that, Mo Bai flipped his hand, now a pot of tea, and took out a few 3 cups. Prepare to pour tea for sect leader Tongtian and immortal Jin Yuanzi. Drinking tea? Forget it, that stuff is bitter and unpleasant, not as refreshing as wine. Sect leader Tongtian had come for Mo Bai's Dao wine. Where would he drink any tea? Oh, forget it then. 2 fellow Taoists, wait a bit. I'll go fetch some wine from the village. Mo Bai poured half a cup of tea for sect leader Tongtian and stopped, grinning. Later, this tea. The Tongtian sect master smelled the incomparably fragrant tea scent. His eyes went straight, and he swallowed his saliva. "The?" asked. "This tea is Enlightenment tea?" Chapter 23. How did the Enlightenment tea end up in your place? Fellow Taoist Mo Bai? 5. When the Taoist ancestor was teaching the 3 Chings purple heavenly thunder, he slipped up and said that it was a pity that his Enlightenment tea was gone. In other words, this Enlightenment tea originally belonged to Daozu. At that time, the 3 pristine ones didn't dare to ask more questions. I wonder how the Taoist ancestor's Enlightenment tea was not available. Did you give it away? Or was it taken away? Only now, the Enlightenment tea had unexpectedly appeared in Hulu village, in the hands of Mo Bai. How could this call the Tongtian sect leader not be shocked? It seems to be Enlightenment tea. Inkbrand nodded. Sect master Tongtian looked at Mo Bai with a shocked expression and asked, "Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, this Enlightenment tea, where did you get that?" "Oh, the older brother in the family snatched it from an old Taoist," Inkbrand said casually. "Ha?" The Tongtian sect master was so shocked that he nearly slipped off the stone bench with an incredulous look on his face. He squarely still thought that this Enlightenment tea was gifted to Mo Bai by Dao ancestor. After all, who could snatch something from the Taoist ancestor's hands? But now, Mo Bai says that his elder brother snatched it from an old Taoist. Who is that old man? Apparently it's the Taoist ancestor. To be able to snatch something from the Dao father's hands, how powerful must his elder brother be? Tongtian sect master seriously doubted Mo Bai's words and bristled. That Mo Bai fellow Taoist, is it really robbed? Not from someone else? Mo Bai looked at sect leader Tongtian with a confused expression. Not knowing why sect leader Tongtian was dwelling on this issue, he couldn't help but bristle and say, "It was robbed, not given away." Looking at Mo Bai's words, it didn't seem like he was telling lies. Then wouldn't his elder brother be more powerful than the Dao father? This village is really mysterious. Sect leader Tongtian was so shocked that the corners of his eyes fluttered violently, and he swallowed his saliva. Said, that robbed, really robbed. Mo Bai looked at sect leader Tongtian with a suspicious expression and asked, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, what's wrong with you?" The Tongtian sect master was busy making a harumph and said, that Mo Bai Taoist friend, give the poor Taoist some tea. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, didn't you say just now that you don't drink tea? Mo Bai furiously rolled his eyes and skimmed his lips. Japan Europe, can I know the tea you're talking about is Gautama tea? Tongtian sect master's old face reddened and smiled sarcastically. That poor Taoist suddenly felt that some tea would be nice, don't you think? Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi? That's right, it's good to drink. Great immortal Jin Yuanzi was busy saying, "Just kidding, that's Enlightenment tea." Legend has it that drinking the Enlightenment tea puts one into a marvelous state of enlightenment. In this state of enlightenment, the cultivator can come into close contact with the origin of the Tao, the understanding of the Taoist magical powers. There is a qualitative improvement. If it weren't for the fact that Gohypnol tea works best the first time, and then becomes less and less effective after that, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be the 10 great innate spiritual roots, but the 11 great innate spiritual roots above the flood. This kind of chance can be encountered but not sought. The two of them, sect leader Tongtian and immortal Jin Yuanzi, naturally wouldn't miss it. There are times when it's time to be shameless for the sake of opportunity. Oh, well, for Mo Bai, a person who had always eaten Enlightenment tea and various spiritual fruits as a meal. Naturally, he could not understand why the Tongtian sect leader and Jin Yuanzi de Xian duo were so repetitive. Saying that, Mo Bai poured a cup of Enlightenment tea for each of sect leader Tongtian and immortal Jin Yuanzi. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Immortal Jin Yuanzi lifted the teacup up with trembling hands and drank it down in one go. Sect leader Tongtian was much more forthright and didn't say anything, directly tilting his head in drinking. Take your time. I'll fetch the wine. Inkbrand grinned and stepped away, crossing the two large rivers and heading for the village. Drink slowly? In other words, this pot of enlightenment tea is all theirs? The gazes of the two of them, sect leader Tongtian and immortal Jin Yuanzi, were almost simultaneously fixed on the teapot. After a moment, Jin Yuanzi Disian awkwardly said, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian please. Fellow Taoist, please." Sect leader Tongtian was too embarrassed to eat alone, so he poured a cup of enlightenment tea for immortal Jin Yuanzi. Then he poured himself another glass and drank it down. In this way, the two of them did just that, drinking the pot of enlightenment tea cleanly, without even a single drop left. After drinking the enlightenment tea, the two of them only felt that they gradually entered a marvelous state. This is precisely the path to enlightenment. The two began to realize the Tao individually, their bodies flickering with arcane light, and their Tao rhythms extended and intertwined. In particular, sect leader Tongtian, who was a sage, and who had realized the Tao, was naturally extraordinary. The sky was full of auspiciousness descending from the nine heavens, rolling purple chi surging behind it, the earth surging with golden lotus, and the visions continued. Imobai had beaten the wine and walked out from inside the village just in time to see the scene. Suddenly, sect leader Tongtian made a seal with both hands, surrounded by purple electricity, and violently opened his eyes and, with his right hand outstretched, the thunder talisman pulsing in his palm, he fiercely heaved his grip. Click! Storm clouds rolled in the sky, and suddenly a bull-thick thunderbolt descended from the heavens, slashing at, splitting a large mountain not far away that stretched for billions of miles into pieces. This is the divine thunder of Ching. It was the godfather Tongtian who realized the purple heavenly lightning but could not, combining his own Tao, an extremely powerful lightning magic aptitude that had been pioneered. This, in the Kunlun Mountains, the two of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, opened their eyes wide and looked into the distance. Chapter 24, Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, are you sure you don't want to drink a glass of wine? 6. This is third brother pioneering the thunder law based on the violet heavenly divine thunder? Taishan Laozi frowned. The first heavenly father also frowned. How is it that third brother's comprehension of the Tao has been so high lately? Could it be that there's some kind of strange encounter? The two of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, were puzzled in their minds, and they activated their divine powers to, looking out in the direction of Hulu village. It was just that the heavenly plane was so chaotic that it actually blocked the two of them from seeing. Ha! Why can't you see through it? The two of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, were suspicious. Hulu village, on the banks of two large rivers. When Imobai saw that sect leader Tongtian had made use of the divine thunder of Ching, the purple aura in his eyes flickered and wavered. Imitating sect leader Tongtian's sealing technique, he did it again, only to see the thunder talisman pulsating in Imobai's palm. He heaved his grip. Click! In the next moment, only a thunderous explosion was seen, and a bull-thick divine thunderbolt descended from the sky. The blast blew out a large crater billions of miles in circumference on the distant flatland. Fellow Taoist Mobai, you learned Poverty Road's lightning method? The Tongtian sect master was stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes as he exclaimed. This lightning method of his is through his own underpinnings. Combined with the Taoist ancestors' purple heavenly divine thunder to create the thunder law. From creating this thunder law, he pondered for who knows how many days, and finally, by drinking the enlightenment tea, it was only then that the thunder method was created. However, Imobai just read it once and comprehended it. What kind of qualification is that? It's a demon. Imobai looked at sect leader Tongtian with a smile on his face and laughed. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, your thunder spell is not bad. What's its name? The name of this lightning method is Divine Thunder of the Upper Ching Dynasty, and fellow Taoist Imobai has studied lightning methods before? Sect leader Tongtian looked straight at Imobai with both eyes and asked. Imobai grinned and said, I'm not ashamed to say, fellow Taoist, that I've never come into contact with lightning techniques before. Never touched? The Tongtian sect master's old face twitched violently when he heard this, and he looked at Imobai with a face like he was looking at a monster. Laughing bitterly, he said, fellow Taoist Imobai, you are truly a demon. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, why are you cursing? Imobai furiously rolled his eyes and skimmed his lips. The people of Hulu village, each with their own talents. The woodsman boss has a unique perspective on the path of force. The butcher's elder 2 had an extremely deep understanding of time, the scholar's elder 3 had insights into the way of fate, and the fisherman's elder 4 had extremely deep insights into the way of reincarnation. Old 5. The cook was proficient in the way of devouring. Old 6. The female devil specialized in the way of chaos. As for Mobai, due to the Great Dao trapped inside his body, he was born close to the Dao and learned everything quickly. This was also why Mobai was able to quickly learn the divine thunder of Shangqing. Just then, the Xian Jin Yuanzi opened his eyes, and a clear chi flew out from his body. It transformed into a Taoist man who looked exactly like Jin Yuanzi Xian, obviously one of Jin Yuanzi Xian's 3 corpses. The evil corpse. Immediately afterward, the evil corpse burrowed into a mortal Jin Yuanzi's body. The Xian Jin Yuanzi got up and waved his big sleeve, directly taking a Taiku star in the void into his sleeve. Apparently this time drinking the Enlightenment tea. Immortal Jin Yuanzi had reaped a lot of rewards. Not only had he chopped out the evil corpses, and he had also realized a great divine ability like the sleeve. Could this be Immortal Jin Yuanzi's famous aptitude, Qiankuan in the sleeve? Mobai's eyes lit up as he watched, and immediately followed Jin Yuanzi de Xian's example, waving his big sleeve. A huge mountain that stretched for billions of miles was included in his sleeve. With that, Mobai swung his big sleeve again and released Dishan. This. Immortal Jin Yuanzi was so dumbfounded by what he saw that he even shivered a little when he spoke. Sect leader Tongtian laughed bitterly. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, calm down. Immortal Jin Yuanzi laughed bitterly. Mobai carried the purple gourd and walked over, smiling as he looked at sect leader Tongtian and great Immortal Jin Yuanzi. Grinning, he said, the 2 friends of the Tao have waited for a long time. Come on, let us drink. That poor Taoist is not capable of drinking. Why don't we just drink tea? Immortal Jin Yuanzi gained great benefits from drinking the Enlightenment tea, so he could not forget the Enlightenment tea. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, the poor Taoist advises you that it's better to take that back and drink. Sect leader Tongtian scowled at great Immortal Jin Yuanzi for a while and said, poor Taoist likes tea. Immortal Jin Yuanzi was unsure, but still felt that the Enlightenment tea was good. Mobai grinned and said, good, since fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi likes tea, then I won't force myself on anyone. Come, fellow Taoist Tongtian, let's both have a drink against each other. Saying that, Mobai opened the lid of the gourd and poured a full glass of wine for sect leader Tongtian. In an instant, an aromatic smell that contained an extremely rich Taoist flavor drifted in. It's not even close to the Enlightenment tea, if not better. Smelling this aromatic wine smell, Immortal Jin Yuanzi only felt that his Taoist mind had never been clearer. Cannot help but be alarmed. Eyes staring straight at the Taoist wine in the wine cup of the Tongtian godfather, exclaimed, this wine. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Xian Jin Yuanzi with a smile and said, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, the poor Taoist didn't lie to you. It's still good wine, isn't it? Come, fellow Taoist Tongtian, let's drink together. Mobai raised his wine cup and looked at sect leader Tongtian, saying, that fellow Taoist Mobai, the 2 of you are drinking against each other, leaving only the poor Taoist alone. Why don't poor Taoist also have a drink with the 2 of you? How about it? Taoist Jin Yuanzi said with a shy old face. Kanyo glanced up at Immortal Jin Yuanzi and, muttering, this guy has the cheek of a lord. Chapter 25 Ginseng fruit disliked by Mobai's pet? 1. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, it's not like you don't drink. Mobai was confused and didn't know why these people changed. That poor Taoist just wants to drink against you too. Jin Yuanzi's old face reddened as he babbled. Oh. Mobai grinned and poured a glass of wine for Immortal Jin Yuanzi. Immortal Jin Yuanzi picked up the wine cup with trembling hands and tilted his head back to take a sip. It was another feeling when the Taoist wine entered the body. If we say that the previous Taoist Enlightenment tea, the way of enlightenment is the way of heaven, then Mobai's Taoist wine, the way realized is the way. At this moment, the Great Dao has retreated, and all the monks in the flood have been unable to cultivate the Great Dao, so they have to cultivate the way of heaven. But now, after this mouthful of Dao wine, Immortal Jin Yuanzi was shocked to discover that he had actually touched a trace of the operation of the Great Dao, a feeling so mysterious that it gave him a feeling of mesmerization. His cultivation level had actually vaguely increased again. Cool. Jin Yuanzi Daxian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, that fellow Taoist Mobai, can the poor Taoist have another drink? Saying that, holding his wine glass, he looked at Mobai with a pleasing face. Mobai grinned and said, although this wine is good, don't be greedy. Tell you what, this wine of mine is no ordinary wine. It's Taoist wine. No matter how heavenly your cultivation is, even if you're a saintly person, you'll get drunk if you drink it. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi busily smiled sarcastically. Mobai grinned and poured another glass of wine for Immortal Jin Yuanzi. Immortal Jin Yuanzi was busy tilting his head back and drinking it down. A few people had a good laugh over some drinks. Jin Yuanzi de Xian had gotten so many benefits from Mobai that he was a little embarrassed. With a flip of his hand, 10 crystal clear, baby-like fruits appeared. Laughing, he said, the poor Taoist has nothing else but these fruits to show for it. I also ask that fellow Taoist Mobai and fellow Taoist Tongtian do not dislike it. Could this be the legendary ginseng fruit of the 10 innate spiritual roots? Inkbrand raised an eyebrow in delight. Hearing the 3 words ginseng fruit, Hachi, who was crawling under the big willow tree and huffing and puffing, perked up his ears, staring straight at the ginseng fruit on the stone table. Yes, this is precisely the ginseng fruit. Immortal Jin Yuanzi stroked his long beard and laughed. Imobai took a bite of the ginseng fruit, only to feel that this ginseng fruit was sweet and refreshing in the mouth, and a stream of warmth flowed into the abdomen. It instantly traveled all over the body. But that's just about it. After all, Inkbrand had eaten a lot of plum in the yellow before, so there was no feeling for this ginseng fruit, just a simple curiosity about what flavors ginseng fruit had. Suddenly, Imobai couldn't help but grin when he saw Hachi staring at the ginseng fruit on the stone table. With a wave of his big sleeve, he used his mana to hold the 5 ginseng fruits on the table and flew towards Hachi. Thank you, little lord. Xiao Hachi was ecstatic, picking up the 5 fruits and gnawing on them furiously. On the side, Immortal Jin Yuanzi and sect leader Tongtian looked dumbfounded. Can hardly believe my eyes. This is the ginseng fruit among the 10 innate spiritual roots. This kind of heaven and earth spiritual root can be encountered but not to be sought. It's the best thing in the world. A handful of people can't even eat it. If it wasn't for the fact that today Jin Yuanzi de Xian had gained a lot of benefits here in Mo Bai, where would he be willing to take it out? But Murray White took his ginseng fruit and gave it to his pet to eat. It's a little too shocking. A little too unbelievable. On the side, the Kanyo looked envious, looking at the Tongtian sect leader with a grudging face. That look is clearly saying, look, the same as a Mount Spirit pet. Look at this treatment. It is simply a world of difference. The Tongtian sect master's old face twitched violently, and he pretended that he didn't see anything. Jin Yuanzi de Xian but feel Mo by this move has the meaning of humiliation him. Do not feel Rose old face red. Looking at Mo by with a shocked and angry face, he asked, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, but this ginseng fruit of the poor Taoist can't enter your eyes? Average. Mo Bai was about to speak, but Hachi spoke up, and after eating a ginseng fruit, then I stopped eating the leftovers. Besides, Hachi was drooling at the sight of Kanui looking at him, and perhaps these days, he had gotten acquainted with Kanyo, and with some reluctance, he pushed the remaining 4 ginseng fruits to Kanyo, who was on the side. For me? Kanyo stared with a pair of bull's eyes, looking at Hachi with an incredulous expression of surprise. There you go. Hachi seemed to be too lazy to speak and continued to bend over, huffing and puffing away. It seemed that the ginseng fruit wasn't as beautiful as his sleep. Instead, Kanyo was ecstatic, and gnawed at the 4 ginseng fruits. Instantly ate 2 ginseng fruits, but the remaining 2 ginseng fruits are not willing to eat. Put away. On the other side, the Tongtian sect master looked dumbfounded, the corners of his eyes jumping violently. He had never eaten so much ginseng fruit in his life. Kanyo had eaten more than him instead. If he wasn't concerned about his identity, sect leader Tongtian really wanted to go over and snatch the 2 remaining ginseng fruits from Kuainyo. As for Immortal Jin Yuanzi, his old face had turned an iron blue color at this moment, looking at Mo Bai with a face of shock and anger. Angry chest heaving up and down, gritted his teeth and said, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, it was even if his ginseng fruit was given to his spirit pet by Mo Bai. But to be surprisingly disliked by a spirit pet? It's a little too aggravating. It is no wonder that the always good-tempered Jin Yuanzi can be exasperated like this. Chapter 26, Living Less Than Amount? Folding the Jin Yuanzi. 2. Imobai saw that Jin Yuanzi de Xian was so shocked and angry, and knew that he had gone a bit too far. With a pat on the head, he dryly laughed. That fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you, Taoist friend. I can't tell. I have a few fruits here, too. Then I'll send it to you 2 fellow Taoists for a taste. Saying that, Mo Bai flipped his hand, and 4 yellow fruits appeared. It was handed to the 2 of them, sect leader Tongtian and Immortal Jin Yuanzi. As soon as this fruit came out, an extremely rich and aromatic flavor filled the air. Terrifying spiritual energy overflowed from the fruit, forming a circle of light visible to the naked eye that was mesmerizing. This is the legendary Hongjun. Immortal Jin Yuanzi looked at the fruit in front of him with an incredulous face and exclaimed. Sect leader Tongtian laughed bitterly. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, so you still have such a good thing as Hongjun. You're really not enough. Don't you take it out earlier to eat with the poor Taoist? Mo Bai rolled his eyes furiously as he listened, skimming his lips. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, every time you come, just know how to ask me for wine to drink. Who cares about spiritual fruits? Sect leader Tongtian smiled sarcastically. Mo Bai looked at de Xian Jin Yuanzi and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, Fengkai really is not my intention to humiliate Taoist friends. But, Rather, I am a more spontaneous person. Zaya Hachi has followed me for many years. When there's something good, I habitually share it with Hachi, who's eaten a lot of yellow Chinese plums over the years. That's why I don't like the ginseng fruit. Please forgive me. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, Japan, Europe. It's the same mountain spirit pet. It's a world of difference in treatment. Once again, Kanyo looked at sect leader Tongtian with a grudging face. Sect leader Tongtian's old face reddened, and he pretended not to see it. Immortal Jin Yuanzi let out a bitter smile, got up and bowed deeply to Mo Bai. He said, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, it's the poor Taoist who misunderstood you, and I'm here to make amends with you. Please don't blame me. Fellow Taoist, granted. The ginseng fruit also ranks as one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the innate, also known as the 100 herb elixir, but compared with the yellow plum, the king of all fruits, it is not a half a star. In terms of vintage, quantity and efficacy, the ginseng fruit is far inferior to the yellow Chinese plum. First of all, in terms of vintage, the ginseng fruit blossoms and bears fruit for 3,000 years, maturing in another 3,000 years, bearing 30 fruits at a time, before and after adding up to less than 10,000 years of light. But when you look at the yellow plum, it takes 10,000 years to blossom, 10,000 years to bear fruit, and another 10,000 years to reach maturity, and only 9 fruits at a time. There's a world of difference when you compare the two. People's Zaya Hachi is used to eating yellow medium plums, so naturally he doesn't treat ginseng fruits very well. Therefore, it was rather Immortal Jin Yuanzi who had misunderstood people. The two of them, Sect Master Tongtian and Immortal Jin Yuanzi, were now in a mood. Not to mention how heartbroken they were. Only now did they realize that people were more angry than beasts, and that their days were not as strong as someone else's with a spirit pet. Mo Bai stepped forward, picked up Jin Yuanzi Disian, and laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, please get up. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's talk it out and call it a day. Thank you, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, for your understanding. Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi was busy arching his hand once again. Come on, drink. Mo Bai sat down and greeted the two. Tongtian sect master, however, stared straight at Hongjun on the table with both eyes, said, that fellow Taoist Mo Bai, these two fruits, if you want to eat it, just take it. There are many more in the village. No one eats them on weekdays. It's all saved up in baskets. Ink Brand grinned. Several baskets? The two of them, sect leader Tongtian and Immortal Jin Yuanzi, looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Both saw the heartache in their respective eyes. It's devastating. The two of them silently put away the yellow Chinese plums. The three of them once again had a drink to each other. A whole gourd of wine was drunk by the three of them. 1 cup for you and 1 cup for me. Wait a moment. You too. I'll fetch some more wine. Ink Brand got up, spread his feet, and darted toward the village. This Taoist Mo Bai is really mysterious. Surprisingly, there are such divine items as Tao wine, Enlightenment tea and Hongjun. Immortal Jin Yuanzi shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Disian Jin Yuanzi, pointed to the large river next to him, and said, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, and look at these two great rivers. What's the difference? Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi froze and fixed his eyes toward the two large rivers. Just the more he looked at it, the more grave Jin Yuanzi Disian's face became, and in the end it became a face full of shock. In a moment, Immortal Jin Yuanzi looked up at sect leader Tongtian, his old face twitching violently. Smiling bitterly, he said, friend Tongtian Dao, these two big rivers, not bad. These two great rivers are none other than the long river of fate and the long river of time. Sect leader Tongtian bitterly said. Immortal Jin Yuanzi's old face once again trembled fiercely, exclaimed, then Fangzai Mo Bai Taoist friend is sending his feet to run wildly above these two big rivers. That's right. So that's why fellow Taoist Mo Bai isn't simple. Sect leader Tongtian laughed bitterly. Immortal Jin Yuanzi nodded heavily and said, fellow Taoist Mo Bai exudes mystery all over his body. It's really elusive. It wasn't long before Mo Bai turned back with his wine gourd. The three of them sat down for another drink. At the end of the day, sect leader Tongtian and Disian Jin Yuanzi got up and arched their hands toward Mo Bai. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, the poor Taoist will take his leave. Chapter 27, fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you're afraid of a bloodbath. 3, take care, you too, and come back next time to drink 300 cups. Inkbrand laughed out loud with a sprightly smile. Immortal Jin Yuanzi grinned. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai had the opportunity to. You may come to my Wanshou Mountain Wushuangguan as a guest, and the poor Taoist will certainly welcome you with open arms at that time. That home brother and sister of the family do not allow me to leave the village too far, but when I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely go to the 5 Zhuangguan as a guest. Ink Brand grinned. Immediately, Immortal Jin Yuanzi and sect leader Tongtian each left. The Tongtian sect master rode a bull, and when he was halfway along the road, he stared viciously at the Kenyo, and said, "Nyoer, you seem to be displeased with the poor Taoist." Kenyo grinned and said, "That, master, you misunderstood. Where do I have a grievance? Humph, I count on you to be sensible." Sect leader Tongtian snorted coldly, looked at Kuei Nyo, and said, "Fong Kai, the poor Taoist sees that you still have 3 ginseng fruits left. Master, that ginseng fruit is mine," Kanui exclaimed. On the other hand, Jin Yuanzi went back to the 5 Zhuangguan. "Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, can you be in the view?" A voice came. Jin Yuanzi grinned and rose to meet him, only to see a man standing in front of the entrance of the Guan. This person was dressed in a large red robe, with good looks and a faint smile on his face, looking extremely easygoing. This person was no one else but Jin Yuanzi de Xian's close friend, Red Cloud Elder Ancestor. "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you're here, please." Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi looked at Old Ancestor Red Cloud and laughed. "Please." Old Ancestor Red Cloud laughed. When he entered the 5 Trumps temple, Old Ancestor Hongjun looked at a Taoist child and smiled. "Child, go beat some ginseng nuts." "Yes, Master Red Cloud." The Taoist boy nodded and went. Old Ancestor Red Cloud was familiar with Immortal Jin Yuanzi and did not treat himself as an outsider at all. The two entered the Great Hall, and each took a seat and climbed into conversation. "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, the poor Taoist has recently encountered a foreigner." Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi looked at Old Ancestor Red Cloud and laughed. "Inhuman? What kind of inhuman?" Old Ancestor Red Cloud came to be interested and asked with a smile. Immortal Jin Yuanzi then told Old Man Hongjun about the Hulu village. Old Ancestor Red Cloud heard a tisk-tisk and exclaimed, "Is there really such a foreigner, so to speak? Poor Taoist would like to make friends with this fellow Taoist Mobai. Very well. I ate and drank a lot of Taoist wine, Enlightenment tea and fruits from others before. The poor Taoist is quite guilty. This just happens to be the ripening of the ginseng fruit, so why don't you not eat it? Fellow Taoist Red Cloud? How about we just give all 30 ginseng fruits to fellow Taoist Mobai?" Immortal Jin Yuanzi grinned. "Just as well." Old Ancestor Red Cloud laughed bitterly. At that moment, the two of them knocked down all 30 ginseng fruits, rode the clouds and fly in the direction of Hulu village. From afar, Jin Yuanzi saw Mobai swimming in the long river of time. Unconsciously, his old face shook fiercely as he looked to the side at Old Ancestor Red Cloud and bitterly said, "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you see something different about those two rivers." "Different?" Old Ancestor Red Cloud fixed his eyes. "It didn't matter if I looked at it, I startled myself." He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the long river of time and the long river of fate? This Mobai Taoist is really as divine as Taoist said. Surprisingly, swimming in the long river of time and the long river of destiny. This is afraid that even saints can't do it, right? Could it be that this Mobai Taoist friend is a saint?" Old Ancestor Red Cloud suddenly thought of something and looked at Immortal Jin Yuanzi with an incredulous expression. Exclaimed. Immortal Jin Yuanzi laughed bitterly. 9 times out of 10. To be able to swim in the long river of time and the long river of fate, his strength was afraid to be above that of an ordinary saint. And the Tongtian sage also called this Mobai Taoist friend his Taoist friend before, and his words were quite respectful, so I think this Mobai Taoist friend is a sage undoubtedly. Old Ancestor Red Cloud was stunned, somewhat unable to believe his own ears. Bitterly, he said, "Back then, the Dao ancestor once said that under the heavenly Dao, there were a total of 9 saints, and beyond the 6 saints, there should be 3 more saints. Could it be that this Dao friend Mobai is one of them? Most likely." Jin Yuanzi de Xian grinned and said, "But this fellow Taoist Mobai is very easygoing. There's no sage stance at all. Let's go. We'd better go down and pay our respects to fellow Taoist Mobai." With that, the two of them descended into the clouds and headed for the river. When he arrived at the riverbank, Immortal Jin Yuanzi looked at Mobai and arched his hand. "Fellow Taoist Mobai, a visit from Jin Yuanzi." Mobai saw Jin Yuanzi jumping out of the long river of time, laughing out loud. He said, "Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, goodbye after many years." Very well, thank you for hanging on, fellow Taoist." Jin Yuanzi was busy arching his hand. "This is Taoist Red Cloud, right?" Mobai looked up and down at the Red Cloud Elder Ancestor and asked with a smile, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Mobai." Old Ancestor Red Cloud didn't dare to be arrogant, and panicked and arched his hand to Mobai. "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud doesn't have to be so polite." Mobai looked at Old Man Red Cloud and laughed. Suddenly, Mobai's face changed as he looked at Old Ancestor Red Cloud and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you Old Ancestor Red Cloud did not feel his heart jumping violently when he was startled by Mobai. Alarmed, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, but did something happen?" Mobai looked at Old Ancestor Red Cloud with a grave expression and frowned. "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you're afraid of bloodshed in the near future." Chapter 28, Tongtian Red Cloud, you'd better believe Mobai's words. Ha! Old Ancestor Red Cloud made a scene. Jin Yuanzi was also confused. There is no such thing as coming up and saying that someone has a plague of blood. This is not cursing people. Old Ancestor Red Cloud's face was a bit ugly. Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi busily said, That fellow Taoist Mobai. Mobai knew that the two didn't believe it when he saw the expressions on the faces of Jin Yuanzi Daxian and Red Cloud Elder Ancestor. I can't help but skim my lips and say, what I said is true. I'm proficient in numerology. You see, this Red Cloud Taoist friend has dark clouds over his head and his face is black. This is a great evil sign. Inkbrand didn't say that with any conviction. He's fused the origins of the Butcher's second and the Scholar's third, mastered part of the way of the laws of time and fate. The law of fate, in particular, could see clearly the trajectory of a person's destiny, and add to that the fact that Murray White is the one who crossed over. Naturally, he knew about the matter of Old Ancestor Red Cloud being besieged to death by the Demon Clan, coupled with the judgment of time, and thus knew about the matter that Old Ancestor Red Cloud might really be hanging. That was why he spoke out to remind Old Ancestor Red Cloud. Seeing Mobai's gloomy face, Dacian Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but get worried and turned his head to look at Old Man Red Cloud. A frantic pinch was made. It's just that this involves giving way to karma, and Old Red Cloud is being counted on by the Dao Ancestor. The Taoist Ancestor had already covered up the heavenly chances long ago, so no matter how much Jin Yuanzi Dacian pinched and counted, all pinched to no avail. You guys don't believe me? So you wait. My family's third brother is an expert fortune teller. I'll summon him to come and have a fortune-telling session with fellow Taoist Red Cloud. Inkbrand grinned, then turned, spread his legs, and ran toward the village. Even if Old Ancestor Red Cloud was good-tempered enough, he was still infuriated, his old face turning blue and, turning his head to look at Immortal Jin Yuanzi, he said angrily, "Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, is this what you call strange?" Where is this? Jin Yuanzi Dacian, however, looked at the Red Cloud Old Ancestor with a grave expression on his face, pointing to the long river of destiny not far away. He frowned. "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, look at this river." Red Cloud Old Ancestor turned his head to look. Not hesitating, his face also began to condense. Frowning, "It really is a long river of destiny." Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi nodded his head and said, "Yes, this is precisely the long river of fate. Perhaps fellow Taoist Mobai is not coming from an empty nest, but has seen something in the river of fate that makes him say this." Old Ancestor Red Cloud's old face shook fiercely as he laughed bitterly. "Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, ever since I took shape, I've always been friendly with people, and I've never been evil to anyone, so how could I have suffered any blood and light disaster? Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, it's better to believe it than not to believe it." Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi said with a solemn face. But Old Ancestor Red Cloud frowned greatly. Just then, he saw Mobai pulling a man dressed as a scholar and running wildly. The scribe's favorite thing to do is to tell people's fortunes. As soon as Mobai returned to the village, he sought out the scribe. When he said that he would let the scholar come and tell people's fortunes, the scholar naturally ran out with his ass in the air. When he arrived at the Red Cloud Elder Ancestor's front, the scholar looked him up and down and it was as if the Red Cloud Old Ancestor had been treated as an experiment. After a long time, the scholar stopped and looked at Old Ancestor Red Cloud with a solemn expression, saying, "Great evil, a sign of great evil, within 10,000 years, you will have a bloodbath." The Red Cloud Old Ancestor's nose was crooked with anger as he listened, saying angrily, "You." With that, he flung his sleeve robe and turned into a stream of light, vanishing into the distance. That one, sorry." Embarrassed, Jin Yuanzi Daxian flipped his hand. "Now 30 ginseng fruits, stuffed to Mobai." He said, "That fellow Taoist Mobai, I'm really sorry for today. We'll see you later." With that, Dacian Jin Yuanzi turned around, transformed into a stream of light, and went after Old Man Red Cloud. Mobai rolled his eyes and bristled. Good words are hard to persuade a ghost to die. That's just it. With that said, Mobai went into the mountains to find a Qilin to fight. A while ago, that white tiger demon in the mountain moved away, and shortly after that, a fire Qilin came. As a result, Mobai often went into the mountains to find the fire Qilin to fight and sharpen his own battle power. Soon, the two of them fought together, beating the sky and earth, the sun and the moon. On the other side, Dacian Jin Yuanzi caught up with Old Ancestor Red Cloud and busily said, "Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, wait a minute, and wait." Old ancestor Red Cloud paused and said angrily. Fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi, you see, that village is full of strange people. The poor Tao cultivation has already reached the quasi-saint middle level, plus the poor Tao has always been good with people. How did the bloodbath come about? This, you two Taoists, why are you arguing? Just then, a man came riding a bull in the distance. This Taoist was no one else but sect leader Tongtian. Greetings, Sage Tongtian. The duo of great immortal Jin Yuanzi and old ancestor Red Cloud were busy saying. Sect leader Tongtian looked at old ancestor Red Cloud and asked, why are you so angry? Old ancestor Red Cloud spoke of what had happened outside of the Hulu village. With a grave expression on his face, sect leader Tongtian looked at old ancestor Red Cloud and said, fellow Daoist Red Cloud, if it's really what fellow Daoist Mobai said, you really have to pay attention. Maybe, you really have a blood disaster. Old ancestor Red Cloud was confused. Chapter 29, Analyzing the Cause and Effect of Giving Way. Shocking Tongtian. 5. After bidding farewell to immortal Jin Yuanzi and old man Red Cloud, sect leader Tongtian came straight to Hulu village, and Mobai just happened to come back from fighting with that fire Chilan. The two sit opposite each other. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Mobai and said, when the poor Taoist came to Hulu village, on the way, I met Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud, and I heard the two of them say that it was you, fellow Daoist Mobai. Who said that fellow Daoist Red Cloud had a plague of blood and light? Mobai nodded. Right. Sect leader Tongtian laughed bitterly. Fellow Daoist. How did you see that Daoist Red Cloud had a bloodlight disaster? Mobai rolled his eyes and bristled. Fellow Daoist Tongtian. The Purple Heaven Palace fought for the holy position a while ago. That Red Cloud, relying on his own speed, also fought for a holy position. Only he should never have given it away. He was destined to be a dead man by the time he sat on the holy throne. Sect leader Tongtian raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, what does fellow Daoist mean by this? Mobai took a sip of the wine, only to feel warmth all over his body, but there were signs of another breakthrough. Exultantly, he said, that holy position, which is ordained by the heavenly Tao, can't you just say you'll let it go? That's true. Sect leader Tongtian was pondering. Mobai pondered that he would go and fight with the fire Chilan after the Tongtian sect leader left. Maybe he can really make a breakthrough. And continued, what's more, he even dragged the demon master Kuanping to lose his holy position as well. That demon master Kuanping has a very small heart. How can he not hold a grudge? I'm afraid that he would have hated Red Cloud to death long ago. Sect leader Tongtian nodded his head and said, I'm just afraid that it would be difficult for Kuanping alone to kill Red Cloud as well. Mobai laughed. To kill Red Cloud, Kuanping alone will naturally not be able to do it. And this time, that demon master Kuanping will surely advise Emperor Jun and Tai to seize the Hongming purple chi. And at that time, it will be Red Cloud's time to die. Sect leader Tongtian frowned. It's just that Red Cloud gave way to Junti. I think the Western second release will come to the rescue. Put. Mobai rolled his eyes furiously as he listened, skimming his lips. Fellow Daoist Tongtian. You're also a bit too naive. That's just Mobai. If someone else had said that about sect leader Tongtian, I'm afraid that sect leader Tongtian would have long ago slapped his face and hollered up. It's not true that Lord Tongtian is a wizard in monasticism, but he is above reckoning. However, it is far less than Yuan Shi Tianzun and others, which is also one of the important reasons why the Interceptor Church eventually went to extinction. The Tongtian sect master looked at Mobai with a grudging face. Mobai looked at the Tongtian sect master and laughed. Fellow Daoist Tongtian, you still don't believe me when I say you're naive. Well, today, I'll analyze it with you. It's a holy position. Even if the two saints of the West to help save the Red Clouds, I'm afraid that they simply can't return this seeding karma. Since they can't return it, they can only let him. Speaking of which, Mobai made a neck-wiping motion. Sect leader Tongtian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and after careful consideration, this was really the case. Since such a great karma couldn't be repaid, then we could only let old Red Cloud die. In other words, once the demon race takes on old Red Cloud's opponent, not only will the two saints of the West not help, it may also push the envelope and cover up the heavenly chances, helping the demon race to kill the Red Cloud ancestor and settle the karma of this seating of the throne. After all, it's not a bad way to go when people die. With the mischievousness of the two saints of the West, they were able to do such things. After a long time, sect leader Tongtian got up, looked at Mobai, and bowed deeply to Mobai. He said, fellow Daoist Mobai has a meticulous mind. It's beyond the ability of the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist has been taught. Mobai grinned and said, fellow Daoist Tongtian, what are you doing? Come, let's sit down and drink, and watch the storm clouds of the flood. The Tongtian sect master inwardly became more and more admiring of Mobai, and raised his wine cup. Loudly, he said, fellow Daoist Mobai. The poor Taoist honors you with a cup of wine. Ha ha, drink! Mobai laughed out loud and tilted his head back to pour a glass of wine down his throat. The two of them drank 300 cups, after which, sect leader Tongtian took his leave. Instead, Mobai took advantage of his drunkenness and went to the back of the mountain, yelling, "Little flame, get your ass out here and die." Roar! The fire Qilin was furious, roared and rushed out, roaring, "You guy is sick, right? How come you come looking for me to fight every day?" Mobai grinned. His muscles gnarled around his body, his joints crackling and exploding with a rumbling sound. Laughing out loud, he said, "Because little flame, you're just the man for me to drill. You seek death." The fire Qilin was furious, roaring and roaring as it charged towards Mobai. "Good coming." Mobai laughed out loud and swung his arms around, so he also charged towards the fire Qilin. The two of them soon twisted and fought in one place, collapsing a huge mountain, beating the sky and earth, and mountains and rivers flow backwards. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Mobai's body. A fist smashed toward the fire Qilin, directly smashing the fire Qilin into a roll, falling backward and collapsing a large mountain behind it. Buried by the rocks. In a matter of moments, the fire Qilin climbed out of the messy rocks and said in shock, "This kid has broken through? Not bad. I've broken through to the peak true immortal realm." Ha ha! Mobai laughed out loud, his voice rumbling as if it were thunder, and looked at the fire Qilin and, yelling, "Again!" With that, he swung his sandbag-sized fists and charged at the fire unicorn. The fire Qilin was at the peak of the true immortal realm, and when Mobai hadn't broken through it could still rely on its deep cultivation and was barely able to fight with Mobai. But as soon as Mobai made a breakthrough, it was no match for Mobai at all. Soon, the poor fire Qilin was knocked down by Mobai, lying on all fours on the ground. A look of rawness. Painful. Rest, little flame. I'll come back tomorrow for a fight. Ha ha. Mobai was so spirited that he let out a loud laugh and went on his way. The fire Qilin climbed up from the ground, a pair of copper bell eyes full of shock and horror. Alarmed, he said, "This little ancestor will come again tomorrow. This place can't stay. Move." Chapter 30. Not even allowed to enter the village? Insulting a saint? 6. On the Kunlun Mountains, the first Heavenly Father looked at sect leader Tongtian and said, "Third brother, your cultivation has improved again?" Sect leader Tongtian laughed loudly and said, "Second brother, the poor Taoist has recently gained quite a bit of insight into the Tao. Therefore the cultivation has been refined." Ha ha. With that said, sect leader Tongtian summoned Kanyo to come and head it out. Every time this third brother goes out, his cultivation has improved. Could it be that there is some kind of strange encounter? The first Heavenly Father was suspicious and hesitated for a moment, secretly concealing his form and following. After Yuan Shi Tianzun left, Tai Shan Laozi walked out and muttered, "The poor Taoist should also follow the past to take a look." Saying that, Tai Shan Laozi also secretly followed. On the other hand, Mobai went to look for the fire Qilin to fight on the second day. Nay went to know that I just realized that the fire unicorn has moved. Mobai had no choice but to return depressed. Well, within a few days, another augur moved in and took over the mountain. The strength of this augur dragon was not bad. It already had the strength of an early Xianxian immortal, and it was precisely Mobai's enemy. Mobai was overjoyed and immediately went looking for the augur to fight. It's just that the Jiaolong is, after all, in a higher realm than Mobai, and Mobai can only rely on the subtle divine power and the power of the laws to resist. But something weird happened. After a few fights, Mobai figured out Jiaolong's routine and it was actually able to fight the augur. To be able to fight against the Xianxian immortal realm with the true immortal realm, and without the use of treasures, Inkbrand is afraid of setting a record. Today, Mobai came back to seek the augur for a fight. The two sides fought each other, fighting as a great mountain collapsed and a swarming star was blown up. Just then, the Tongtian sect leader came riding a bull, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but furiously roll his eyes. Skimming his lips, he said, "Fellow Daoist Mobai is really interesting, actually fighting with a Xianxian immortal realm augur." In Lord Tongtian's view, Mobai was a sage powerhouse. The reason why he fought with the augur was purely playful, teasing the augur. Unbeknownst to him, Mobai was really only at the peak of the true immortal realm. When Mobai had finished fighting with the augur and was about to turn back to Hulu village, sect leader Tongtian rode up on a bull and laughed. Fellow Daoist Mobai really has some spare time. Surprisingly, he has been teasing with a tiny Xianxian immortal for such a long time. Teasing? Mobai rolled his eyes and bristled. "I was fighting." "Okay. Fighting? Fighting. Ha ha." Sect leader Tongtian stroked his long beard and laughed. "Ha, two fellow Daoists, since you're here, show yourself." Imobai suddenly raised his head and looked behind sect leader Tongtian. Smiling, sect leader Tongtian looked back. Only Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan walked out of the void, still not admitting that you are a saint. Or else how could you have found out that the poor Taoist's elder and second brothers? Even the poor Taoist didn't find. The Tongtian sect leader froze, looked at Imobai with a helpless face, and laughed bitterly in his heart. He thinks that Imobai is too low-key for his own good. As a matter of fact, Imobai was able to spot the duo of Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun. It was the scribe who secretly sent a voice to remind him. These two are. Sect leader Tongtian then wanted to introduce the duo of Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan to Imobai. The poor Taoist is Tai Chu. Right at that moment, Taishan Laozi busily interjected. The poor Taoist is Tai Shi. The first heavenly father also interjected. After all, there's no honor in stalking someone that. The two of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, were unwilling to recognize their identities. Sect leader Tongtian froze, then reacted and looked at Imobai. Bitterly smiling, he said, the two of them are the poor Taoist's Taoist friends. Ouch. Hey, these two old birds, surprisingly, are still unwilling to recognize their identities, playing mind games in front of me. I'll make you two cry later. As early as in the ancient times, Imobai had seen these two guys before. How could one not recognize the duo of Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Imobai looked at the duo of Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan with a smile. He said, since they are fellow Daoist Tongtian's friends, then they are my friends as well. Please, you too, please. The two of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, hesitated for a moment. The two of them, along with Imobai and the Tongtian sect leader, walked towards the village. It was only when they reached the riverbank that the two of them, Imobai and Tongtian sect master, stopped. Originally, Imobai was wrangling with an augur that was only in the Xianxian realm in one place. Yuan Shi Tianzun then disliked it. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt that Imobai, a small immortal, did not deserve to be called Taoist friends with them. Only, the first heavenly father also knew that this place was a gourd village and quite mysterious, so he held back and he wanted to go into the Hulu village to find out what was going on. But I didn't expect that Imobai wouldn't even let them enter the village, but stopped right by the river. How could the first heavenly father not be angry at this? Yuan Shi Tianzun's old face was iron blue as he looked at Imobai and said in a deep voice, Humph, this Taoist friend. Is this your way of hospitality? The poor Taoist came all the way here, and you won't even let us into the village? Nima, you're still pretending with me. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're a saint. There are 6 saints in my village. Pull out any one of them and they can crush you. When Imobai heard this, he also became angry and turned back to Yuan Shi Tianzun. In a deep voice, he droned, what kind of a thing are you? If it wasn't for the face of fellow Daoist Tongtian, the poor Taoist wouldn't bother to take care of you. How dare you yell here? What a face for you. Chapter 31 Bitter Yuan Shi Tianzun, out of wine. 1. Insulting the saints? On the side, the Taishan Laozi and Tongtian sect master duo heard their old faces twitch violently. The first heavenly father was even more furious, and he was about to lose his temper on the spot. Just then, 2 men joined hands and stepped out of the void, one dressed as a butcher and a scholar dressed up. Hey, this time, I went to the purple heavenly palace to beat up that guy Hongjun. It's just too good to be true. The butcher grinned and laughed. Yeah, it's been a long time since I beat up that bullnose Hongjun, so I'm going to go and beat him up this time. That old boy can be quieter too, or else he'll think he's invincible after he's merged with the Dao. The scribe laughed back. Fighting Hongjun? The 3 clearings were dumbfounded. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed it even if it killed them. Naturally, their first reaction was disbelief. After all, the Dao ancestor was known as the first person in the 3 realms. Now that the Taoist ancestor has merged with the Tao, that is the way of heaven. Fighting Hongjun? Is that possible? However, the 2 of them were talking at great length, and the heavenly Dao, or perhaps the Dao ancestor, did not react in the slightest. This suggests that the matter could be true. Thinking of this, the 3 purities were all jolted in unison. The words of the first heavenly father that came to his mouth were stiffly held back. Oh 7th brother, there's a guest in the house. The scholar grinned when he saw the 3 clearings. Yes, Sango, Inkbrand laughed. Oh, entertain our guests well, and we will return to the village. The scholar gave a deliberate glance at the first heavenly father, and then linked arms with the butcher. Back to the village. Tongtian sect master was busy making a haha and said, That Imobai Taoist friend. Don't be angry. This Taoist friend of the poor Taoist is not very good-tempered, so please be patient with fellow Taoist Imobai. Bad-tempered? So you can run wild in my Hulu village? Imobai looked at the first heavenly father with a disdainful face and said in a deep voice. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Yuan Shi Tianzuan and secretly transmitted his voice. Second brother, don't you want to know why the poor Taoist's cultivation is improving so fast? All the secrets are in the Huluden village. Second brother, first endure. There are chances in it. The old face of the first heavenly father twitched violently, took a deep breath, and looked at Imobai. Arching his hand, he said, it was the poor Taoist who was abrupt just now. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Forcing Yuan Shi Tianzun to admit his mistake? How hard does it have to be? If this were to be seen by outsiders, their jaws would have to drop. The first heavenly father also lowered his voice so low for the sake of his own Dao. After all, now that the Great Dao had retreated and the heavenly Dao was not visible, it was becoming more and more difficult for them to perceive the Dao. On the other hand, sect leader Tongtian had made several breakthroughs, which made Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes red, and today he had to figure out the secret of this. Besides, he had come to see Imobai today as the ether beginning, so it wasn't a disgrace. When Imobai saw that Yuan Shi Tianzun had admitted his mistake, he grinned and said, I'm not that petty, either. Have a seat. The three clearings each took their seats. Imobai looked at San Chang with a smile and said, I ask myself if I'm good at brewing wine. Why don't you two try the wine I've made as well? The poor Taoist never drinks. The first heavenly father, however, coldly said, he had come here to explore the secrets of the Hulu village, so he naturally had little interest in wine. Fellow Daoist Taisher, the wine brewed by fellow Daoist Imobai is not ordinary. Sect leader Tongtian froze and was busy reminding. Oh, since fellow Daoist Taisher doesn't like to drink, then forget it, a few of us will drink. Imobai wasn't angry and poured a cup of Dao wine for each of the two of them, Taishan Laozi and Tongtian sect master. As soon as the wine is in the glass, a refreshing and aromatic flavor comes to the surface. It also contained supreme Dao rhythms, which were prolonged and mesmerizing to the extreme. This wine, Taishan Laozi looked at Dao wine and exclaimed. Sect leader Tongtian laughed bitterly. Fellow Daoist Mabai's winemaking skills are first-rate, able to make wine one of the, in tune with the way. On the side, the first heavenly father looked on without tears and swallowed hard. Japan Europe, a Taoist wine that fits the Tao. I can't believe I just missed it. That's a big loss for this pussy. The first heavenly father looked at the Taoist wine on the heels of Taishan Laozi and Tongtian Godfather. Taoist heart is actually a clear. Cultivation even also loosened. Cannot help but secretly shocked. Hesitation. Shy old face. Dizzy said, that Imobai Taoist friend. You all drink. Poor Tao one person does not drink. Some words cannot be said. How about also give poor Tao to a cup? Oh no. The poor Taoist punishes himself with 3 cups. Just kidding. The Great Dao retreats and can find such a chance, even if it was shameless. Yuan Shi Tianzun couldn't miss it. It was just that the first heavenly father wanted to drink, so how could Imobai do what he wanted? Imobai naturally knew that this wine of his was not simple, and raised the purple gourd, pouring wine for the first heavenly father, but not a drop was poured out, and smiled sarcastically. That wine is gone. It is really sorry. Some other day. Some other day when you come, I'll make sure to brew it and let you taste it. No, Nima, don't be so pitiful. The first heavenly father wanted to cry, his old face twitching violently. Turning his head, he looked at Taishan Laozi and sect leader Tongtian. With a jolt, the two hastily downed the Taoist wine. As the Dao wine entered their bodies, the two of them, Taishan Laozi and Tongtian sect master, only felt that their Dao minds were clear. It seems to have touched a hint of the avenue, especially the Taishan Laozi, who drank the Taoist wine for the first time. The whole person only feel in the Tao of Wang Yang Si, around the body of the metaphysical light flashes. Cultivation surprisingly refined a lot. Chapter 32, what Yuan Shi gave away was disliked by a spirit pet. 2. Japan Europe. This wine is truly remarkable. When the first heavenly father saw that Taishan Laozi had actually made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was shocked. The heart is bitter. Repentance of the intestines are green. Cannot wait to face their own old face ruthlessly whip a big slap in the face. If people ask you for a drink, just drink. Why did you have to say no more? Now it's a good thing that the chance that came to me is gone. Taishan Laozi only felt refreshed and looked at Imobai and laughed loudly. Fellow Daoist Imobai, this Taoist wine is really extraordinary. Meeting for the first time, the poor Taoist doesn't have anything to give away. These 3 golden pills, they will be given to the Taoist friend. Saying that, Taishan Laozi flipped his hand, and 3 golden dawn that flashed with a golden halo appeared, handing them to Imobai. Could this be the 9 turns golden pill? Imobai's eyes lit up as he took the golden elixir and said joyfully, in that case, then I'll be polite. This time, the drinks are gone, so next time, fellow Daoist, come back and drink again. Taishan Laozi's eyes also lit up when he heard this, and he said joyfully, surely, the poor Taoist will definitely come back next time. On the side, the first Heavenly Father looked more and more exasperated. His old face blackened into a pot. Sect leader Tongtian couldn't stand to watch and looked at Imobai, saying, fellow Daoist Imobai, there's no wine. Can that enlightenment tea be brought out and savored with fellow Daoist Taisher? Gnosis tea? The two of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, were shocked to hear this and looked at Imobai with an incredulous expression, exclaimed in unison. But they knew that this enlightenment tea was originally the treasure of the Dao ancestor, and then it was snatched by someone else. Could it be that the person who robbed the Dao ancestor's enlightenment tea was Imobai? Or maybe some other weirdo from the village? Imobai grinned and said, that one is really unfortunate. The enlightenment tea hasn't matured yet. Next time when the enlightenment tea is ripe, fellow Daoist Taisher will come back. Just kidding. As soon as this guy, the first Heavenly Father, came, he pulled an old face, as if who owed him $5 million. Imobai naturally ignored him. As a matter of fact, there were still quite a few stocks of Gnosis tea in the village, and Imobai just wouldn't give it to him. Origin Heavenly Father's old face trembled violently and smiled bitterly. Well then, next time. Hesitating for a moment, the first Heavenly Father flipped his hand. A bell appeared, and handed it to Imobai. He said, fellow Daoist Imobai, this is a wind and fire bell refined by the poor Taoist. Please accept it. The first Heavenly Father was clearly trying to ingratiate himself with Imobai, and if others saw it, it has to be jaw-dropping. On the side, Taishan Laozi and sect leader Tongtian were then somewhat shocked. With Origin Heavenly Father's arrogant character, it was rare to be able to please others. This was something that if they hadn't seen with their own eyes, I'm afraid they wouldn't have believed it even if it killed them. Imobai received the wind fire bell and grinned. Thank you, fellow Daoist Taisher. Saying that, Imobai looked toward Xiao Hachi who was huffing and puffing under the big willow tree and said, Xiao Hachi, come over here. Hachi's sleepy eyes rose and walked over, asking, what's the matter, little master? Imobai put the wind and fire bell on little Eight's neck and smiled. This treasure is rewarded to you. The first Heavenly Father immediately had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. He gave a treasure to Imobai, and Imobai turned around and gave it to a pet? That's fine. However, what happened next instantly caused the first Heavenly Father to blow up, only to see little Eight picking off the wind and fire bell with a disgusted look on his face. He casually threw it into the river of fate and skimmed. Little lord, where did this rag come from? I don't like to wear this thing. If I did, there are so many innate spiritual treasures in the village. I would have worn them long ago. So many innate spiritual treasures in the village? The three clearings were dumbfounded as they listened, their old faces twitching violently. Spiritual treasures were hard to find, and innate spiritual treasures were even harder to find. This spirit pet even said that there were many innate spiritual treasures in the village? It's a man crush. In particular, the first Heavenly Father was blushing with shame. The treasures he had given away were actually disliked by a spirit pet. It's a little too embarrassing. Imobai was amused to see Yuan Shi Tianzun in such an awkward state. On the surface, he put on a look of embarrassment and grinned. That fellow Daoist Taisher. Forgive me, that can't hurt. The first Heavenly Father, in order to drink the enlightenment tea and Taoist wine the next time, put the bitterness in his heart and, a brain swallowed. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, sect leader Tongtian, Dizzy said, that Imobai Taoist friend in addition to the wine brewing is good, in addition to the great situation of the world of the flood, but also quite insightful. How about that? Why don't fellow Taoist Imobai talk about the world situation for us? Oh, I didn't think that fellow Taoist Imobai would have such insights. The poor Taoist would like to hear them as well. Taishan Laozi also looked at Imobai with interest. Well then, I'll talk about it casually. Inkbrand stretched out his hand and tapped the tabletop very regularly. Grinning, he said, just talking about what's good. Sect leader Tongtian hesitated for a moment, looked at Imobai, and said, fellow Daoist Imobai, why don't you talk about who is truly the number one saint among the 6 saints of the heavens? The first saint? Imobai froze and grinned. To say that this first saint, in addition to my Gourd village, of course it's none other than you, fellow Daoist Tongtian. Chapter 33 Cursing the Two in front of Taishan and Yuan Shi. 3. Tongtian sect master froze, and then his old face glowed above, and he laughed loudly. Fellow Daoist Imobai, that modest, although the poor Tao has slashed some magical powers, but really cannot afford to be the title of the first saint. What's more, there are 2 elder brothers above the poor Taoist, so the poor Taoist doesn't dare to compete with the 2 elder brothers. Although Lord Tongtian said on the surface that he couldn't afford it, but looking at his smug look, which is not half as bad as it should be. On the side, Taishan Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun were listening to their old faces darken. Taishan Laozi considered himself to be the head of the three Ching, and the first disciple of the Taoist ancestor, so it deserves to be the first saint. And Yuanshi Tianzun, a man who is arrogant by nature and looks down on others, and therefore also considered himself undoubtedly the first saint. Imobai looked at sect leader Tongtian with a smile and laughed. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, don't be humble. Fellow Taoist Tongtian holds the 4 immortal execution swords and the immortal execution formation diagram given by the Taoist ancestor, and can set up the immortal execution sword formation, which cannot be broken by other than the 4 saints, and is the first saint that deserves the title. As for the 2 saints Taishan and Yuan, be taught, be taught. Sect leader Tongtian stroked his beard straight in triumph. Taishan Laozi raised an eyebrow. Yuanshi Tianzun, however, skimmed his head and glanced at Imobai, asked, how about the 2 saints Taishan and Yuanshi? Imobai grinned and said, this person, the Taishan, appears to be quiet and inactive. In fact, the inner city is extremely deep, a typical old pust. On the side, the supreme old man almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard that. Raising his head with a face of shock and anger, he looked at Imobai, looking at him like he was a resentful woman. As for Genji, Imobai intentionally glanced at Yuanshi Tianzun. Smilingly, he said, this person, Yuanshi Tianzun, is an egomaniac. This person is arrogant and insolent, and can't see that others are better than him. It's a typical grouch. Pust. The first heavenly father's old face reddened as he listened, gritting his teeth and looking at Mobai, looking at his appearance that he couldn't wait to eat Imobai alive. Ha! Fellow Taoist Taisher, what's wrong with you? The poor Taoist is talking about the first heavenly father. How did you come to look like this? Imobai asked knowingly. Humph. A cold aura flickered in the eyes of the first heavenly father, and a green aura pulsed in his palm. He couldn't wait to slap Imobai to death. Sect leader Tongtian frowned greatly and said in a deep voice, fellow Taoist Taisher, Imobai is Poverty Road's Taoist friend. Humph. The first heavenly father snorted coldly, got up and transformed into a stream of light, and disappeared without looking back. That, fellow Taoist Imobai, the poor Taoist will also take his leave first. Taishan Laozi got up and arched his hand to Imobai. Then he too turned into a stream of light and vanished into the distance. These two are. Counting down the Taishan Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun duo, Imobai knowingly asked. Fellow Taoist Imobai, hey, you're in big trouble. Sect leader Tongtian smiled bitterly. Who told the two of them not to graciously admit who they are? Inkbrand skimmed. Fellow Taoist Imobai, you know the identities of the two of them? Sect leader Tongtian froze, his old face twitching. Your 2 older brothers, Taishan and Yuanshi well. Inkbrand smirked. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Imobai with wide eyes and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Imobai, why did you humiliate the 2 of them so much when you knew who they were? This, Imobai rolled his eyes, full of concern. What am I afraid of them for? My several elder brothers. Any one of them could crush them. Besides, I'm telling the truth. I'm being spontaneous. Isn't that right? Yes. It's right for Taoist Imobai to be forthright. Just a little too forthright. Sect leader Tongtian laughed bitterly and looked at Imobai, getting up and arching his hand. Fellow Taoist, today, the poor Taoist will take his leave and come back to visit you again in the coming day. Fellow Taoist, take care. Imobai rose and arched his hand. Immediately, sect leader Tongtian rode the Kanyo and headed for the Kunlun Mountains. After returning to the Kunlun Mountains, the Tongtian sect leader explained all sorts of things. It's just that the 2 of them think that Imobai has tarnished their image as saints, especially Yuanshi Tianzun, who has held a grudge against Imobai ever since. It's just that the first heavenly father is afraid of the Hulu village crowd and doesn't dare to blatantly beat and kill Imobai. On the other hand, Inkbrand didn't take this matter seriously at all. He continues to live his own leisurely life. If you have nothing else to do, find a dragon in a cold pool in the mountains to fight and improve your fighting skills. When he was idle, he drank tea and practiced, and he lived a happy life to the fullest. On this day, Imobai left the Hulu village and went to the mountains to look for Jiaolon to fight. Halfway through the journey, I only saw a divine light rise up to the sky, a divine light that shone brightly, illuminating the heavens. It dyed the sky in 7 colors. Is this a treasure coming out? It was the first time for Imobai to see such a vision, and under the elation, he didn't care about looking for the scaly dragon to fight. Spreading his feet, he rushed towards the divine light. When we got closer, we saw a huge vine twining halfway up the mountain. Underneath it was a fruit that glowed with an earthy yellow halo, and the fruit emitted a tantalizingly clear scent that filled the air and lifted one's spirits. This is the 9 heavenly Xian Huang fruit? Inkbrand raised an eyebrow in delight. Once upon a time, the scholar snatched a tome from the Taoist ancestor, which contained many spiritual roots and spiritual herbs. Among them was this 9 heavenly Xian Huang fruit. Chapter 34, Disciple of a Saint? Fighting as usual. 4. Xian Huang fruit. Just then, a stream of light shot in, which converged to reveal a man dressed in green and the man with long ears and a big belly. This person didn't care about Mobai at all and went forward to pick the Xian Huang fruit. Mobai frowned greatly. His figure flashed, swept to the front, and fished the Xian Huang fruit into his hand. In a deep voice, he said, "Fellow Taoist, there has to be a first come first served, right? This Xian Huang fruit was discovered by me first, and you came up here to grab it. A little unkind, isn't it?" When the man with long ears saw that Mobai had snatched the Xian Huang fruit, he couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "Humph, all treasures under the sun are for the virtuous. Who are you to steal the Xian Huang fruit from the poor Taoist? Do you know who the poor Taoist is?" Mobai put away the Xian Huang fruit and bristled. "Who are you, and what do I care?" When the man with long ears heard this, he became furious and shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you? I am under the disciple of the Tongtian sage. Long-eared fixed light immortal is also. How dare you be rude to a disciple of a saint? You really don't know how to live. Tonto." Mobai rolled his eyes furiously as he listened, looking at the long-eared fixed light immortal with a playful expression. Skimming his lips, he said, "Can a saint's disciple be so arrogant? Moreover, this behavior of yours is completely discrediting Sage Tongtian. How did Sage Tongtian have a disciple like you? TSK. Upon hearing this, the long-eared fixed light immortal burst into a rage and shouted in a deep voice, "Tai, you dare to insult the poor Taoist. Today, if you put down the fruit of the yellow fruit and kowtow to the poor Taoist, this matter will be settled. If you dare to say a single word of no, the poor Taoist will definitely kill you today." Hey, well, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Daring to say such big words. Inkbrand was excited and rolled up his sleeves. A picture of a fight. Earlier, he fought with the white tiger, the fire Qilin and the Jiaolong in the mountains, those mountain demons and beasts of burden. It's awesome, but it's all wild. However, the long-eared Dingguangxian is a serious disciple of the Interceptor sect and a disciple of the sage. Naturally, it is not comparable to those who are wild, and it is a rare opportunity for Mobai to use it to practice. Naturally, Inkbrand wouldn't miss it. When the long-eared Dingguangxian took a look, he was furious and shouted in a deep voice, "You guy is looking for death." Saying this, he gave a loud shout, his voice like thunder, shocking the people, and with a movement of his feet, his figure followed. The sandbag-sized fist blasted at Mobai. This punch of his was also extremely extraordinary. The green light above his fist flickered erratically. Carrying the supreme heart method of the Interceptor sect, he blasted at Mobai. "Ha ha, good timing." Mobai let out a loud laugh, drumming up his body's chi and blood, without too many fancy. With one punch, he met the long-eared fixed light immortal. Boom! The two fists were opposite each other, like two ancient savage beasts, ruthlessly crashing into each other. The terrifying aftermath was like a tidal wave, surging in all directions, directly overturning the surrounding mountains and rocks, rolling down to the ground with a horrifying sound. Wow! The long-eared fixed light immortal only felt a strong force coming from his face, and his body couldn't stop stumbling backward. It was hard to stabilize his stance, but the long-eared fixed light immortal only felt his internal organs tumbling and his throat was sweet. Cannot help while spit out a mouthful of old blood? A face of horror looked at Mobai, shocked and angry. Mobai's control of force greatly exceeded his imagination. Originally, the long-eared fixed light immortal thought that Mobai was equal to him in terms of cultivation, so he could finish Mobai off with one punch. After all, his punch, which contained the supreme clear heart method, was always much stronger than a wildcard like Mobai. Who would have thought that by throwing a punch at each other, he would have lost? As a matter of fact, Mobai's punch was not a simple punch, but rather, it utilized the laws of force. Borrowing the power of the long-eared fixed light immortal, coupled with his own divine power. It was only with a single punch that the long-eared fixed light immortal vomited blood. Mobai's eyes brightened up as he looked at long-eared Dingguangxian and said joyfully, "Not bad. You're much stronger than the others, yet you're still not my opponent." The long-eared fixed light immortal was also at the true immortal realm now, but if we were to talk about battle power, it's a lot stronger than the scaly dragon in the mountain, and that's how powerful the disciples of saints are. But compared to Mobai, the power of several laws was added to the body, but it was still much worse. The long-eared fixed light immortal was furious and shouted in a deep voice, "You guys are looking for death. Look at the magic treasure." Saying this, The long-eared fixed light immortal flipped his hand, and a white bead appeared. Throwing the bead directly into mid-air, the bead blossomed with thousands of haze, and where the haze enveloped, everything was fixed. Even the air and time were fixed. Mobai was in the midst of the haze and was also fixed in place. This guy was not arrogant. How about this time? The long-eared fixed light immortal arrogantly laughed out loud. Click! Just then, a bull-thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, and crashed down on top of the long-eared fixed light immortal, directly splitting the long-eared fixed light immortal. He rolled and tumbled backwards, smashing the ground into a deep gully. Wow! The long-eared fixed light immortal got up, couldn't stop spitting out blood, and looked at Mobai with a horrified expression on his face. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "The divine thunder of Ching. How do you? You know my interceptor sect Ching divine thunder? Baby, this baby bead is mine." Mobai, however, did not care about anything else, and directly fished the beads into his hands, played with it with glee. Chapter 35, The Interceptor sect is not good at bullying. You guys are good at bullying. 5. This divine lightning of the upper Ching dynasty was taught to me by your teacher, Sage Tongtian. Do you believe it? Mobai held the fixed light bead and looked at the long-eared fixed light immortal Dao with a smile. Impossible. You're not from my interceptor sect. How could teacher teach you the divine thunder of Ching? This divine thunder of Ching is the untransmitted secret of my interceptor church. Only the personal disciples can practice. Even the poor Tao has no chance to practice. Long-eared Dingwang Xian was gray. His hairs exploded all over his body, and he looked at Mobai with a face of shock and anger. Exclaimed. Mobai skimmed his lips. Oh, that's right. The long-eared fixed light immortal's figure was a bit unsteady, and he looked at Mobai with a face of shock and anger. He said, "Give back the poor Taoist stigmata beads, or the poor Taoist will not rest with you." Mobai grinned and said, "I'd like to see how you're not going to do it. Fighting? Too bad you can't beat me." Long-eared Dingwang Xian was trembling with anger, and said in shock and fury, Well, you thief, give the poor Taoist a weight." With that, the long-eared fixed light immortal transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the distance. The long-eared fixed light immortal went straight to the Vishnu immortal's cave. When he reached the outside of the cave, Vishnu immortal said loudly, "Is senior brother Vishnu immortal in the mountain?" In a moment, Vishnu Xian walked out, accompanied by a thin, dry man. A Taoist with a horse face. This Taoist's name is Golden Hoop Immortal Ma Sui. They are all 7 immortals under the seat of Godfather Tongtian. The 2 of them were shocked to see the long-eared fixed light immortal in such a miserable state. Vishnu immortal exclaimed, "Senior brother Tingguan immortal, what's wrong with you?" The long-eared fixed light immortal smiled bitterly. "It's hard to explain. Come on, let's go into the cave and we'll talk." Vishnu immortal pulled long-eared fixed light immortal and entered the cave. The 3 each sat down. Vishnu immortal and Golden Hoop immortal Ma then healed long-eared Tingguan immortal's wounds. After a long time, long-eared's fixed light immortal's injuries stabilized. Vishnu immortal hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, who injured you so badly?" The long-eared fixed light immortal gritted his teeth and said, "The poor Taoist traveled through the floodplains and passed by a place where the inadvertently found the Xian Huang fruit, and got into a fight with a person. By that person took the precious fixed light bead. That person also injured the poor Taoist. Speaking of which, it's really a bit sweaty. So today, the poor Taoist has specially come to ask Senior Vishnu Immortal to come out and work together with the poor Taoist to recapture the treasure." Vishnu Xian raised an eyebrow, snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Well, wow. Surprisingly, there is still someone who dares to lay hands on the disciples of my interceptor sect. The poor Taoist would like to see what kind of god it is. Whoever it is that makes a move against my interceptor sect disciples will die." Golden Band Immortal Ma Sui pulled a donkey face and said in a deep voice. Long-eared Dingguang Xian joyfully said, "Now that Senior Ma Sui is also here, with the help of the 2 senior brothers, this time, we will surely be able to take down that thief in one fell swoop. Let's go meet that thief, Vishnu Sento." The 3 of them clicked together and immediately got up, flying towards Hulu village. Of course, the long-eared fixed light immortal concealed the fact that Mobai would be on the divine thunder of Ching. If the 2 of them had known that Mobai would go on the divine thunder of Ching, then he knew that Mobai and the Tongtian sect leader must have a strong connection, and it was hard to guarantee that the 2 immortals wouldn't come to help. When they reached the outskirts of Hulu village, the 3 immortals saw a man lying on a rocking chair by the river. Rocking, and, "It's a good time." Long-eared Dingguang Xian reached out and pointed at Mobai, saying angrily, "Tai, you thief, how dare you be so cozy here, and return the poor Taoist stereoscopic bead." Mobai got up, saw the 3 immortals, and smiled. Hey, so it's gone to get help. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Come on, I'd like to see what you guys are capable of." Saying that, Bai rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a stance. A stance to fight. Bold. This guy is too unbridled. Do you really think that the people in my Interceptor sect are easy to bully? Vishnu Immortal was furious, glaring angrily at Bai and drinking in a deep voice. Bai grinned and said provocatively, the people of the Interceptor sect are bad bullies, but you three are good bullies, good guts. Since that's the case, let's show you how powerful the three of us are. Golden Band Immortal Ma Sui was furious and shouted in a deep voice, look at the magic treasure. Saying this, I saw the golden hoop Immortal Ma Sui flip his hand, and a golden hoop appeared. He threw it at Bai's head. The hoop turned into a stream of light and was directly placed on Bai's head. Ha ha, you guy got caught in the poor Taoist's hoop. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. The golden banded Immortal Ma Sui was overjoyed and immediately recited the incantation. It was just that Bai stood in place, smiling and looking at them without the slightest discomfort. This hoop of the golden hoop Immortal Ma Sui was indeed powerful, but Bai was an existence that had practiced the law of force. The extent of his fleshly body was far from being comparable to that of Sun Monkey and the others. This hoop of the golden hoop Immortal Ma Sui was not at all useful to him. Bai reached out and removed the golden hoop, surveyed it for a few moments, and casually threw it into the great river. Smirking, he said, is that all you've got? The golden band Immortal Ma Sui was shocked, and said in shock and anger, this is impossible. How are you? You not afraid of the poor Taoist hoop? Bai grinned. Come on, want to try again? Said the man, and cheaply pointed to his head. The golden banded Immortal Ma Sui was furious and shouted in a deep voice, good for you, you thief. You must have cultivated some kind of head divine power. Do you think the poor Taoist hoop can only cover the head? Look at the magic treasure. Saying that, golden hoop Immortal Ma Sui flipped his hand and took out another hoop and threw it directly at Bai. Chapter 36, Adversary. Why don't you apologize to fellow Taoist Bai? 6. The golden hooped Immortal Horse has 3 hoops. The golden hoop, the tight hoop and the forbidden hoop. For the first time, the golden hoop Immortal Ma Sui used the forbidden hoop, and this time the one used was the most powerful of the 3 hoops, the golden hoop. But when I saw Ma Sui throw out the golden hoop, it was divided into 5 and turned into 5 hoops, lasso towards Bai's limbs and head. Seeing the 5 hoops set to come, Bai grinned and waved his big sleeve, and directly took away the gold hoops. Laughing, he said, little Doyle, is that all you've got? The pupils of the golden band Immortal Ma Sui's eyes contracted dramatically, and he looked at Bai with a face of shock and anger. He exclaimed, sleeve of the sleeve, you're Jin Yuanzi's disciple? Bai grinned. As I said, I'm of the same generation as your teacher, Sage Tongtian. How is it a disciple of Jin Yuanzi? You guy looking for death. Give back the poor Taoist's golden hoop. The golden band Immortal Ma Sui was trembling with anger and shock. All his skills lie in these 3 hoops, and now that he's lost 2 of them, how could this not make him anxious? If you want a gold hoop, you'll have to get it with skill. Inkbrand grinned. You seek death. Golden hoop Immortal Ma Sui was furious and bellowed, manipulating his fists and slamming them at Bai with a single punch. However, he saw that the green light above his fist flickered erratically, vaguely accompanied by green-colored sword chi coming at him. This is the divine power of Shangqing. Lord Tongtian is an expert in the use of swords, so the Interceptor's magical powers are often accompanied by sword chi. Even in the fists, they carried supreme sword chi, with a great tendency to split the sky and the earth. Thief, look at the avatar. At the same time, Vishnu Immortal shouted. His body's green light rippled around him, and his hands formed seals that, the foot stomped heavily. With this stomp, with him at the center, cyan divine light instantly swept through, as if it were a tidal wave. It surged toward Bai. When it reached Bai's feet, it suddenly transformed into thousands of vines, directly entangling Bai. Vishnu Immortal was a reed that became a Taoist, so his powers are mostly plant-bound. He and the golden hoop Immortal worked together, one attacking and the other defending. Phew! Right at this moment, suddenly a large area of crimson flames rose from Bai's body. The flame was extremely hot, instantly burning the vines on his body into ashes. Ha! This is the true fire of the sun? Golden band Immortal Ma Sui was shocked and exclaimed, fellow Taoist Bai, please be merciful. Just then, an incomparably thick voice rang out. The sun true flame on Bai's body dispersed. Gold band Immortal Horse then picked up a life and drew back explosively, looking at Bai with a horrified expression on his face. Shocked and furious, he said, how do you know the true fire of the sun? Could it be that you are related to Emperor Jun and Tai of the Demon Clan? Are you also a 3-legged golden crow or not? Bai rolled his eyes and bristled. I'm your old mother, but also the 3-legged golden crow, only to see a man riding a bull in the distance. This Taoist was no one else but sect leader Tongtian. Originally, Lord Tongtian had come to drink with Mo Bai, who had thought that halfway through the journey, feeling the fluctuation of the avatar, and then sensing it carefully, it turned out to be the divine avatar of Ching, and thus rushed to the. Instead, he found that 3 of his disciples had actually fought with Mo Bai. It was only in desperation that sect leader Tongtian shouted out to stop him, and it was precisely when Mo Bai heard the Tongtian sect leader's voice that he dispersed the sun true flame on his body. If not, the golden hoop immortal Ma Sui was afraid that he would have been burned to dregs by the burning sun true fire long ago. As a matter of fact, Mo Bai had really moved to kill the golden hoop immortal Ma Sui. Among the later generations, many traitors came out of the Interceptor sect. These 3 in front of me, 80% of them are also traitors of the Interceptor sect. The 3 hoops of this golden hooped immortal Ma Sui have made a great splash in the journey to the west. It was gifted by Buddha Rulai to Goddess of Mercy, who in turn used the 3 hoops to subdue the monkey, the black bear spirit and the red child. If Ma Sui hadn't joined the Buddha, his 3 hoops, and how did it come into the hands of Ka? Mo Bai befriended the Tongtian sect leader and regarded the Tongtian sect leader as a confidant. Therefore, in the heart of anger, to be for the Tongtian godfather in addition to these several traitors, only moved to kill. It's just that the Tongtian sect leader arrived and made Mo Bai give up his killing intent. After all, now that the 3 immortals haven't apostatized, he killed them just like that. I'm afraid that I won't be able to give an explanation to the Tongtian sect leader. The 3 immortals saw sect leader Tongtian and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, teacher. Get up, sect leader Tongtian faintly said. The 3 immortals rose. The long-eared fixed light immortal looked toward the Tongtian sect leader and arched his hand. Teacher, this guy has bullied us too much. Please also do it for us. Teacher. Sect leader Tongtian rolled his eyes and didn't pay any attention to Long-ear's fixed light immortal, but looked at Mo Bai. Smiling bitterly, he said, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, how did you get into a fight with these 3 untalented disciples of the poor Tao? What the hell? Sect leader Tongtian actually called fellow Taoist Mo Bai? The 3 immortals were so dumbfounded by what they heard that they could hardly believe your own ears. Mo Bai grinned. Know it, I'm just having fun with them. Teacher, the long-eared fixed light immortal was in a great hurry and busied himself. Humph, shut up, with just the 3 of you, how are you a match for Mo Bai Dudu? Even if poor Taoist steps in, against fellow Taoist Mo Bai, there's no certainty of victory, so why don't you quickly make amends to fellow Taoist Mo Bai? Without waiting for the long-eared fixed light immortal to finish his sentence, the Tongtian sect leader interrupted and chided. Chapter 37, the biggest traitor of the Interceptor sect. 7. Fellow Taoist Tongtian is really lifting me up. I'm just a small true immortal. However, on second thought, Mo Bai felt that sect leader Tongtian was giving himself face, so there was no rebuttal. On the side, the 3 immortals were however dumbfounded by what they heard, hardly believing their ears. They had never heard sect leader Tongtian evaluate a person like this before. Even for the duo of Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, sect leader Tongtian had never praised them this highly. Could it be that Mo Bai is also a saint? Then why did he fight us for so long? Perhaps Morabai is an old monster, playing with us on purpose. Thinking so, the 3 immortals couldn't help but shiver and sweat in unison. Flustered, he bowed to Mo Bai. Thank you senior for your mercy. The 3 senior nephews are excused. Inkbrand smirked. Nephew? The 3 immortals' old faces shook viciously as they got up and looked at each other, laughing bitterly. Tongtian sect leader laughed. Right, since we've talked it over, there's nothing more to it. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, go, let's go have a drink, shall we? Teachers, our babies. The golden-banded Senma was then in a great hurry. I have kept your treasures for you for the time being, and when you have gone up in heart, come back to me again to get your baby back, Mo Bai said righteously. Teachers, the 3 immortals were in a hurry. So be it, though the Tongtian sect leader did not know why Mo Bai was doing this, but he believed that Mo Bai must have his reasons for doing so. After all, in the Tongtian sect leader's opinion, Mo Bai had quite a few treasures, and many of them were innate spiritual treasures, not so much as to rob the juniors of their treasures. There must be some hidden agenda. It's just that if sect leader Tongtian knew that Mo Bai didn't give the 3 immortals the treasure, it was nothing more than for the treasures of the black 3 immortals, and I wondered how sect leader Tongtian would feel about it. How could the 3 immortals dare to say anything when sect leader Tongtian had said so? The 3 immortals were so bitter that they just had to admit it. Mo Bai looked at sect leader Tongtian and laughed. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, let's go. You and I will go have a few drinks. Very good, sect leader Tongtian said with great joy. Immediately, the 2 of them walked toward the river and sat opposite each other on either side of the large boulder. The 3 immortals, on the other hand, stood behind sect leader Tongtian, not daring to move. The 2 of them sat down. Tongtian sect leader flipped his hand. Now a bead. Handing to Mo Bai. He said, fellow Daoist Mo Bai. I blame the poor Taoists' lax discipline for allowing these 3 rebellious disciples to charge against you. This precious pearl of Shangcheng. It will be treated as a gift to make amends, and please ask fellow Daoist Mo Bai to accept it, or else he will be looking down on me. Tongtian. You beat up your disciple and you have to make amends for the baby? The 3 immortals looked dumbfounded and bitter. Mo Bai also shook his old face fiercely as he took the Shangcheng treasure pearl and laughed bitterly. In that case, then I'll take it. But, next time it's not. Sect leader Tongtian turned back to the 3 immortals with a vicious look and said angrily, Humph, if there is a next time. Poor Taoist breaks your dog's legs. Yes, teacher. The 3 immortals were startled, and they were busy arching their hands. Mo Bai put away the upper Ching treasure pearl, poured a cup of wine for sect leader Tongtian, and looked up at the 3 immortals. A look of desire to speak. Sect leader Tongtian looked on and smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist Mo Bai, if you have anything to say, just say it. Are you trying to suffocate the poor? Mo Bai drank a cup of wine and looked up at the 3 immortals, saying, fellow Daoist Tongtian, these 3 disciples of yours are not honest. I'm afraid that in the future they will be unfavorable to the Interceptor sect. When the 3 immortals heard this, they trembled with fear and fell to their knees in a panic, crying out, Teacher, please be clear. We are loyal to the Interceptor sect. Absolutely no misbehavior. Please also teacher clear. Sect leader Tongtian, however, frowned and looked up at Mo Bai. He also looked at the long river of fate and the long river of time beside him and frowned. Fellow Daoist Mo Bai, are you seeing something? Daoist Mo Bai drank a cup of wine, but didn't say anything. Sect leader Tongtian glanced at the 3 immortals and then looked at Mo Bai, saying, fellow Daoist Mo Bai, don't worry, when the poor Taoist returns, he will ask the poor Taoist's eldest disciple, Taoist Duo Bao, to discipline them more often. As for apostasy, think they don't have the guts. Sect master Tongtian still didn't believe that his disciple would betray him and the Interceptor sect. Inkbrand took another drink, grinned, and said, with all due respect, that great disciple of yours, Taoist Duo Bao, is no good either. Inkbrand had a basis for saying so. Among the later generations, after the sealing of the gods, Taoist Duo Bao transformed himself into the Buddha of the Buddhist sect. This is one of those things that must not be examined in detail. After the sealing of the gods, the biggest beneficiary is not the hierarchy, nor the Western religion. Rather, it's this Taoist Duo Bao. It could be said that the chi of an entire God-sealing quantum revelation was concentrated on Taoist Duo Bao. This begs the question of Taoist Duo Bao. Looking at their behavior again, it's quite suspicious. In the 10,000 Immortals formation, Taoist Duo Bao once went to assassinate Tai Shan Laozi. This action, looking mighty and domineering, loyal and courageous, dared to fight with the saints for the sake of his teacher. But once we think about it more carefully, it is full of holes. You're a quasi-saint. To assassinate a saint, are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? In all likelihood, this was a setup made by Taoist Duo Bao, deliberately allowing the Tai Shan Laozi to capture him, then let Tai Shan Laozi turn him into a Hu and become the Buddha of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, it was Taoist Duo Bao who instigated sect leader Tongtian to lay down the immortal execution sword formation of a duel with the first heavenly father. How could Taoist Duo Bao, as a great disciple of the Interceptor sect, not know that the Interceptor sect did not have any treasures that suppressed their chi fortune? This immortal execution sword formation could still suppress chi without moving, but once it was used, it could no longer continue to suppress chi. In this way, the Interceptor Church will lose its chi and will inevitably be defeated. From this point of view, Taoist Duo Bao is most likely the biggest traitor of the Interceptor sect, burying the entire Interceptor sect for its own sake. Chapter 38 Misty Grass. This guy could be a hidden saint. 1. The 3 immortals grinned darkly as they listened. Sect leader Tongtian frowned even more and looked at Mo Bai, saying, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, are you mistaken? This great disciple of the poor Taoist has been working hard, and has taken the place of the poor Taoist in the teaching affairs all these years, never had a half-assed complaint, so how could he be dishonest? Mo Bai shook his head slightly and said, anyway, fellow Taoist Tongtian should be careful. This is the extraordinary thing about Taoist Duo Bao, not revealing himself, and after the God-sealing quantum leap, but it was a hit and became the first person under the saints. Sect leader Tongtian took a sip of wine in a depressed manner, his gaze ghostly, not knowing what he was thinking. The two drank to each other for a long time. The Tongtian sect master had something on his mind, so he hurriedly took his leave. When he returned to the Kunlun Mountains, Lord Tongtian secretly observed Taoist Duo Bao. It's just that no matter how you look at it, Taoist Duo Bao is the eldest disciple of the capricious, hitching up the affairs of the church in a well-organized manner, without the slightest trace of misbehavior. Thus, sect leader Tongtian let go of this mustiness in his heart. On the other side, Taoist Duo Bao naturally noticed that something was wrong with sect leader Tongtian. Handle things with more care. After returning to his cave, Taoist Duo Bao was suspicious in his mind, secretly saying, "What's the situation? I always feel like my teachers have been acting weird lately and looking at me differently. Is eldest brother available?" Just then, a voice came from outside. Taoist Duo Bao froze, then got up and welcomed him out, seeing three people, who were no one else. It was none other than the golden band immortal Ma Sui, the long-eared fixed light immortal and the Vishnu immortal. Three senior brothers. What is it that you have come to seek out the poor Taoist? Taoist Duo Bao looked at the three with a smile and asked. This is what makes Taoist Duo Bao so outstanding. Treating the disciples of the Interceptor sect in a courteous manner. Never bully the big with the small. Eldest brother, may I come in for a moment? Long-eared fixed light immortal carefully said. Taoist Duo Bao frowned slightly and smiled. Three senior brothers, inside please. With that, Taoist Duo Bao invited the three inside. Each of the four sat down. Taoist Duo Bao looked at the three immortals and asked, Three senior brothers, did something happen? How is this mysterious? The three immortals looked at each other. The long-eared fixed light immortal turned his head toward Taoist Duo Bao and arched his hand toward Taoist Duo Bao. Eldest senior brother. Whoa. Taoist Duo Bao raised an eyebrow and looked at the three immortals, puzzled. Three senior brothers. What whoa? The long-eared fixed light immortal told Taoist Duo Bao what had happened in Hulu village. Taoist Duo Bao's heart jumped as he listened, and 1,000 waves were set off within his heart. He's going to follow the example of the Taoist ancestor, and gather the chi of an entire quantum of karma in one place. The matter of accomplishing the position of a mixed sage was something that he had only just plotted out, and he had yet to implement exactly how to do it. He had never crossed paths with that mysterious immortal Mo Bai, and even more so, he had never even met him in person. How did he know about his schemes? Taoist Duo Bao had never been more afraid of Mo Bai in his heart. Vishnu Immortal asked, Eldest brother, do you have some sort of beef with this immortal Mo Bai? Taoist Duo Bao's face sank slightly. The divine light in his eyes flickered uncertainly, and he said in a deep voice, Poof, the poor Taoist has never met that immortal Mo Bai, so how is there any beef? The three immortals sighed. Farewell, eldest brother. The three immortals looked at each other and rose to arch their hands toward Taoist Duo Bao. Thanks for reminding the three senior brothers this time. Take care, three senior brothers. In the future, if there's anything I can use my brother for, just come and mention it. Taoist Duo Bao got up and arched his hand toward the three immortals. Eldest brother is polite. The three immortals were overjoyed and turned to leave the cave. After sending away the three immortals, Taoist Duo Bao instantly changed into a different person, his entire face sinking like water. The old face was drawn long and gloomy to the extreme, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes as he muttered, Poof, it seems that teacher is quite convinced of this mysterious immortal Mo Bai, so poor Tao must go and meet this immortal Mo Bai. Saying that, Taoist Duo Bao flashed out of the Kunlun mountains and went straight to the Hulu village that the three immortals had mentioned. When he arrived outside of the Hulu village, Taoist Duo Bao saw Mo Bai. At this time, Mo Bai had just swallowed 3 transformation golden pills and had broken through to the early Shan immortal cultivation level. At this moment, Mo Bai was cultivating himself and stabilizing his realm, only to see Mo Bai's hands pinching the seal, eyes closed in contemplation, suspended in mid-air. The upper immortal arcane light around his body flickered. Suddenly, an immense and incomparable demonic god silhouette emerged behind Mo Bai's back. That demon god stood on top of the sky with gnarled muscles, holding a large axe, hissing up to the sky and shaking the heavens and the worlds. This is the power of law, and it seems to be the law of force, which is the first of the 3,000 laws. That demon god silhouette behind him should be the true body of Pangu. Taoist Duo Bao's heart jumped as he watched, secretly exclaiming. Taoist Duo Bao had been incarnated since the ancient times and had witnessed the first witch-demon battle. At that time, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan laid down the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations and condensed the true body of Pangu. How majestic was that? At this moment, he had seen the shadow of Pangu's true body again. How could he not be shocked? The power of the laws could only be touched by a saint. In other words, Mo Bai was most likely a hidden saint. No wonder they can call themselves brothers and sisters with sage Tongtian. Taoist Duo Bao's old face twitched violently as he watched, his heart beating a retreat. Chapter 39, this guy might be even more powerful than Dao Ancestor. 2. Wow. Immediately afterward, 2 great, vast rivers surged out of Mo Bai's body, and the great rivers were vast. It ran on, coming out of the void of the great void. But the weird thing is, neither of these 2 rivers are made of water. One great river is made up of colorful images, while the other is made up of colorful flashes of light. These two large rivers mirrored the two large rivers outside the village. A brilliant and incomparable divine light erupted. Within the divine light, various images flashed by as if they were playing a movie. Is this the long river of time and destiny? Taoist Duo Bao was stunned, his old face twitching violently. And, he exclaimed, 2 more law powers? This one person can still master multiple law powers? Generally speaking, saints could only touch the power of one law, to have complete mastery of the power of a law, unless it was possible for a heavenly Dao realm powerhouse like the Dao ancestor. But Imobai had mastered the power of 3 laws all by himself, which, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I'm afraid that even if I killed Taoist Duo Bao, I wouldn't be able to believe it. Saints, definitely hidden saints. Taoist Duo Bao swallowed his saliva and prepared to turn his head and leave. As for revenge, what's the point of reporting it? He's only at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm right now. This rushing up to fight with a hidden saint who had mastered the power of 3 laws, wouldn't that be looking for death? But just as Taoist Duo Bao was about to leave, suddenly a huge and incomparable light will appeared behind Imobai, on top of which flashed 6 colors of gorgeous light, and bursts of Taoist rhythms came from it, which was mesmerizing. This another force of law? Taoist Duo Bao was dumbfounded and heartbroken at the sight. Just then, there was another change in Imobai's body, and a rolling black aura appeared. The black gas rotated, forming a huge black vortex. The black vortex looked like the mouth of a huge beast. It can devour everything. Even the light was swallowed. Misty grass, another law power? Absolute hidden great saints. It's possible that it's even more powerful than the teacher, even comparable to the Dao ancestor. Taoist Duo Bao's eyes seemed like dead fish eyes, almost wanting to take out of their sockets. Exclaimed. By this time, Taoist Duo Bao had already been chilled, and had long ago eliminated the mind of revenge, only thinking of escaping. This in case if this hidden great sage saw him, he would have to die without a burial place. Just then, there was another change in Imobai's body. I only saw a rich chaotic chi gushing out from Imobai's body, changing into various forms. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, the 2 chis of yin and yang, and the dramatic changes of wind and thunder, come out of the hand of the faithful. The most terrifying thing was the chaotic sword chi and chaotic true flame suspended around him. Nima, the power of the 6 laws. It's damn likely that the Dao ancestors aren't even opponents. Taoist Duo Bao was so scared that his little heart thumped wildly and he turned around and ran. Right now, Hulu village was a scary place for him, without absolute strength. Oh no, even if he became a saint, he didn't want to come back to this place. Don't want anything to do with Murbai. Kidding aside, offending an existence that was comparable to a Dao ancestor, or even likely to surpass a Dao ancestor. Definitely not a wise choice. Taoist Duo Bao spread his feet and darted forward at the fastest speed in his life. He was going to get out of this place that made his heart skip a beat as fast as he could. But not long after traveling, a man dressed as a scholar appeared in front of him and, blocking his way. Who are you? Why are you blocking the way of the poor Taoist? Taoist Duo Bao looked at the scholar warily and exclaimed. This scholar in front of him gave Taoist Duo Bao a great sense of oppression. Even this feeling was stronger than the feeling given to him by sect leader Tongtian. The scholar looked at Taoist Duo Bao with a smile and said, Little mouse, you've been sneaking and peeking outside our village for a long time and you're asking me who I am? You're from that weird village? Taoist Duo Bao was shocked. His old face twitched violently, looked at the scholar, and hesitated. Arching his hand, he said, Senior, that poor Taoist has no malice, just passing by your precious land. This will go. With that, Taoist Duo Bao was about to leave. Only when he looked up, the scribe appeared bizarrely in front of him. Taoist Duo Bao was shocked and turned his head to run. It was just that no matter how much he ran, the scribe would appear in front of him without a sound. Senior, what are you going to do? Taoist Duo Bao's heart jumped as he exclaimed. He was already an expert at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but he was being played like a monkey by the other party. The strength of this scholar in front of him was certainly extraordinary. Little mouse, come with me on a treasure hunt. The scholar grinned, his large hand stretched out, and vast mana surged out, directly pressing towards Taoist Duo Bao. The poor Taoist Duo Bao was simply powerless to resist, so he was pressed to reveal his original form. It is a doppelganger. Squeak! The doppelganger let out a shrill shriek. Little mouse, let's go. Aren't you the best at treasure hunting? Come on, let's go treasure hunting. The scholar had an extra bright rope in his hand, leading Taoist Duo Bao, and laughed. Chapter 40, Hou Tu. I have a Dao couple. 3. Poor Taoist Duo Bao. He has lived a miserable life ever since. The scholar leads Taoist Duo Bao around in search of treasure. Taoist Duo Bao was able to get the scholar to let him go, and hardened his heart to give the scholar a treasure hunt. 100 years on top of the flood is a snap of the fingers, but in this 100 years, the Taoist Duo Bao only felt as if he had passed 10 sessions, not to mention how long it was. On this day, sect leader Tongtian came to seek Mo Bai again to drink and discuss the Tao. The two of them talked to each other. Just then, the scholar walked back leading Taoist Duo Bao. When Taoist Duo Bao saw sect leader Tongtian, it was as if a drowning person had grabbed a life-saving straw. He was so ecstatic that he was busy shouting, "Teacher save me, teacher save me." When the Tongtian sect master saw the Duo Bao mouse, he was slightly stunned and frowned. "Duo Bao, what are you?" "Teacher, I've been captured by this strange man, and for these 100 years life has been worse than death. Oh teacher, save me, help me." Taoist Duo Bao cried out. It seemed as if he wanted to vent all the heartache of the past 100 years in this moment. The Tongtian sect master looked up at the scholar and frowned. This Taoist friend, Mo Bai, got up, looked at the scholar, and said awkwardly, "That, third brother, this is fellow Taoist Tongtian's disciple, so please let him go." The scholar skimmed his lips and laughed. "In that case, then the poor Taoist will return him to you." With that, the scribe collected the rope and took a step toward the village. Taoist Duo Bao was able to get away, rolled on the ground, appeared in human form, and knelt down in front of Godfather Tongtian. Crying loudly, he said, "Teacher, the disciple has lived a life worse than death for the past 100 years, a life worse than death, and I ask the teacher to make a decision for the disciple." Sect leader Tongtian looked at Taoist Duo Bao and frowned. "Duo Bao, these years have been hard on you." Mo Bai was also a bit embarrassed, not knowing why Taoist Duo Bao was caught by the scholar. 100 years of searching for a bookie's treasure. To find a treasure for a scribe is to find a treasure for him. Over the past 100 years, Taoist Duo Bao had searched for many treasures for the scholar. Mo Bai poured a cup of wine for Taoist Duo Bao and laughed awkwardly. That misunderstanding. Poor Tao also do not know why you fell into the hands of the poor Taoist third brother. This cup of wine will be regarded as poor Tao for the third brother to make amends. Master nephew, come, dry this cup. A mere glass of wine. This wine. Taoist Duo Bao had been furious, but suddenly sensed that the wine was unusual and rejoiced at hastily accepting the wine. He arched his hand to Mo Bai and said, "Many thanks to senior for the wine." Saying this, Taoist Duo Bao tilted his head and drank down the Taoist wine, only to realize that the Taoist mind was clear. A warm current instantly traveled throughout his body. Suddenly, a stream of clear air flew out of Taoist Duo Bao's head, and he had actually succeeded in beheading the corpse. The poor road has broken through? Taoist Duo Bao was ecstatic, only feeling that all the aggravation he had suffered over the past 100 years was worth it. Hesitating for a moment, Taoist Duo Bao arched his hand toward Mo Bai and said, "Many thanks to senior for the wine." Mo Bai grinned and said, Nothing, this is all your creation." Sect leader Tongtian looked at Taoist Duo Bao and laughed. "Yes, fellow Taoist Mo Bai is right. This time is also considered your creation." Mo Bai looked at Taoist Duo Bao and said, "Master Duo Bao nephew, this time you have gained a creation. If you dare to betray fellow Taoist Tongtian and the Interceptor sect one day, the poor Taoist will definitely take your life." Taoist Duo Bao's heart and mind were flabbergasted, and he busily arched his hand and said, "Senior, Duo Bao wouldn't dare." Mo Bai's action gave Taoist Duo Bao sweet dates to eat, and knocked Taoist Duo Bao. Such tactics can be considered extremely clever. Taoist Duo Bao was quite fearful of this hidden great sage in his heart. The three of them sat down again and had a few drinks to each other. Then, sect leader Tongtian left with Taoist Duo Bao. On the other hand, the ancestral land of the witch race, the backwoods tribe, ever since ancient times, when Hou Tu went to hear the Tao, and passed by Hulu village, after being taken back by some strange men from the Gourd village and married to a purple gourd, Hou Tu was disturbed. "I wonder if that purple gourd has materialized yet. I also wonder what he looks like. Worthy of me." Hou Tu's pretty face blushed and her thoughts drifted to the sky. Sister Hou Tu, what purple gourd? What looks like?" Just then, a voice rang out from behind Hou Tu. Hou Tu was startled and looked back, but she saw a man dressed in light blue and the sweet-looking girl was blinking her big watery eyes at her since. This sister was no other than the ancestral witch Xuanhe. Hou Tu and Xian Mei were the only two women among the 12 ancestral witches, hence the closest relationship on weekdays. Hou Tu blushed her pretty face and said in a voice like a mosquito fly, "No, it's nothing." When Xian Mei saw Hou Tu's appearance, he couldn't help but skim his lips and said, "Sister Hou Tu, is there something going on with you that you have to hide from even my sister?" Hou Tu's pretty face turned even redder as she looked at Xian He and whispered, "Sister Xian He, there is something that I'm telling you, don't you dare tell anyone." Seeing Hou Tu being so mysterious, Xianhua became interested and approached Hou Tu, saying anxiously, "Sister Hou Tu, come on, I'll never tell anyone, don't worry." "Oh, well then." Hou Tu glanced at Xianhua, her pretty face as red as a ripe red apple. "Let a person cannot help but bite on a bite," shyly said. I have a Dao mate." Chapter 41. Xianmei looks at his brother-in-law, who is so handsome. 4. "What? Sister, you have a Taoist partner?" Xianmei exclaimed as she stared at Hou Tu with her beautiful eyes wide and full of incredulity. "Shoo, keep it down." Hou Tu hurriedly went to cover Xianmo's mouth and said sharply. Xianmei smiled sarcastically. That I'll keep my voice down. "Sister, who did you couple up with? Could it be one of the 6 saints? Or maybe it's a quasi-saint powerhouse? Is brother-in-law handsome?" Hou Tu laughed bitterly. "Not the 6 saints, nor the quasi-saints. I'm coupled with a purple gourd." "Purple gourd? What does that mean?" Xianmo looked at Hou Tu with a dumbfounded expression of suspicion. Hou Tu smiled bitterly and told the story of when she went to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon and passed by Hulu village. He was taken captive by a strange man from the Gourd village and forced to marry a purple gourd. Informing Xianmei of the incident, Xianmei was stunned by what he heard, looking at Hou Tu with an incredulous expression, and smiled bitterly. "Sister, that means that the other party hasn't transformed yet, and you don't even know what the other party looks like or what cultivation level they have." "Yes," Hou Tu said helplessly. Xianmei climbed into conversation with Hou Tu for a while longer, and then left. Back at the horde, the more Xianmei thought about it, the more curious he became, and, hesitating for a moment, he said, "I don't even know what my brother-in-law looks like. How can this work?" Sister Hou Tu was too embarrassed to go. "I will go forward to take a look for Sister Hou Tu. If the cultivation is vast and the looks are okay, it's fine. I'll recognize this brother-in-law. If the looks are ugly and the cultivation is not good, I won't recognize this brother-in-law." Xianmei beamed and did as he said, and with a flash of his body, he exited the witch tribe. With big strides, he headed for the Gourd village that Hou Tu was talking about. Xianmei was an ancestral witch, a genuine paramount sage powerhouse. Although, the ancestral witches do not have a yuan shun, with their immensely powerful physical bodies, it could also just tear through the void and come across. Soon, Xianmei came to the outside of the village, and hid behind a big rock. Stealing a glance toward the village, I saw that there were 2 great rivers flowing outside the village, and those 2 great rivers were so vast that they, colorful and multicolored. It was obviously not an ordinary big river. Those 2 great rivers, are they not the legendary Long River of Time and Long River of Fate? Genji exclaimed. Although, the witch race does not cultivate the Yuan Shen and does not know the number of heaven, but when one's cultivation has reached the level of an ancestral witch, the most basic common sense is still there. They also know the significance of the Long River of Time and the Long River of Destiny. Moreover, Hou Tu had told Xianmo before, that odd village was surrounded by the River of Time and the River of Fate, and it was quite mysterious. At first, Xianmei was still a bit disbelieving, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. That's someone swimming in a river of time and destiny? Suddenly, Xianmei saw a scene that shocked her. Only in the midst of the Long River of Time, a well-built and the tendon-fleshed youth was swimming in the river. One moment in the Long River of Time, the next running into the Long River of Destiny. He seemed to be looking for something. Inkbrand swims in the River of Time. For one thing, to salvage treasure. The second is to find the mystery of his birth. Why he traveled to the flood world. This was why Mo Bai always liked to swim in the Long River of Time and Destiny. Looking at Mo Bai's near-perfect figure, as well as his handsome face, Xian He was a bit mesmerized. He muttered, "Is this brother-in-law? Brother-in-law is so handsome, and he's able to swim in the rivers of time and destiny. Its strength is certainly not bad. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, the poor Taoist is here." Just then, a man came riding a bull in the sky. "This is the Tongtian sage?" Xianmei recognized the visitor and exclaimed. Sage Tongtian actually called his brother-in-law a Dao friend. It seems that brother-in-law is afraid that he is a hidden saint, or else he wouldn't be able to swim in the Long River of Time and the Long River of Destiny. Mo Bai leaped out of the big river, his perfect figure on display. Laughing out loud, he said, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you're here." Xuanmei's pretty face blushed as she watched. Sect leader Tongtian dismounted the Kenyo, let out a light eep, looked toward the woods, and laughed. "Fellow Taoist, now that you're here, come out." Xuanmei's pretty face trembled fiercely, and she could only walk out from behind the boulder. When Mo Bai saw Xianmo, he felt a sense of affinity for no reason. Seeing the visitor, sect leader Tongtian raised his eyebrows and said, "This should be the ancestral sorcerer of the witch race. If it's not Hou Tu, it's Xianmei, right? Ancestral witch?" Inkbrand shuddered at the sound and sized up the visitor with wide eyes. Hou Tu, Mobai had seen before. Although, at that time, he had not yet transformed into a form, but at least he had married Hou Tu. Naturally, it was hard to forget the stunning face of Hou Tu. If this person is not Hou Tu, he is naturally Xianmei. As expected, Xianmei came to Mobai and the Tongtian sect leader. Loudly, he said, I am ancestral with Xianmei. Sister Xianmei, how is your sister Hou Tu? Mobai looked at Xianmo and asked in a trembling voice. Brother-in-law cares a lot about my sister. Xianmei looked at Mobai and skimmed his lips, saying, Mobai scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Is that she is good? Chapter 42, Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you are too weak. 5. Sister is fine. I just miss you a little bit as a negative. Xianmo looked at Mobai and skimmed his lips. On the side, the Tongtian sect leader listened with wide eyes and looked at Mobai, with eyes that were clearly saying that, hey, there's a story. Mobai laughed bitterly. Sister Xianmei, it's not that I'm not going to see Hou Tu. It's just that a few of my older brothers at home are very strict, and they won't let me go far. Xianmei froze and bristled. You're such a big man. Are you still subject to your family's discipline? Mobai laughed bitterly and suddenly approached Xianmei, whispering, But don't worry, you go back and tell your sister, Hou Tu, that I should soon be able to go out and see her, and that several of my brothers, they said they're going to explore some heavenly realm, steal the origin of the heavens, and give back to the flood, and they should be leaving soon. Once they're gone, I then snuck out and went to see your sister. On the side, sect leader Tongtian raised his eyebrows as he listened. Obviously, he didn't know that there were even other great worlds beyond the flood. Xianmei looked at Mobai with a look of contempt and bristled. Humph, ignoring you. You're a big man and you're afraid of the elders in your family. Saying that, Xianmei turned into a stream of light and vanished into the distance. Only Mobai was left embarrassed in his place. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, please, Mobai awkwardly said to sect leader Tongtian. The two sat down next to the large green stone. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Mobai with interest and said, Fellow Taoist Mobai, it's possible. You've even become a Dao couple with the Wu clan's Hou Tu. TSK. Mobai rolled his eyes and laughed bitterly. That was all when I wasn't transformed. You've become a Taoist couple with Hou Tu before you've transformed into a human form? The Tongtian sect master was stunned, looking at that expression on Mobai's face with admiration. Mobai looked at the gossipy Tongtian sect leader and told him how a few of his older brothers at home had kidnapped Hou Tu. The matter of being a Taoist couple with him was told. Bull! The corner of the eyes of the Tongtian sect master's eyes stormed as he listened, and he gave a thumbs up to Mobai. Inkbrand rolled his eyes and took a sip of his wine. Sect leader Tongtian also poured a mouthful of wine, looked at Mobai, and asked, Fellow Taoist Mobai, what did you mean when you said that several of your older brothers were going to explore some great world? Mobai bristled. I also overheard a few elder brothers talking about it. They say that the origin of the flood is certain, and that when the immeasurable measurement arrives, that is, when the 9th measurement erupts, the world of the flood will be destroyed. So, they have to go to the outside world and plunder the world essence of other worlds to replenish the flood world. To preserve the flood world for all eternity. I didn't realize that a few of fellow Taoist Mobai's older brothers had such a heart and insight. The poor Taoist admires them. Admirable to the core. Sect leader Tongtian once again gave a thumbs up and looked at Mobai, saying, Fellow Taoist Mobai, how about, go and ask a few of your older brothers what the poor Taoist can do to help. Yes, Mobai responded, got up and flew towards the Hulu village. After a few moments, Inkbrand folded back. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Mobai and asked, Fellow Taoist Mobai, what do your several elder brothers say? Inkbrand grinned and smirked. That. Sect leader Tongtian frowned and said, Fellow Taoist Mobai, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Oh, I'll get right to it then. Mobai looked at sect leader Tongtian and bristled. My older brothers, they said that your cultivation was too weak, not much help. The poor Taoist's cultivation is too weak? The Tongtian sect master's face rose red and his eyes rounded with anger. Oh, that's what they say. Mobai sat down, took a sip of wine, and said lightly. Sect leader Tongtian was trembling with anger and said angrily, how is the cultivation of the poor Taoist weak? You did not say before that Poverty Road is the first saint of the flood. Poverty Road how weak? Calm down. Mobai rolled his eyes and bristled. Can you beat Dao ancestor? The Tongtian sect master's old face shook fiercely as he smiled sarcastically. Dao ancestor is the teacher of the poor Taoist. The poor road can't be beaten. That's not right. Mobai took a sip of wine and approached the Tongtian sect master. He said, my brothers often go to the Purple Heaven Palace to beat the Taoist ancestor for fun. saying something about eating and sleeping and beating Hongjun. Do you have this ability? Ha! Sect leader Tongtian was stunned and could hardly believe his ears. What? You don't believe me when I say you're too weak. Mobai looked at sect leader Tongtian and said disdainfully. The Tongtian sect master's old face turned red, wanting to retort, but there was no way to retort. Only a few depressing gulps of wine. People even beat Dao ancestors. In their eyes, he was naturally too weak. Drink your wine. Ink brand skimmed. The Tongtian sect master was so depressed that he could only slam a few mouthfuls of strong wine. Just then, the woodcutter boss, with his feet on the great waves of the river, came to the two men and, looking at sect leader Tongtian, with just one look alone, sect leader Tongtian felt like he had a feeling that he couldn't catch his breath. Flustered, he got up, looked at the woodcutter boss, and asked, "That, former, senior, what is your order?" Chapter 43 The Woodsman's Wish for Tongtian, and the Backwoods Visit to the Husband. 6. Boss Woodcutter looked at sect leader Tongtian and inexplicably felt a sense of affinity for him. Indifferently, he said, "As you know from the party, we're going to plunder the origin of other worlds to populate the flood world, and after we're gone, and I'll also trouble you to take care of my seventh brother instead." Tongtian sect master's face straightened and he exclaimed, "Senior, please rest assured, I'm like a brother to Taoist Mobai, so I'll definitely protect him." The woodcutter boss nodded, then turned and headed back to the village. With a sigh of relief, Lord Tongtian dropped back into his seat and looked at Mobai. Smiling bitterly, he said, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, this big brother of yours is really powerful. The pressure he gives me is stronger than even a teacher. All told you, they often go to fight Hongjun." Inkbrand rolled his eyes and bristled. Sect leader Tongtian opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. The two of them drank for a while, and then sect leader Tongtian got up and rode away on a bull. The witch race, the ancestral lands, the backwoods tribe. "You saw my dowager?" Hou Tu looked at Xianhe and asked. "See?" Genji nodded. Hou Tu's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Xianhua and asked, "How is it? How does he look? How is the cultivation?" Xianmei looked at Hou Tu with a grudging face and said, "Sister, you're too inadequate." What do you mean?" Hou Tu was flabbergasted. Xianmei bristled. "Sister, brother-in-law is handsome and has a high cultivation level. Such a good quality man. How did you chase it down?" Hou Tu raised her eyebrows and looked at Xianhua, saying, "Handsome? There's no way to prove this one. How do you know he has a high cultivation level? Could it be that you have fought him?" Xianmei hurriedly shook his head and grinned. "I wouldn't dare to fight with my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is 80% a hidden saint. Fighting with brother-in-law. Can I beat him? Speak quickly. Don't sell yourself short. How did you know he was a hidden saint?" Hou Tu came to be interested and pulled Xianhe to ask. Xianmei looked at Hou Tu and said, "Didn't you say that there are two big rivers outside that weird village? Those two great rivers are most likely the legendary Long River of Time and Long River of Destiny. And when I went there, my brother-in-law was swimming in both." Swimming in the rivers of time and destiny? Hou Tu was stunned, a pair of beautiful eyes flickering with divine light. Muttered. "This must be a saint undoubtedly. Even saints are afraid that they wouldn't dare to swim in the long river of time and destiny." Xianmei looked at Hou Tu and laughed. "Look at how happy you are, sister." And what?" Hou Tu raised an eyebrow and asked. "Just don't tell you." Genji laughed playfully. Hou Tu said sharply, "Are you going to say it or not?" With that, Hou Tu rushed up and wrestled with Xianhua, tickling him. "Cluck. Sister, spare your life. I say okay." Xianmei laughed daintily. Hou Tu looked at Xianhua angrily and said, "Speak up." Xianmei spat out his bright red tongue and laughed. The brother-in-law and one of the three Ching, Tongtian saint, called brother and brother, sipping tea and drinking wine together. I think it is undoubtedly a saint. Drinking with sage Tongtian? What kind of person are you really?" Hou Tu's beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter as she muttered. Then, after Hou Tu and Xianmo had been joking around together for a while, Xianmo left. In the great hall, only Hou Tu was left. Hou Tu was lazily lying on top of the bed, her beautiful eyes flickering with a strange light. Muttering, "Are you really as good as Genji says you are? Nothing anyone else says counts. I only know how good it is when I go and see it for myself." Unable to resist the impulse in her heart, Hou Tu got up and left the ancestral land of the witch clan, then tore through the void and headed for Hulu village. On the other hand, Imobai was lying on a rocking chair by the big river and sunbathing. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from between the mountains and forests, the sound rumbling, obviously extremely angry. What's that guy's problem? Imobai looked up at the large mountain in front of him and muttered, "Could it be that guy is in some kind of danger? No, I can't let anything happen to him. If he's gone, I'm out of company." Saying that, Imobai got up, spread his feet and ran wildly towards the front mountain. That auger dragon looked like some ancient fae, and when it was accompanying Imobai, it had unexpectedly broken through the mid-Xian immortal realm as well, and its battle power was extremely strong. Such a good companion can be found but not sought, so how would Imobai let it have any failures? Moreover, the auger has accompanied him for so many years, so it is also considered to have some feelings. Inkbrand naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. When he arrived at the mountain, Imobai saw the scaly dragon fighting with a sister. Although the dragon was powerful, that sister raised her hand and threw her foot, but it was actually a landslide that. All sorts of powerful and incomparable divine abilities are at one's fingertips. Sinful beast, why don't you quickly surrender and become a disciple of the poor Taoist? The girl hooted and hollered, runes pulsing in her palm as she fiercely gripped it with all her might. Click! A bullthick divine thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck the auger dragon with a loud bang. Ah! The dragon was caught off guard, and was split with a miserable cry, falling to the ground with a loud bang. Smashing the ground out of a huge and incomparably deep pit. Chapter 44, Sishi. Are you a man or a woman? 1. Sinful animal. Why don't you quickly hand over your life soul and obediently become the poor Taoist's mount, and you'll have your own benefits. The sister was suspended in mid-air, looking out of the corner of her eye at the dying auger, and droned in a deep voice. Ouch! Hey, is this buying and selling? Inkbrand raised an eyebrow as he watched, stepping forward and looking up at the girl in mid-air. Skimming his lips, he said, I say this girl, this is my territory. You're in my territory, bullying my people, and you didn't say anything to me? Girl? When the girl heard this, she burst into a rage, and in a deep voice she shouted, how dare you? Poverty Road is Hierophant Sihong real person is also. You even dare to insult me like this. Really do not know what to do. Sihong Zhenghua was one of the more unique of the hierarchy's immortals. He's a proper male. He's just a bit of a sissy-looking guy, so it's often mistaken for a sister. And this Sihangzhen is the famous Guanyin Bodhisattva in the later Buddhist sect. He hated it when people called him a woman, so Imobai said he was a girl. Sihangzhen blew up on the spot. Sihangzhen? Imobai raised an eyebrow and sized up Sihangzhen with interest. Suddenly the ghost asked, Sihong Taoist friend, are you a man or a woman, or a human demon? As a matter of fact, the Chihan real person is indeed a man, only in the latter days, a Hmong. Sihangzhen betrayed the hierarchy and turned to Buddhism, and was pursued by Yuan Shi Tianzun, so in the heat of the moment, he made the mistake of taking a female birth. As a result, in the later generations, the goddess of mercy often appeared in the form of a daughter, but the current Imobai did not know this, hence this ghostly question, unbridled. When Sihangzhen heard this, he was suddenly furious and shouted, and the willow branch in his hand was pointing at Imobai. Speaking of this willow branch of Sihang real person, it also has quite a history. Back then, 3,000 chaos demon gods besieged the great god Pangu, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots incarnated. The great immortal Yang Mei was also involved. As a result, immortal Yang Mei was split into two halves by an axe from great god Pangu. Immortal Yang Mei rolled up half of one of the chaos demon gods' bodies and fled. The remaining half of the hollow willow tree ended up in the floodplain. As this half of the hollow willow tree lost its vitality, thus it was transformed into a great black mountain stretching for hundreds of millions of miles above the floodplain. Big Montenegro gobble up the essence of the sun and the moon, actually has a vitality. One day is actually drawn a willow branch. The first heavenly father passed by and broke the willow branch away. Afterwards, he gave the willow branch and the goat jade purifying vase together to Sihangzhen. Immortal Yang Mei was a space chaos demon god, so this willow branch came with the power of space laws. Sihong real person flung this willow branch, but saw that the originally intact piece of space that it was as if an intact piece of glass had been viciously cracked, and was instantly broken into countless pieces. These countless space fragments are countless invisible blades, which are chaotic space strangulation. Imobai raised an eyebrow, his large hand reaching out and pulling in the void. Wow! In an instant, a great, vast river gushed out, which was colorful and gorgeous. And it's exactly the longest time. The long river of time is like a dragon out of the sea, whistling past it directly rushed the chaotic space to pieces. Sihong real person did not expect Imobai to have this kind of magical ability. Shocked and angry, immediately hand clenched the seal. Then he was going to do it again. Wait! Just then, Inkbrand reached out and yelled. Sihangzhen froze, stopped his sealing technique, looked at Imobai with a disdainful face, and skimmed his lips. What? Scared? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to the poor Taoist, then the poor Taoist will spare your life. Imobai rolled his eyes and bristled. Who's afraid of you, pussy? I just want to make sure before I do it. Are you a man or a woman? I never hit a woman. Nima. Upon hearing this, Hongjun instantly jumped out of his skin and roared, "You're looking for death." Saying that, her jade hand stretched out, flicked down a willow leaf. Shaking her hand, she threw it at Mobai. This willow branch contains the laws of the space avenue. The willow leaf naturally contained a small space on top of it, and if it was wrapped into the space world in the leaf, it would be very difficult to come out again. Just a flash of the willow leaf wrapped Mobai in it. The dragon's eyes rolled as he watched, and he lowered his head in resignation. Originally, he had thought that Mobai had appeared and could rescue him. Whoever thought that Mobai also fell for this trick? This time it's over. Hongjun laughed out loud and said, "Kid, let you be arrogant." Saying that, Realm Sihong stretched out her jade hand, wanting to beckon back the young Lu Yi. But something odd happened. He realized that young Lu Yi had actually lost contact with him. "What's going on here?" the Sihai realist exclaimed. The dragon seemed to have realized that something was wrong as well, and its originally dimmed dragon eyes lit up again. Deadpan staring at the leaf. Suddenly, a light was revealed above the leaf, followed by a second light bursting forth. Third way, fourth way. Soon, the leaf was covered with a dense crack like a spider's thread, and this crack is still extending outward. Boom! Suddenly, the leaf exploded from it. Brush! Hangjin only felt a black shadow flashing before his eyes, and then he lost sight of Mobai. Unconscious face dramatically changed. Chapter 45, The True Body of Water Virtue, Immortality and Immortality. 2. Siren, are you looking for me? Right at this moment, a voice rang out from behind the Ci Xiang realist. Ci Xiangjin was creeped out, and when he turned around, he saw a smiling face facing him. Boom! In the next moment, Ci Xiangshen received a solid punch on his old face. Directly beaten, he rolled and tumbled, falling backward, not knowing how many thousands of miles he had fallen out, blasting a huge mountain behind him. The dragon's eyes lit up, looking at Mobai with an incredulous expression. Exclaimed, "This kid has learned a spatial aptitude." Mobai's talent is that he was born close to the road and learns everything quickly. Therefore, when Fong was locked by the young Lu leaf, he realized the spatial divine ability. Then, Mobai broke the willow leaf and came out, flashing behind Hongjun with his spatial aptitude. One punch sent Ci Xiangjin flying. In a matter of moments, Hongjun crawled out from the messy rocks, looking at Mobai with a horrified expression on his face, shocked and furious. You what you? I may have said I don't hit women, but you're a ing siren. I'm most annoyed by human demons. Ink brand skimmed. Hongjun was trembling with anger and said furiously, "You guy seeks death." At that moment, the Hang realist rose from the ground and dabbed a drop of the three lights divine water with the willow branch. Contained in his mouth. In an instant, the injuries on his body were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the Sihong master dipped another drop of three lights divine water and shook it violently. That three lights divine water is divided into three, turned into golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water and purple starlight divine water. Three kinds of divine water whistling, clattering sound resounding, turned into three vast and majestic river. Whistling surged toward Mobai. Although, the three lights divine water was a holy medicine for healing, but if this three lights divine water is separated, it is the most and poisonous thing in the world. Extremely horrible. Sunlight divine water can wear away one's flesh, blood, sinews and bones, and moonlight divine water can corrode one's spirit and soul. The starlight divine water can swallow and dissolve one's true spirit divine mind. If one is stained by these three kinds of divine water, in an instant, flesh and blood, soul and true spirit, in an instant, he would have to dissipate and end up dead. Kid, be careful, that's the three lights divine water. The dragon cried out in horror, while struggling to shrink its immense body. Lest you get involved in the three lights divine water and be implicated as an innocent. Triple light divine water? Only Mobai didn't mean to dodge. His mouth opened wide and a black vortex appeared in his mouth. It actually swallowed all three vast rivers in one mouthful. At the end of the day, Mobai also smashed his mouth, as if he was reminiscing. Muttering, "This three lights divine water tastes good. Is there any more?" The Sihai realist and Jalon looked dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their eyes. Misty grass. This kid swallowed the three lights divine water? It won't be turned into blood in an instant. The dragon was a little worried, but looking at Mobai's essence, there was no sign of it being melted away, especially those last three words, "any more," though they don't hurt much, but it is insulting in the extreme. Reacting from his shocked state, Ci Hangjin secretly said, "This guy is afraid that he knows some devouring divine ability. Fine, since you want the three lights divine water, then I'll give it to you and see if I can't hold you up." Saying that, Ci Hang real light scolding, directly will willow branch lifting lift come, also don't need to dip of the Directly, he actually inverted the amniotic jade purity bottle and poured out the 3 lights divine water. This pour was half of the 3 lights divine water. This sheepskin jade purifying bottle is also a treasure with a dry interior. It contained a massive amount of triple light divine water. This drop is a big river. This half bottle of triple light divine water was enough to be worth a piece of the Wangyang Sea. Wow. In the next moment, only the 3 lights divine water whistled out, splitting into 3. It transformed into 3 vast and incomparable large zephyrs, as if the water of the Milky Way of the 9 heavens was pouring in, madly scrolling toward Mobai. Good timing. Wonderful. Mobai's eyes were full of excitement and he laughed loudly. His mouth opened and the black vortex inside rotated crazily. It was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the 3 lights divine water. 3 slices of the vast king's yang were actually devoured by Mobai in an instant. Burp. Mobai burped, and 3 colored divine light emerged from the upper immortal around his body. The divine light shone, and Mobai's entire person became dreamy, as if he were made of water. The dense, blue sea color fluctuated. Water virtue true body. Mobai had devoured a massive amount of triple light divine water, and had actually unintentionally refined his water virtue true body. This kind of true body is extremely terrifying, extremely resilient, as long as they're not killed outright. Even if there's a finger, a hair, it can also be revitalized by absorbing water and thus being reborn. It could be said that Mobai, who possessed the true body of water virtue, was nearly immortal. At the same time, a powerful and incomparable aura surged out from Mobai, and his chi rushed to the bullseye. It went straight into the clouds, stirring the clouds in the sky into 3 colors. Middle Xianxian immortal. Mobai unexpectedly broke through. The Hang real person looked dumbfounded. His chest was stuffy, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Nima. He was trying to kill Mobai. Whoever thought that he didn't kill Mobai, but instead helped Mobai break through? It's a little too stifling. Chapter 46, Insulting Saints. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 3. The old face of Hang realist twitched violently, looking at Mobai like a monster in shock and anger. You? I've already given you a few moves. It's my turn next. Mobai snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he blasted his fist towards Hongjun. This is not a simple punch he's throwing. Instead, it was a punch that contained the supreme divine power of the law of force. Hongjun was furious, and with a clench of his teeth, he picked up the willow branch and pointed it toward Mobai. Chaotic space instantly became, like countless incomparably sharp gears, twisting toward Mobai. Brush. The chaotic space twisted over, directly churning ink white to pieces. Hongjun was delighted, but then was shocked and frowned. How is there no blood? Is that residue? Only by the time he reacted, he was blasted hard in the back of the heart. Poor Hang real person was beaten face to the ground. A deep gully hundreds of feet long was cut into the ground. TSK, Hang Dao Yu. The cheeks of your hierarchy's people are really strangely thick. Mobai sked and said. Hongjun climbed up from the ground and looked at Mobai with a face of shock and anger. Gnashing his teeth, he said, this guy dared to insult my hierophant. Really looking for death. Humph. Insulting your hierarchy? I'll tell you plainly that even if that old boy, the first heavenly father, comes to, I'm not even afraid, so get out of here, or else I won't blame me for being impolite and leaving you here. Mobai's face was slightly chilled as he disliked in a domineering rage. Just then, Hou Tu arrived just in time. When Hou Tu heard this overbearing and angry dislike from Mobai, even scolding the saints, she did not feel stunned. Then he secretly said, could this be that little ingrate? He's so bold that he even dares to scold a saint. Could it be that he's really a saint? Hou Tu was hiding in the shadows, observing everything that was happening here. His heart was like a deer in the headlights, and he couldn't stop bumping around. At the same time, in the Kunlun Mountains, the first heavenly father opened his eyes wide and, shocked and furious, he said, damn Mobai, how dare you provoke Poverty Road, when you are really looking for death. Saying that, the first heavenly father shook his hand and threw it, and the 3 treasures jade ruins disappeared into the void and smashed towards Mobai. In the Shanqing Palace, sect leader Tongtian also opened his eyes wide and 2 lurid sword awnings erupted from his eyes, and with a slight frown, he gently pressed the Qingping sword at his side. Qingping sword has a spirit, clang vibration, whistling into the void. When the Qingping sword chopped on top of the 3 treasures jade ruin, and the 3 treasures jade ruin wailed for a while, it disappeared into the void and turned back. The first heavenly father was so angry that his 3 corpses jumped and roared. Tongtian, what are you doing? Second senior brother, poor Taoist promised to protect fellow Taoist Mobai. You're doing this. It's embarrassing for the poor Taoist. Sect leader Tongtian's voice came out. Fine, The first Heavenly Father was trembling with anger and closed his eyes. On the other side, Si Hongjun looked at Mobai angrily. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You this guy dared to insult my teacher. You are dead." Dead? Mobai rolled his eyes furiously, not caring in the slightest. Si Hongzhen looked up at the sky and waited for a long time, but there was no movement, so he could not help but be suspicious. Muttering, "What's the situation? This guy provoked the teacher? How come the teacher didn't react half-heartedly? Si Hong, still not rolling? Hasn't he been beaten enough?" Mobai snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Humph." With a clench of his teeth, Si Hongzhen transformed into a stream of light and vanished in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. Sand sculpture. Mobai spat in the direction where Si Hongzhen had disappeared and cursed. Si Hongzhen's body stumbled when he heard this, and he nearly fell from the clouds. In the dark, Hou Tu looked on in wonder, secretly saying, "This little ingrate is so powerful, provoking the saints. I can't believe it's okay." Mobai walked toward Jialong, looked at him, and said, "Hey, big guy, are you alright? Can't die," the dragon said bitterly. However, when he moved, he bared his teeth in pain and was obviously quite injured. "Ha shucks," Mobai spat towards the ground. The dragon froze and scolded angrily. "What are you doing this guy?" Although, Jialong knew that he couldn't beat Mobai, but he couldn't allow Mobai to insult him like that. Seeing Mobai spit towards him, he was furious. Mobai bristled and said, "I swallowed that S3 Light's divine water. Having practiced the legendary water virtue True Body, my saliva is the holy medicine for healing. And this mouthful of phlegm, oh no, it's saliva, can cure you." The dragon's eyes widened as it looked at Mobai with a look of shock and anger. Angrily, he said, "You're making me eat your spit?" Mobai nodded non-committally and said, "Yes, you're quite injured, so if you like to eat, don't eat, eat or die." After saying that, Mobai turned around and left. Nima, the dragon cursed, weighed the pros and cons, felt that Mobai was right, and hesitated for a while. Still sticking out his tongue, he licked at Inkbrand's saliva. Vomit. Saliva into his stomach. Though the ogre's injuries were gradually improving, but it left a lingering shadow in its heart. The dragon vomited for 3 days in a row, the big kind of vomiting. For the rest of the day, as long as the thought of Marabe, it then thought of the fact that it had swallowed the saliva of the inkwhite, and it could not help but wow and vomit wildly. Chapter 47, The village comes alive when the back earth returns to the village. 4. His spit is all that strong? Seeing that the dragon's injuries gradually improved after swallowing Mobai's saliva, Hou Tu looked stunned and became more and more curious about Mobai. When a woman, curious about a man, then she will fall deeper and deeper without realizing it. What's he really like? Hou Tu's eyebrows were slightly frowning, and the essence light in her beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin and mutter, "Ha, seventh brother-in-law, how are you here?" Just then, a surprised voice rang out from behind Hou Tu. When Hou Tu looked back, she saw the person she would never forget in her life. Scholar, the one who took her into the weird village, one of the many weirdos who worshipped with a purple gourd. Instinctively, Hou Tu felt that encountering the scholar would not be good, and could not help but be shocked and hurriedly run. But how could she run away when she was targeted by the scribe? Without running a few steps, Hou Tu only felt a blur before her eyes, and was wrapped in a marvelous force that, involuntarily, he disappeared towards the village. "Chitta's daughter-in-law is back. Chitta's daughter-in-law is back." The scribe rushed into the village, wrapped in his hindquarters, and shouted, "The seventh brother's daughter-in-law is back. Go, quick, the seventh brother's daughter-in-law is back. Chitta's daughter-in-law is back." The originally calm village exploded with joy and people ran out. Mobai was wandering around the village when he heard this voice and couldn't help but be shaken. Grinning, "The back earth is here?" Mobai and Hou Tu have paid their respects, and are serious Taoist couples. Although I have not seen Hou Tu for many years, I still have some thoughts of Hou Tu in my heart. After all, Hou Tu was his daughter-in-law who had come to the flood world and was considered his family. Now that Hou Tu had come to the village, it was hard for Mobai to avoid being excited. "Is she here to see me?" Inkbrand's face broke out into an innocent, unmistakable smile, which gradually widened and transformed into elation. Then spread his feet and sprinted toward the sound. Soon, Mobai saw a stunningly beautiful face. The beauty of the backwoods is close to reality, and the beauty is thrilling. Her features, like a work of art carefully sculpted by the creator. Presenting a golden ratio set in the face, cannot pick any flaws, looking at people extremely comfortable. Slender body, but also no pick, convex and concave. People are obsessed with it. Plus, Hou Tu was the ancestral witch of the Central Earth. The Earth is also the source of all things. It naturally gives a sense of intimacy. Granted, right now, Hou Tu was being annoyed and sulking after being forcibly captured into the Hulu village, but at this moment, Hou Tu looks something else. Rather like an angry and petulant little daughter-in-law. Hey, Chitta is here. Chitta, look, this is your daughter-in-law. Nice daughter-in-law we picked out for you. Ha, ha ha. The butcher saw Inkbrand and laughed excitedly. Chitta, your daughter-in-law has come to sneak a peek at you, and she's still too embarrassed to come in. It was third brother who brought her to the village. How's that? Is third brother good enough for you? The scribe came to Mobai and slapped him on the shoulder, almost slapping Inkbride apart. He scowled at Inkbride for a while. Ha ha. The cook, Lao Wu, laughed loudly, hefting a large iron spoon, and shouted, "Seventh brother's daughter-in-law is back. It's a good thing. I'll go and catch some wild game and come back, and stew it for my seventh brother-in-law. We'll have a good celebration." With that, the obese body swayed and darted toward the outskirts of the village. There aren't enough cows and sheep in the village. I'll go get some livestock back. In a rare moment, the fisherman unmasked himself, revealing a pale face that, a pair of eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon, riding on a paper boat. Apparition into the darkness, disappeared. I'm going to chop some firewood. The woodcutter boss, who had always been unsmiling, also revealed a naive smile. Unhooking the great axe from his belt, he went on his way with great strides. Oh, I'm going to sharpen my knife and celebrate by killing a pig and slaughtering a cow later. Butcher grinned a silly grin and turned away as well. In this situation, when you sing to the moon, there are lovers. The scribe excitedly recited dog whistle poetry. Sango, can you stop reciting your bull ***** poems and go help write some couplets? Post it on the village entrance. Today is a big day for our village. The demoness, old six, kicked the scholar in the ass and cursed angrily. The scribe bared his teeth for a moment, only to leave resentfully. The demoness looked toward Mobai and Hou Tu and said with a smile, You guys talk. I'm going to get your wedding room ready. With that, the demoness hurried off toward the largest house in the village. There was the biggest house in the village, the one that was reserved for Mobai's wedding night. It's just that at that time, Mobai hadn't yet transformed into his form, so this room was left empty. Now that the backwoods are back in the village, this house is just right for the job. In an instant, all 6 people left, now leaving only Mobai and Hou Tu behind. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment, and the temperature of the air was slowly rising. The 2 men were speechless relative to each other, surreptitiously sizing each other up. Suddenly, behind a room, a head emerges, followed by 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads, 6 heads. The 6 people in the village hid in the shadows, secretly watching Mobai and Hou Tu. Ha, big brother, didn't you go chop wood? Ha, Lao San, didn't you go sharpen your knife? Old 5, didn't you go to prepare the ingredients? Old 6, didn't you go to prepare the wedding room for 7th brother? Chapter 48, Chitta. We're leaving. 5, are you okay? After a long time, Mobai opened his mouth. It's great. Hou Tu was taken captive into the village, and had a belly full of anger, but seeing the young man before her, the ghostly actually gently nodded, and the fire in his stomach instantly dissipated. Oh, Inkbrand responded, scratching his head. Aya, this brat, what are you doing? What's wrong with him? Pull him in. Have a baby. The butcher grinned sharply and muttered. Yeah, well, this old 7. I've seen him talk a lot in his day. Why are you such a wimp nowadays? Hurry up and go have a baby. We're still waiting for our little nephew. The scribe also said sharply. This stinking 7th brother. On weekdays, how did I teach him? Now how did he become such a wimp? The cook, old 5, grinned. The 6 of them were chattering and chewing behind their backs. Murabe approached the backwoods. Hou Tu's heart was in turmoil, and as if a restless deer lived in the chamber of her heart. The thumping and thrashing about. Come on, I'll show you our village. Mobai pulled up Hou Tu and wandered around the village. Hou Tu actually ghostly did not struggle and let Mobai pull her along. This is the gourd vine that birthed us, the innate 10 spiritual roots, but after fusing the system, it should be much stronger than the 10 innate spiritual roots. Exactly how strong? I don't know. This gourd vine is still evergreen and green after it has given birth to our 7 siblings. I wonder if it will ever produce another gourd. Our village is not big, but the sparrow is small, and here is the kitchen. Here's the woodcutter's big brother's house, and here's the butcher's second brother's house. The biggest house. That's mine. Oh, also yours. Along the way, Mobai chattered on and on, introducing Hulu village to Hou Tu. Hou Tu, however, did not listen to a single word, and her heart and liver were in turmoil. Looking up at Mobai's sunny and handsome face, coupled with the innocent smile at the corner of her mouth, bathed in sunlight, made her look a little mesmerized. This is my husband. This is my Dao couple. Well, it seems, Not bad. Hou Tu blushed in shame and lowered her head. In one day's time, Imobai took Hou Tu around the village. By the end of the night, the woodcutter and the others just couldn't stand to watch. The butcher jumped out and stormed. Seventh brother, what are you inking here? Giving birth to a child. Get to work on the baby. We're waiting to hold our little nephew. Yes, make babies. The scholar also colorfully looked at Imobai and angrily shouted. Make babies. The few people in the village had a rare unification and looked at Imobai. There seems to be no room for negotiation. Immediately afterward, the demoness waved her big sleeve and then she sent Imobai and Hou Tu into her carefully prepared wedding room. In the middle of the wedding room, Hou Tu was at a loss for words. Standing or sitting or lying down. Imobai pulled Hou Tu to his side and smiled bitterly. Madam, I'm afraid I'm going to have to put you through a lot, my brothers and sisters. This night if they are bound to not stop. Suddenly, 6 head vignettes appeared on the window. What are you looking at? Get out. Imobai was furious, ripped off his shoes, and threw them out the window. Ouch. There were screams from outside the window. Immediately afterward, several people fled. Call it, ma'am. Imobai looked at Hou Tu and smiled bitterly. Call? What do you mean? Hou Tu froze, then reacted. Her pretty face instantly reddened and even the neck and ears were red. Immediately afterward, a female voice came from the house. The perked up ears of the woodcutter and the others drooped. Hey, a little nephew is on the way. The butcher hemmed and hawed, and carrying 2 pig-killing knives, he went to kill the pigs and slaughter the cows in preparation for the celebration. I'm going to boil water for dinner. The cook, old 5, also ran away excitedly. The village was festooned with lights and a rare bustle of activity. There was no talk all night. By the second day, Imobai walked out of the wedding room with Hou Tu. The woodcutter and the others came together at once. Imobai blackened his old face and said, My wife wants to return to her mother's home. You may not stop. Horror. Yes, no blocking. The woodcutter and the others nodded their heads in a hurry and looked at the stomach of the backwoods. Then, the 7 Imobai brothers sent Hou Tu out of the village. Husband, take care. I'll be back to see you. Hou Tu's pretty face blushed as she turned around and left as a stream of light. Take care. Inkbrand beckoned. After Hou Tu left, the village was lively for a few days, and then it was as cold as ever. On this day, Imobai was playing in the river outside the village. The butcher called Imobai to the village. The atmosphere was somewhat frozen as each of the 7 siblings sat down. Imobai looked at the 7 and grinned as he asked, Brothers, 6th sister, what happened? Why is the atmosphere so gloomy? Lao-san, you say. The butcher pushed the scribe and said, Why don't you say so? The scribe rolled his eyes furiously. That's just it. I'll say it. The woodsman boss spoke up. Imobai instinctively felt that something was going on, looked at the crowd, and asked, Elder brother, 6th sister, what the hell happened? Chit-ta. We're leaving. After a pause, the woodsman boss spoke. Chapter 49, The Departure of the Elder Brothers, and the Ancestral Witches Meeting Imobai. 6. Imobai was shocked, his old face twitching violently as he asked, Big brother, you guys aren't kidding, right? Where are you going? The butcher grinned. Gee, Chit-ta. Let's tell you explicitly that, although the flood world is a party of the ancient world, but there is also a time of exhaustion, especially after the Dragon Han catastrophe. The Western world was broken apart. The spiritual veins were destroyed, causing the aura of heaven and earth to begin to gradually dissipate. So what? What does that have to do with the fact that you're leaving? Inkbrand frowned. The scholar continued. 7th brother, according to our estimation, after the 9 quantitative robberies of heaven and earth, the Great Dao of the flood world will collapse, and then the Great Dao will cease to exist. The heavenly Dao will be destroyed, and the saints will be put to death. This is the infinite quantity tribulation. Infinity? Imobai hadn't read a lot of flood novels in his previous life, so he naturally knew about the infinite quantum of solace. Legend has it that the immeasurable measurement is the 9th measurement of the flood world, and that when the measurement erupts, everything will cease to exist, even if it is as strong as the mixed saints, it will have to be destroyed. I didn't realize that the things that a few elder brothers were talking about were actually related to the infinite quantum of solace. The scholar looked at Imobai and continued. Therefore, a few of us old fellows discussed that. Create a side of the eternal world. How do you create a party of eternal worlds? Inkbrand asked, raising an eyebrow. The female demon head bristled, needing to go and plunder the world essence of another chaos world, to populate the flood world, so that the flood world can be eternal and truly become an eternal great world. Imobai frowned greatly as he looked at the 6 people and frowned. That means that the 6 of you to plunder another world's world essence? The 6 nodded non-committally. The woodcutter boss spoke up. Now that the 7th brother's cultivation is still Sixth sister will stay and take care of the seventh brother. It's enough for the 5 of us to go forward. Oh, the demoness answered. On this day, all the people of Hulu village got together and had a good time, and they got very drunk. Unconsciousness. When the second day came, the demoness and Mobai sent the 5 woodcutters out of the village. Take care, brothers. Tears welled up in Mobai's eyes and his voice choked a little. The woodcutter boss stepped forward, looked at Mobai, and said, "Seventh brother, before you leave, Big brother will give you another big gift." Saying that, the woodcutter boss picked up his big axe and swung out 3 axes with a brush. The 3 axe lights directly disappeared into a big green stone next to the big river. 3 axe lights suddenly appeared on top of the large green stone. Mobai fixed his eyes toward the large green stone and only felt as if he had entered a chaotic world. He became a giant in the sky. 3,000 gods and demons hissed and lunged at the giant. The giant hissed and slashed out axe after axe, and the 3,000 demon gods fell as far as they could. Immediately afterward, the giant maneuvered his great axe and slashed wildly through the chaos. 3 axes. All 3 axes contain supreme Dao rhythmic trajectories. A flash of light appeared between heaven and earth. The clear air rose, the turbid air sank, and heaven and earth were first divided. This is an image of the opening of the heavens? Mobai looked shocked and surprised. When Mobai drew back his divine sense and looked again, the woodcutter and the others had long since disappeared. "They're gone," the demoness said faintly. Then he turned and headed for the village. "Take care of yourselves, 5 brothers." Mobai exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and returned to the village as well. After the woodcutter and the others left, the Hulu village grew colder and colder. In addition to cultivating the whole day, Mobai was lying on the rocking chair by the river outside the village, rocking and rocking, basking in the sun. Occasionally, Mobai would go by the heaven opening stone to watch the heaven opening images. The Katan stone, that is to say, the great green stone branded with the 3 axe lights of the woodcutter. The heaven opening stone was the name that Mobai had given to the great green stone. On the other hand, Hou Tu went back to the witch tribe. On this day, Emperor Jiang had someone send a message for Hou Tu to meet him at the Pangu Divine Hall. Hou Tu thought that something big had happened, or that the demon race had come calling. Hurriedly head to the Pangu temple. When they arrived at the Pangu Divine Hall, Hou Tu realized that the remaining 11 ancestral witches were all present. Moreover, all 10 elder brothers looked at Hou Tu with strange eyes. The Xianmei ancestor witch looked at Hou Tu with eyes that were a bit evasive. "Backwoods sister, you're here." Emperor Jiang saw Hou Tu and said, "Oh, big brother, we're all gathered here, but something big has happened?" Hou Tu asked in a confused voice. "Yes, indeed, something heavenly has happened. Sister Hou Tu, you're married. How dare you hide this from us? Do you still consider us family?" Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, was the most irascible and got up to look at Hou Tu, his voice rumbling. "Ha!" Hou Tu's pretty face trembled fiercely as she listened, turning her head to look at the Xianmo ancestral witch. The only 2 people who knew about this were her and Xianmei. Needless to ask, it must be that when she went out earlier, Xianmei had stirred up the matter. Xianmei lowered his head, not daring to look at Hou Tu, and smiled bitterly. "Sister, things are hidden from the elder brothers, nor is it the same thing. What kind of boy is it that could marry our backwoods sister? I'd like to see that. What can that kid do?" Zhu Rong ancestral witch yelled his loud voice. With that, he was heading for the Hulu village. "Brother!" Hou Tu was in a big hurry and stopped Zhu Rong. Chapter 50, Ancestral Witches Watching Their Aunt. Mobai breaks the realm one after another. 7. I'm going to see what that kid is capable of. To marry our Hou Tu sister. Zhu Rong glared and exclaimed. Hou Tu laughed bitterly. "Brother, you're no match for others. People are a hidden saint." Saints? The ancestral witches were shocked and bounced out of their seats in unison. The witches do not respect heaven or earth, but only Pangu. In ancient times, they even insulted the Taoist ancestors. After being ate over by the Dao ancestor with a single finger, the sorcerer race had been quite jealous of saints. Emperor Jiang turned his head to Xianmei and asked, "Sister Xianmei, is that person a saint?" Xianmei nodded his head greatly and said, "It should be. I saw that person was carrying the power of several laws, and to call himself a brother with sage Tongtian, he should undoubtedly be a saint. Mastering the power of several laws, one must be a saint without a doubt." Emperor Jiang muttered as the light in his eyes flickered erratically. Zhu Rong smashed his mouth and wimped out a bit. Although he was an ancestral witch and considered himself to be of notable strength, in front of the saints, it was obvious that he was not enough to look at, especially since the other party could also be a great saint who had mastered the power of multiple laws. The demon race has sage Nuwa, while my witch race has never had a sage to sit on the sidelines. This has also made the clansmen fearful. Now the Hou Tu sister is powerful. She has caught a saint's son-in-law. This is a matter of great prosperity for my witch clan. Emperor Zhang's eyes were glowing with divine light and excitement. Turbid Join stepped out and looked at Emperor Jiang. saying, "Big brother, how is that man? We'll see for ourselves, won't we? I'm going too." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches exploded, clamoring to meet the groom. Emperor Jiang was speechless for a while and laughed bitterly. "What should we do if you all go and the demon race comes to sneak in? Besides, how would it be to frighten your aunt if so many people went? Big brother is right to consider this. Then we'll just send 2 people to take a look." Turbid Joeen exclaimed. Emperor Jiang nodded his head and said, "Good, then it will be hard work for virtuous brother to make the journey." The rest of the ancestral witches in the crowd were full of muscle pimples and did things with violence. The only exception is this Turbid Joeen, who is one of the few wise men of the witch race. Turbid Joeen went, and Emperor Jiang was relieved. "I'm going too," wishful thinking yelled. Emperor Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine, Zhu Rong, then you can go along too, but listen to Turbid Joeen on the way, or you won't have to go. Just listen." Zhu Rong skimmed his lips and said, "So it was that the ancestral witches elected the 2 of them, Turbid Joeen and Zhu Rong, to go out of the ancestral land of the witch clan, all the way to the mysterious Gourd village that Xianmei had mentioned." On the other hand, Mo Bai was cultivating like crazy. At first, Mo Bai felt that he had 6 older siblings behind him and had something to fall back on, so he was lazily practicing. "I'm used to being salty in my day, but now all 5 of my older brothers have left." Nurabei felt an extra burden on his shoulders. He wanted to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible to share and reunite with his several elder brothers. On this day, Mo Bai was sitting by the river, and with a flip of his hand, a fruit appeared. It was the 9 heavenly Xian Huang fruit that he had obtained earlier. Mo Bai took the Xian Huang fruit in one gulp, then closed his eyes and cultivated. As time passed by, an incomparably bright light emanated from Mo Bai's body. The light flickered, reflecting the heavens, and the celebratory clouds behind his head flickered, surfacing all sorts of heavenly visions. Inside, an immense and incomparable purple light cluster was emitting a mysterious Taoist rhythm, and the purple aura was constantly dangling purple mist toward Mo Bai. As the purple mist continued to integrate into his body, Mo Bai's aura skyrocketed more than several times. Late Xian Xian, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Mo Bai exulted. Finally a breakthrough. Then, Mo Bai flipped his hand and 3 more pills appeared. This was precisely the 9 revolutions golden elixir that the Taishan Laozi had given him earlier. With a tilt of his head, Mo Bai swallowed all 3 9 revolutions golden pills and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. This 9 revolutions golden elixir was Taishan Laozi's masterpiece golden elixir, containing an incomparably large amount of energy. It was claimed that a single one could make a mortal break the golden immortal on the ground. Extremely heaven-defying. Where would an ordinary person dare to swallow 3 pills together like this? Only Mo Bai dared to swallow like this on the strength of his fleshly body. The 3 pills entered the body and turned into incomparably pure medicinal power that swam wildly in Mo Bai's body. It instantly reached Mo Bai's limbs and Dantian area. Mo Bai revolved the 9 revolutions Hongmeng Gong and frantically digested the medicinal power in his body. Gradually, a faint metaphysical light emanated from Mo Bai's body, and as time passed, the arcane light became brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, until finally one could not look directly at it. Mo Bai's entire body turned into a man of light, illuminating the entire village. The female devil was organizing the village, and when she saw Mo Bai cultivating with such dedication, she couldn't help but smile in relief. Said, "The 7th brother has grown up, cultivating this desperately." Then the demoness went back to packing up the village. Time goes by, I don't know how long. The arcane light around Mo Bai gradually converged, and he opened his eyes openly, 2 divine auras bursting out, blowing out 2 huge deep craters in the ground. Early golden immortal, not bad at all. Ink brand exulted. Originally, 3 9 transformation gold pills were enough for Mo Bai to break through to the late golden immortal cultivation level. However, Mo Bai kept on beating up his mana to the point that Mo Bai only managed to break through to the early golden immortal realm. However, there was an advantage to doing so, and that was that Mo Bai's foundation was incredibly solid. It was so much stronger than someone in the same cultivation realm that it could be called invincible in the same realm. Still a little slow, Inkbrand muttered. If anyone else heard that, they would have to die headfirst. The path of cultivation was to go against the heavens, especially at the Xian immortal realm. It became more and more difficult. Other people broke through a small realm of Xian immortal, and they were afraid that without tens of thousands of years, they would not be able to break through at all. Instead, Mo Bai broke through 2 minor realms and 1 major realm in a row, within thousands of years. And you say it's slow, it's not angry. I have the Great Dao sealed inside me, and if I unseal a trace of it, by letting the Great Dao reveal some of it, will I be able to refine it and own it for me? And if so, will I still be able to break through? Suddenly, Mo Bai's eyes lit up with an extremely bold idea. Chapter 51, The Great Way is revealed. The ant is too fierce. 1. Inkbrand's heart is tremendous. Even. Mobai was thinking of directly unsealing the seal in his body and directly seizing the Great Dao, but his reason told him that he was purely looking for death if he did that. After all, bugs such as the system only sealed the Great Dao. He only had the cultivation of a golden immortal now, so it was better for him not to make a fool of himself. However, if one were to unseal a little bit of the seal and slowly nibble away at the Great Dao, Mobai felt that it would still be feasible. As soon as he thought of it, so Mobai slightly loosened the seal. In an instant, a vast and incomparable power awakened from within Mobai's body, and from the inside out. The frantic surges. Mobai's entire person became metaphysical. His divine light flickered, and behind him, the purple aura connected to the sky. Rolling Dao rhythms gushed out from his body. At this moment, Mobai became the embodiment of the Dao. Every word and action was the Dao, and between his hands and feet, it shows the supreme Taoist rhythm. At the same time, an immense and incomparable will rush toward Mobai's mind, impacting Mobai's true spirit Yuanshun. Inkbrand only felt muddled. His consciousness seemed to be squeezed into nooks and crannies. The demoness was cleaning up in the village when she suddenly felt this horrible force that, unable to help her pretty face, she exclaimed, "Damn, how did the seal loosen?" Saying that, the female devil's figure flickered and swept up to Mobai's heels. Chit-ta. The demoness was alarmed and was about to strike. Mobai coldly glanced at the female demon head, looking at the female demon head's heart trembling. Then, Mobai took a step out of the village. His big hand stretched out, and a purple boundary surged out, wrapping the entire village inside. It actually sealed the female demon inside the village. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The female demon head was furious and frantically slammed against the seal. Mobai, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and frantically fought with the Great Dao for control of his physical body. Ha! Look! There's a man there! Isn't he Hou Tu's sister's husband? Mobai? Just then, a voice rang out. The one who spoke was a burly hulk of a man, exuding a scorching hot and incomparable aura of. It was the ancestral witch of fire, Zhu Rong. A slightly literate person beside him was none other than Turbid Joeen. Of course, this was just them not manifesting their ancestral witch forms. Turbid Joeen looked at Mobai, his eyes filled with surprise, exclaimed, "How he flashes supreme Dao rhythms all around his body. This breath, stronger than a saint, even stronger than the Dao ancestor of that year." Who? Mobai turned back to Turbid Joeen and Zhu Rong, his voice cold. Turbid Joeen and Zhu Rong's hearts trembled for no reason at this glare from Mobai. His grandmother, the old man is. Zhu Rong has a fiery temper, relying on the fact that he is the elder brother of Hou Tu. Where will he yield to Mobai? With a loud yell, he tried to identify himself. Right at this moment, Mobai reached out and pointed a finger. This finger was pointed out, and in an instant, purple chi filled the air, connecting heaven and earth, all converging at the tip of one finger. Terrifying aura of the Great Dao filled the air, transforming into a substantial attack that blasted and pointed at Zhu Rong and Turbid Joeen. Before Zhu Rong and Candle Joeen could react, they were pointed by Mobai's finger and screamed miserably, flying out backwards. Boom boom. The two great ancestral witches crashed into the great mountain behind them, collapsing it and burying it in chaos. Then, Zhu Rong and Candle Joeen crawled out from the messy rocks and looked at Mobai with a horrified face. The two of them exchanged glances, and both could see the horror in their respective eyes. Originally, when Hou Tu and Xianmei said to them that Mobai was a mixed sage, they were still a bit unconvinced, but now they believe. A single finger had sent them flying. What was this if not a saint? Even the Dao ancestor back then was afraid that this was the case. Mobai took a step across, his eyes without a trace of emotion, coldly looking at Zhu Rong and Turbid Joeen. The big hand stretched out, purple gas rolling in the palm, vaguely visible within the heavens and earth, and the flood became. And then look carefully. The inside is actually a small world, with the sun, moon and stars above, and mountains and rivers below. Even the insects, feathers, insects and ants, trees, mountains and rocks can be seen. Suddenly, this world collapsed, and the power of the quantum revelation surged out, vast and incomparable, mighty pressure on the entire floodplain. In the palace of the violet sky, the Dao ancestor opened his eyes wide, and his body was actually trembling a little. The avenue. The six saints opened their eyes and exclaimed, "The Great Dao." Ever since Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, the Great Way has retreated from manifestation. And though they are saints, but yet, it is only the way of heaven that is cultivated, not the Great Way. Now that the power of the Great Dao had appeared across the sky, how could they not be surprised? Turbid Joeen and Zhu Rong were under this palm, and the two ancestral witches were so scared that their hearts and livers were trembling. His pupils contracted dramatically, his eyes filled with horror. Imobai was still the first person to be able to make an ancestral witch horrified. Even the Dao ancestor back then only made the ancestral witches jealous of the. It's nowhere near enough to feel scared. Auntie, we are Hou Tu's older brothers, Turbid Join and Zhu Rong. At the critical moment, Turbid Nining pulled his voice and yelled. This voice howled out. Imobai's originally cold eyes actually had color and regained vitality. The purple halo in the palm of his hand, the power of the quantum leap then dissipated. However, it was Imobai who mobilized the power of all the people in the village at the critical moment to seal the avenue once again. In the village, the female devil breathed a sigh of relief and said in shocked anger, "This brat, his guts are a bit too big. How dare you loosen the seal privately, purely looking for death. Good thing he controlled it." Chapter 52 Golden Immortal? I'm already at the peak of Golden Immortal. 2, granted, it was indeed a bit more dangerous to unseal it, but the effect was obvious. Imobai broke through once again, and from the early stage of the Golden Immortal, it directly popped up to the peak Golden Immortal realm. This was the result of Imobai digesting a trace of the Great Dao rhythm. Brat, are you tired of living? The demoness gasped. Imobai laughed dryly. That's sixth sister. It won't happen. I won't do it again. The demoness glared at Imobai and turned around to go back to the village. On the other side, Turbid Join and Zhu Rong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as they escaped from death. Imobai looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, "Two fellow Taoists, are you the older brothers of Backwoods?" "Precisely. I am Turbid Nineteen, and this is Zhu Rong." "Yes." Turbid Join got up and arched his hand to Imobai, saying, "The person who was worthy of an ancestral witch to arch his hand." Imobai was still the first person. Imobai looked at the two of them and grinned. "You two don't have to be polite. Since you're Hou Tu's older brothers, then they are also my older brothers. Both of them, please, don't dare, don't dare." Turbid Join panicked. "What's there to be afraid of?" Imobai furiously rolled his eyes and pulled the two of them up, then walked towards the large green stone next to the village. Each of the three sat down. Imobai poured wine for the two of them and laughed. "Two elder brothers? I'm quite good at brewing wine. Two brothers taste the wine I have made." Turbid Join and Zhu Rong looked at each other and tilted their heads back to drink. Although, the witch race does not cultivate the Yuan Shen, but after this cup of wine, their Yuan Shen actually grew quite a lot, and the fleshly bodies seemed to be a bit stronger as well. Zhu Rong's eyes brightened up and he said joyfully, "That Imobai brother-in-law, may I have another drink? There's plenty of booze to go around. Come on, drink." "Ha ha." Imobai froze, laughed, and poured wine for the two of them once more. The duo tilted their heads and drank once more. Like this, the three of them drank freely. Man, after a few cups of yellow soup, they were instantly acquainted. Imobai had already hooked up with the two ancestral witches and was close to worshipping them. Zhu Rong looked at Imobai and laughed loudly. "Brother-in-law, who is the true Pango Masamune? Our witch clan, or the three Ching?" Imobai raised his eyebrows, slapped Zhu Rong's shoulder, and laughed. "Naturally, it's the witch clan. Have a vision. Drink." "Ha ha." Zhu Rong laughed out loud. At that moment, three people came to the forest. These three were no one else but the three great masters of the hierarchy. But Sihong real person suffered a loss here in Imobai, and went back and invited helpers to come. It's just that when the three of them came to the outside of the forest, seeing that there were actually two ancestral witches with surging chi and blood beside Imobai, they were too scared to come out and hid in the forest to secretly spy on them only. The three of them heard exactly what Imobai said. Imobai and Zhu Rong and Turbid Nineteen once again drank a few cups. Turbid Join and Zhu Rong greatly appreciated Imobai. The two staggered to their feet. "My sister followed Imobai. You. We are relieved." "Relieved ah." Zhu Rong got up, drunk, and laughed. "Yeah, don't worry." Turbid Join also laughed out loud. "Ha ha, two elder brothers and be relieved. I will be good to Hou Tu." Inkbrand rose as well, grinning. "Well, in that case, we'll take our leave." Turbid Join arched his hand to Imobai, then pulled Zhu Rong, who wanted to drink more, and staggered away. After the two great ancestral witches left, Imobai turned his head to look at Lin Ma and said with a smile, "Three master nephews, if you're here, why are you hiding?" Three figures flashed out of the forest, precisely the three great masters of the hierarchy. The three great scholars were honored by one and disgraced by another, and had always advanced and retreated together. When realist Sihong was in trouble, realist Puxian and realist Munjishri naturally came to help. Seeing Imobai, Hongjun gritted his teeth and said, "Ah shucks, who is your nephew?" Imobai wasn't angry and grinned. "I'm of the same generation as your teacher, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Naturally, they are your elders." "Ah shucks." Hongjun was furious and shouted in a deep voice, "You guys injured Poverty Road last time. Today, the poor Taoist will seek justice. Imobai looked at Si Hongjun with a smile on his face and laughed. Justice? How do you want to ask for it? Si Hongjun sneered and gritted his teeth. All these years, we've been in seclusion, using the secret method of the Hierophant sect to enhance our cultivation. We are now all golden immortals, and there are 3 of us against 1 of you. So why don't you quickly fold your arms and die? Kneel down and kowtow to the poor Taoist 3 times to apologize, and the poor Taoist may still be able to spare your life. Imobai furiously rolled his eyes and skimmed his lips. Golden immortal. Saying that, Imobai externalized his aura. The pupils of the 3 Grand Maestro's eyes shrunk dramatically as they watched. Pu Xianjinjin exclaimed. This aura is at the peak of golden immortal cultivation. How is this possible? How can you progress this fast? Si Hongjun looked at Imobai with a horrified face and exclaimed. Ink Brand grinned. Now here's the thing. I'm pissed off and kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll still spare all 3 of your lives. The 3 Grand Masters were furious at hearing this. Si Hongjun angrily looked at Imobai and gritted his teeth. Oof. Although the 3 of us are at the early golden immortal stage of cultivation, we also have a set of combined magical abilities. So with 3 against 1, we may not necessarily be no match for you. Chapter 53 I'm really not a saint. 3? Yeah? Inkbrand smirked. The 3 Great Masters were furious. You guys are looking for death. Si Hongjun was furious and bellowed. Striking first. I saw him pick up the willow branch in his hand and fling it with all his might. In an instant the horrible chaotic space lunged at Imobai. At the same time, realist Puxian and realist Manjushri also moved. With a flip of his hand, Pu Xianjinjin's hand appeared to show a talismanic seal with an yin and yang taijita flowing out of it. The yin and yang rioted and dripped and spun, forming a large black and white double fish picture. The twin fish diagram levitated into midair and came down on Imobai with its head covering its face. Manjushri bellowed, and with a flip of his hand, a 7-jeweled golden lotus appeared. Directly, he offered the 7 treasures golden lotus, but seeing that golden lotus dripping and spinning in the air, blooming with 10,000 feet of golden light, immediately afterward, it violently transformed into a golden dragon and whistled as it drilled into the ground. This is the transported dragon pile. These 3 people struck out, and they could be said to work together seamlessly. Si Hongjinzi used the willow branch to shatter the space around him, so that Imobai was not allowed to escape. Pu Xianjinjin used the Taiji rune seal to suppress Imobai again, attacking from the top down, and Manjushri attacked from underground with the transported dragon pile. It could be said that the attacks of the 3 of them covered east, west, south, north, up, down, left, right, and all the way around. At first glance, it can look flawless. Most of the people who fought with them were folded in this set of combined divine abilities. It's just that Imobai is not an ordinary person. A little carving skill, and you dare to use it to make a fool of yourself. Imobai snorted coldly and stomped his foot heavily, the earth crumbling and the terrifying divine power directly shook the transported dragon stake to the point that it buzzed and flew backward. At the same time, Imobai's hand flipped over, and 24 sea-fixing divine pearls appeared, directly sacrificed the sea-setting god pearl. Boom! The sea-fixing god pearl flashed with a light blue light and blasted on top of the Taiji rune seal. The Taiji rune seal wailed and also flew out backwards since it dripped. It's a nice chart. Keep it, Imobai grinned, and with a wave of his sleeve, he performed the dry heaven in the sleeve and put away the Taiji rune seal. My rune mark. The Puxian realist was greatly alarmed and exclaimed. Suddenly, the 24C defining spirit pearls rioted and blasted toward the 3 great warriors. The 3 grand maestros were horrified, and hurriedly and desperately held up a shield that firmly covered them. Boom boom. The sea-defining god pearl blasted on top of the 3 people's shield, and the shield instantly broke apart. It dissipated into bits of starlight, and the 3 great warriors each screamed miserably, rolling and tumbling, falling out for an unknown number of thousands of miles. With this much skill, you dare to act recklessly in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. Imobai rolled his eyes, reached out and recruited back the 24C fixing god pearls, skimming his lips with disdain. The 3 of them looked at Imobai with horrified faces, shocked and furious. Just then, space rippled and 3 figures emerged from it. These 3 silhouettes were no one else but the 3 purities. Innate, Imobai unsealed his body, revealing some of the aura of the Great Dao. The saints then captured the aura of the Great Dao, only that Imobai was shielded by the Chaos Pearl. The saints seemingly caught it, and thus have been searching for where the aura of the Great Dao went. Looking around, it turned out that San Cheng had found Imobai here. Then he saw the scene of the 3 great warriors being blown away by Imobai. Teacher, please do it for us. When the 3 great sages saw the first Heavenly Father, they were instantly ecstatic, and they were busy worshipping. The first Heavenly Father frowned greatly, turned his head to look at Imobai, and droned in a deep voice, Imobai, You're bullying 3 disciples of the poor Taoist as a saint. That's not good, is it? What? This guy is a saint? Impossible, right? The 3 Grand Maestros shuddered as they listened, looking at Mo Bai with an incredulous expression. When they thought they had just fought a saint, they were covered in cold sweat. A saint? I'm a saint? Mo Bai froze, looked at Yuan Shi Tianzuan with a speechless expression, and bristled. Yuan Shi, which one of your eyes saw that I'm a saint? I'm only at the golden immortal cultivation level. I'm a saint your ass. Sect leader Tongtian was also stunned and looked at Mo Bai with a dumbfounded expression as he asked, fellow Taoist Mo Bai, you're not a saint? I'm really not a saint. I'm just a tiny golden immortal. Mo Bai laughed bitterly. Sect leader Tongtian stared at Mo Bai with wide eyes, and, frowning, he said, but if you're not a saint, how can you swim in the long river of time and fate? Is that the river of time and the river of fate? Inkbrand had quite a sense of sudden realization. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Mo Bai and asked, only saints can master the power of the laws. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, you have mastered the power of the law. You are really not a saint? I'm really not a saint. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, I don't have to lie to you. I'm really just a tiny golden immortal. Mo Bai cried out. Sect leader Tongtian was confused. The first heavenly father snorted coldly, looked at sect leader Tongtian, and said in a deep voice, Tongtian, you're a saint, but you call yourself a brother to a mere golden immortal, and you call yourself a friend of the way. It's really degrading to our 3 Ching's reputation. Sect leader Tongtian snorted coldly and did not speak. Son of the way. Just then, the Taishan Laozi, who had been silent, stared at Mo Bai and said quietly, Chapter 54, The 3 Chings, how can you be worthy of being called Panguzhen Zone? 4. What? The son of the Great Way? The pupils of the Tongtian sect master's eyes shrunk dramatically as he stared dead at Mo Bai and exclaimed in shock. The cloudy eyes of Taishan Laozi flashed with a brilliant light. He said, the 3 of us have just come after the Dao of the Great Dao, and since fellow Taoist Mo Bai is armed with the power of the laws, and is able to swim in the long river of fate and the long river of time, what is this if not the son of the way? The so-called son of the Great Way does not mean the son of the Great Way. Rather, it refers to those who are born close to the way and are favored by the Great Dao's fortune. Mo Bai's body was sealed with the Great Dao, hence the Great Dao aura, and when he was still in his form, then he obtained the origin of several elder brothers, and thus mastered the power of law. Who had thought that it would be misunderstood as the son of the Great Dao? Mo Bai laughed bitterly. I'm really not a son of the Great Dao. Sect leader Tongtian came to Mo Bai and looked him up and down. Excitedly, he laughed out loud. Son of the Great Dao. I didn't expect that Dao friend Mo Bai would be the legendary son of the Great Dao. You've hidden so much pain from Poverty Road. Ha ha. On the side, the first heavenly father heard a stifled grunt of depression. In a sense, the son of the Great Dao could be much more awesome than a saint. The son of the Great Dao collects the world's thousands of chi in one body, is born close to the Dao, and learns the divine powers and techniques as soon as they are learned. Moreover, he could communicate with the Great Dao, and his future was unlimited. In other words, Mo Bai's achievements would most likely surpass them. The last son of the Great Dao was the Great God Pangu, and a glimpse of how strong the Great God Pangu was can be seen here. No, fellow Taoist Tongtian, I'm really not a son of the Great Dao. Inkbrand was speechless. He knew his situation best. It was just not convenient to reveal too much to outsiders. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, you are the son of the Great Dao. You don't want to hide it from Poverty Road. Ha ha. Sect leader Tongtian excitedly patted Mo Bai's shoulder, almost knocking Mo Bai apart. Inkbrand was speechless for a moment. The 3 Grand Maestros were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that they had offended the legendary son of the Great Dao. A pair of eyes of Ci Hangjin turned sharply, and suddenly his eyes shone brightly as he looked toward Yuan Shi Tianzun. Aloud, he said, Teacher, just now Mo Bai he said that the 3 clearings are not the Pangu authentic clan, and that the Witch clan is the Pangu authentic clan. That's why my disciple was indignant and fought with him. This sentence from the Sihan realist could not be described as not poisonous, and captured the pain point of the 3 purities. Ever since their emergence, the 3 purities have held themselves out as the rightful owners of the Pangaea, even valued the name of the Pangu Orthodox sect more than his life. Ci Shangjin took this point and made a point of it, so it could be said that he took it just right. Even sect leader Tongtian's face changed slightly. The first heavenly father looked angrily at Mo Bai, snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, Mo Bai, even if you are the son of the Great Dao, you must not speak nonsense. We 3 Ching are the original gods of Pangu. How is it not Pangu Masamune? Sect leader Tongtian grinned, looked at Mo Bai, and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, this time around, Poor Tao can't be on your side. We, the three Ching, are indeed the Pangu authenticity, there's no doubt about that. Bai rolled his eyes and bristled. What is a Pangu orthodox? Pangu Zhengzong is us, and we are Pangu Zhengzong. The first heavenly father gritted his teeth. Bai skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, I think that back then, the great god Pangu, with his own strength, the power to cut down 3,000 chaos demon gods, and then dared to wield the axe at the Great Dao, performing the feat of opening up the sky and the earth. That was so mighty and majestic. What indignity! And look at you, how are we doing? The first heavenly father gritted his teeth. Humph, though you are saints on high. But, you guys as early as when you folded your arms and worshipped Hongjun, you lost the Panga Chi, no longer Pangu authentic. Then who is Hongjun? He is but one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, one of the dead souls under the axe of the great god Pango back then, and you call yourselves Pango Jingzong, yet you go to worship him? Are you not ashamed of yourselves? Would the great god Pango fold his arms and worship others? Ridiculous. You call yourselves the Pango Masamune, but to go and worship a person who was almost killed by an axe from the great god Pango back then, if the great god Pango was still alive, I'm afraid the great god Pango would have to be infuriated by you guys? You guys take another look at the witch race. Though the witch clan has no saints, they are the ones who do not honor the heavens or the earth, only honors the great god Pangu, never to other people this waste. This kind of unyielding spirit, is Pangu authentic, and you, don't deserve it. Bai looked at the three purities with a cold smile, and the words he said were like swords. Words like swords, a sword and a sword. All of them were thrust straight into the heart of the three purities. At first, Sanqing was indignant, but later on, being dumbfounded by Bai's words, his old face reddened. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, especially Yuan Shi Tianzun, was even more ashamed. His old face reddened, wanting to refute Bai. However, there was no way to refute it, and he was so angry that his body was shaking, and the arcane light around his body was fluttering around. You, how dare you insult a saint? You seek death. Seeing that Yuan Shi Tianzun was infuriated by Bai, Pu Xianjinjin was busy making up for it. Bai, you're a tiny golden immortal, how dare you talk about saints? You seek death. Origin Heavenly Father's old face turned red as he roared in anger. Chapter 55 Bai became famous and the floodplains shook. 5. Bai sneered and said disdainfully, it's not true that I'm a tiny golden immortal, but I have 6 saintly brothers and sisters who are all saints, and my elder, second and third brothers are all saints of the heavenly way. Try touching me and see if a few of my brothers will spare you? The 3 pristine ones were shocked to hear this. They really didn't expect that there would be this many saints in heaven and earth. Back then, the Taoist ancestor said that there should be 9 saints under the heavenly Dao. So what happened to the other saints? Then, you seek death. The first heavenly father was furious, and the arcane light in his palm flickered erratically. In the Gourd village, the female devil gave a heavy cold snort and was about to strike. Just then, sect leader Tongtian dodged in front of Bai and looked at the first heavenly father. In a deep voice, he said, second brother, Bai is a Taoist friend of the poor Taoist. You can't touch him. Bai looked at sect leader Tongtian with relief. He hadn't misjudged sect leader Tongtian. The first heavenly father was furious and shouted in a deep voice, Tongtian, for his sake, do you want to fight with my brother? Taishan Laozi was busy coming out to make peace, saying, alright, second brother, let's go back first. Humph. The first heavenly father snorted coldly and turned around to head towards the Kunlun mountains. Fellow Daoist Bai, the poor Taoist also takes his leave. Taishan Laozi bowed his hand to Bai and then rode away on a bull. The 3 great sergeants hurriedly followed. Sect leader Tongtian turned to look at Bai and smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist Bai, today, the poor Taoist will also take his leave first, and wait for another day to find fellow Taoists for a drink. With that, sect leader Tongtian arched his hand to Bai, summoned the Kanyo, and rode away on the Kanyo. After having a hard time with the saint, Bai was in a good mood, so he lay down on a rocking chair by the river and rocked and rocked and rocked. Don't mention how cozy it is. And the matter of Bai carrying the saint's heart and discussing who was the rightful owner of Pangu is like rising wings. It instantly spread throughout the entire floodplain. Of course, it's not a glamorous thing for the 3 Chings. Therefore this matter was not spread out by the 3 purities and the 3 great masters, but by the grass and tree spirits around the Hulu village. Once this matter was rumored, it instantly exploded above the flood. In the ancestral land of the witch race, in the Pangu Divine Hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. Gong Gong exclaimed, have you heard? The aunt of our sister Hou Tu is famous. How dare you dislike the 3 Chings and say that we, the witch race, are the true Pangu authenticity? Painfully, Painfully, Auntie is ing awesome. The extravagant corpse grinned. But I've heard that the auntie doesn't seem to be a saint, but only has a measly golden immortal cultivation. Tian Wu frowned. So what if it's not a saint? Auntie is the legendary son of the Great Dao. Father God is the son of the previous Great Dao. And Auntie is the son of the second Great Dao, and is a perfect match for our Hou Tu sister. Zhu Rong went to Hulu village and thought that Mo Bai was very much to his temperament. Long ago, he had treated Mo Bai as one of his own. Turbid Juin's eyes flickered with divine light as he said, I heard that there are 6 saints in your aunt's family. Even if Auntie is not a saint, she will become one sooner or later. Right. Wishful thinking nodded his head profusely. Di Jun nodded his head, looked at the crowd, and exclaimed, Auntie, that's the auntie of my witch clan. Whoever dares to touch Auntie in the future, my witch clan will not spare him. Yes, whoever dares to touch Auntie, I, Zhu Rong, will fight him to the death. Zhu Rong reddened his eyes and exclaimed, Demon race, heavenly court. Within the temple of the heavenly palace, the two of them, Di Jun and Tai Yi, were seated atop a high seat, overlooking the crowd. Di Jun said indifferently, I've heard that a son of the Great Dao has recently emerged, and this son of the Great Dao is also the aunt of the witch clan. What's going on? The demon Saint Bai Zhe stepped forward, arching his hand and saying, Your Majesty, there is such a thing as this son of the Great Dao. It seems that his name is Mo Bai, and I heard that he angrily disliked the 3 Chings to their faces, saying that the 3 Chings are not the Pangu authentic clan, and that the witch clan is. Dislike the 3 Ching in anger? Di Jun's old face trembled fiercely as he listened. East Emperor Tai snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Oof, it seems that this son of the Great Dao is close to the witch race faction, so he must not be kept. Demon Saint Bai Zhe grinned, saying, Your Majesty, this matter has yet to be concluded, and as far as I know, this son of the Great Dao, who was only accidentally married to the Hou Tu of the witch race, did not seem to be interested in the witch-demon dispute. Di Jun nodded his head, the sun-true flame surging in his eyes, and said, Bai Zhe, take a moment and, why don't you go down the mountain and have a chat with this son of the Great Dao, and probe the attitude of this son of the Great Dao towards my demon race? Yes, Your Majesty. Demon Saint Bai Zhe arched his hand. Western world, Mount Sumeru Golden Peak. The Buddha's light shines brightly, and the sound of Brahma is loud and clear. The two of them, guiding in Junti, sat opposite each other, their bodies Buddha light intermingling, shining through the 20 heavens of the Buddha kingdom. Senior brother, what do you think of this son of the Great Dao this time? Taoist Guiding's body flickered with Buddhist light around him as he looked at Taoist Junti and asked. The light in Taoist Junti's eyes flickered uncertainly as he said, This son of the Great Dao dares to angrily dislike the 3 purities. It is truly extraordinary, and if it can be realized in my Western sect, why would I worry that my Western sect will not prosper greatly? Taoist Receiver's eyes brightened up and he said joyfully, Yes, extremely. Then I'd like to thank senior brother for making a hard trip. Without any hard work, the poor Taoist will go and meet the son of the Great Dao. Taoist Paramount clasped his hands together, got up and took a step down to the golden summit of Mount Sumeru, heading east. Chapter 56, I'm really not a son of the way. 6. This floodplain is actually this lively. Above the flood, an old Taoist with white whiskers strolls among the clouds. At arm's length, space was infinitely folded by him, as if distance had no effect on him. The old man's beard and hair, and the space fluctuated as his lapel fluttered with the wind. It was like a stone had been thrown on a calm lake, sending ripples in circles. Have you heard? There's a son of the Great Dao in Hulu village. Of course I've heard about it. This son of the Great Dao is something special. He even dislikes the 3 Ching, saying that the 3 purities are not the Pango righteousness nearly infuriated the first heavenly father half to death. Yes, this son of the Great Dao is really a bully. How dare he angrily dislike a saint? 2 faces emerged above 2 large trees, climbing over each other. Along the way, how it's all about this son of the way. It seems that poor Taoist will have to go and meet this son of the Great Dao. The old man let out a light eep and took a step out, infinitely folding space. In the next moment, the old man arrived at the legendary Gourd village. The old man fixed his eyes on the village and saw 2 great, vast rivers beyond those 2 great rivers were sparkling and colorful, containing some kind of mysterious Dao rhythm of the Great Dao. This is the long river of time and the long river of fate? Could it be that those 2 are still alive? The old man was stunned. Next to the 2 big rivers there was a chaise longue, and there was a teenager who was laying himself down in the chaise longue, rocking and rocking, cozy up to the sun. Is this not that son of the Great Dao? The old man raised an eyebrow and muttered. Then, the old man turned his head to look around, and when he suddenly turned back, he unexpectedly disappeared. Mo Bai. Unable to help but be startled in his heart, he exclaimed, Spatial divine ability? This fellow Taoist, are you looking for me? Just then, a voice came from the right side of the old man. The old man followed the voice, but he saw a teenager standing on a large green stone not far away. The teenager wrapped his arms around him and was looking at him with a smirk from himself. This hand of spatial aptitude of my little friend is quite handsome. The old man couldn't help but praise. I'm flattered. I wonder what your friend's business is when you come to my Hulu village. It was precisely by practicing spatial aptitude that Mobai was able to sense the subtle fluctuations in space. Found the old man. Be careful. The visitor is extremely extraordinary. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Right at this moment, Mobai's voice rang beside his ears from the female devil. Mobai shuddered at the sound and looked the visitor up and down. The female devil is already at the saintly cultivation level, and those who can make the female devil jealous of the entire flood. Fear is rare. There were only two people that Mobai knew of. One was Dao ancestor Hongjun and the other was Yang Mei Disien. Now that the Dao ancestor had merged with the Dao with his body, he could not help himself, so the identity of the person in front of him was obvious. Yang Mei Disien. As expected. The next moment, the old man looked at Mobai with a smile on his face and said, Poor Taoist Yang Mei. Here to visit the son of the Great Way. Misty grass. It's really the great immortal Yang Mei. Mobai heard his heart skip a beat and looked at Disien Yang Mei. Busy arching his hand, he said, Kid has met immortal Yang Mei. Immortal Yang Mei raised his eyebrows, looked at Mobai, and asked, Fellow Taoist knows the poor Taoist? Mobai grinned and said, In the ancient times, the four old ancestors of Longhan, Taoist ancestor Hongjun, Yang Mei Disien, Yin Yang Laozu and Xian Kuan Laozu, four people together to break the immortal execution sword formation, destroy the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu. Yin Yang Laozu and Xian Kuan Laozu too fell. Taoist ancestor became a saint. Now that the Tao has been merged, and only immortal Yang Mei is at large in heaven and earth, how can the boy not know the mighty name of the immortal? Yang Mei Disien froze, a smile spreading across his face, stroking his long beard and laughing. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that there would still be someone who remembers Poverty Road. Disien please. Inkbrand made a gesture of invitation. Immortal Yang Mei took a step, walking towards the side of the large green stone and calmly took a seat. Mobai appeared with a purple gourd, poured a cup of wine for Disien Yang Mei, and laughed. Disien, please try the wine I've made. Yang Mei Disien looked at the wine in the cup, only to see that it looked ordinary. In fact, it contains a supreme Taoist rhythm. Do not feel shocked. A tilt of the head. Will drink the wine, only to feel the Taoist heart a piece of penetration. Cannot help but tsk. Praised. I did not expect that there is still this kind of Taoist wine in the world, when it is really subtle. It seems that the name of this son of the Great Dao of my little friend is well deserved. Mobai grinned and laughed bitterly. I'm not afraid of Disien's jokes. I'm really not a son of the Great Dao. Yang Mei Disien raised his head and glanced at Mobai, clearly meaning to say believe you. Mobai had no choice but to pour wine for Disien Yang Mei again. Immortal Yang Mei couldn't wait to drink it, and his Dao heart was once again enlightened, unprecedentedly smooth. A couple of drinks. Yang Mei Disien felt that he seemed to have returned to the peak era when he was once a chaos demon god. His Taoist heart was permeable, and he laughed out loud. This Taoist wine of my little friend. It is really marvelous. It's mysterious. It's good that Disien likes it. Inkbrand grinned. Immortal Yang Mei looked at Mobai and said, Little friend is also quite knowledgeable about spatial aptitude? Mobai grinned and said, Slight understanding. Slight understanding. Yang Mei Disien's eyes were bright as he looked at Mobai. His large hand stretched out, and a terrifying amount of mana surged out. Converging into a rune. He smiled and asked, Does little friend recognize this rune? Chapter 57, The Taoist Ancestor is an old. 7. This is a folded character. Inkbrand smirked. The runes that Yang Mei Disien had condensed into, Mobai happened to have studied them. That's why Inkbrand was able to get out of the way. Immortal Yang Mei raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, I didn't expect little friend to recognize this rune. What about this rune? Saying that, great immortal Yang Mei condensed another rune. Mobai grinned and said, This is the leaping character text. 2. When taking the meaning of jumping space nodes, Yang Mei Disien's face changed slightly as he began to condense one spatial rune after another. Ink White either understands or doesn't. Understanding the runes, Mobai could tell in a moment. Even if it was a rune that he didn't understand, after a little time studying it, Mobai was able to tell its meaning. Mobai had the Great Dao sealed in his body, and was born close to the Dao, plus a deliberate talent that, for any rune, gongfu, or divine power in the world, it was all at his fingertips. Therefore, Yang Mei Disien's runes could be unlocked one by Mobai. Yang Mei Disien hesitated and wrote out another rune. This rune, even Yang Mei Disien himself, did not understand its meaning. Yang Mei Disien was originally a space chaos demon god, for the laws of space is naturally no one out of his right. But nay, In the opening of the heavens, half of the origin was chopped off by an axe of the great god Pangu, and therefore some of the runes. Even the great immortal Yang Mei did not understand the meaning. Mo Bai surveyed the rune, a purple halo flashing in his eyes. I don't know how long it took, but Mo Bai's eyes lit up and he said joyfully, "This is the inner character text. What is the solution?" Yang Mei de Xian did not expect Mo Bai to really be able to solve it, but could not help but be shocked and exclaimed, "Spatial aptitude is divided into inner and outer. The outer, which can jump space, fold space. It is also possible to confuse space, etc. Within, when there is no space outside, such as in the chaos, when you open up a small world in your own body, if you circulate inside and outside like this, you will be invincible." Mo Bai explained one by one for Yang Mei de Xian. The great immortal Yang Mei heard what seemed to be a realization and muttered, "There is a difference between inside and outside space, between inside and outside seconds, it's just wonderful." Saying that, de Xian Yang Mei looked at Mo Bai with a grudging face and said, "Little friend Mo Bai, and you say you're not a son of the way? Great immortal, I'm really not a son of the Great Dao." Mo Bai laughed bitterly. Immortal Yang Mei rolled his eyes, an expression of a ghost believing you. Smiling sarcastically, he said, "The poor Taoist has another question." Mo Bai laughed bitterly and said, "Great immortal, you're a former senior. How do you keep asking me about a latecomer? That you and I don't talk about friendship in terms of generation. We should call each other Taoist friends." "Yes, Taoist friends. You and I are Taoist friends," Daisen Yang Mei said awkwardly. Mo Bai rolled his eyes wildly and smiled bitterly. "De Xian, please speak." Just then, a man came riding a bull. It was none other than Lord Tongtian. Fellow Daoist Mo Bai. This is, when the Tongtian sect leader saw Yang Mei de Xian, he realized that he couldn't see through Yang Mei de Xian, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Asked, Mo Bai grinned and said, "This is Yang Mei de Xian is also the same generation as Dao ancestor. It is one of the 4 old ancestors of Long Han." Lord Tongtian was shocked and panicked, and rolled down the cacao. Arching his hand toward immortal Yang Mei, he said, "Latecomer Tongtian, meet senior Yang Mei." Immortal Yang Mei waved his hand and didn't even look at sect leader Tongtian. Instead, he stared straight at Mo Bai with both eyes and said, "Fellow Daoist Mo Bai, I wonder how you think of the poor Taoist and the Hongjun duo. I still ask you to tell me straight." On the side, the Tongtian sect leader was ignored and could not help but grin as he sought a seat and sat down. Listened sideways to the two men talking. The question of Yang Mei de Xian was a bit tricky. Talking about saints was fine, but now they had to talk about the Dao ancestor, which was a bit exciting. Sect leader Tongtian was immediately interested. He also wanted to know what kind of Dao ancestor was in Mo Bai's eyes. At the same time, Daoist Paramount arrived at the Hulu village. It's just that Daoist Paramount is more sinister and hides in the shadows to eavesdrop. Mo Bai looked at Grand Immortal Yang Mei and smiled bitterly. Since Grand Immortal is asking, then I'll know everything. But there's no harm in saying, if there's anything, the poor Taoist will hold it for you, de Xian Yang Mei said in a domineering manner. As one of the only remaining second old ancestors of one of the 4 old ancestors of the Dragon Han, Great Immortal Yang Mei definitely had this strength. Mo Bai got up, arched his hand toward the Yang Mei Immortal, and exclaimed, "In my opinion, the Dao ancestor is giving up his roots and forgetting his ancestors, putting the cart before the horse. His Dao is off. He can no longer be compared to de Xian." Tongtian sect leader did not expect Mo Bai to evaluate Dao ancestor in such a way, and he could not help but be shocked and dumbfounded. A large hand unconsciously gripped the horns of the Kainger. Quinyu bared his teeth for a moment. Daoist Paramount also exclaimed in shock, his eyes bursting with light. Yang Mei de Xian's eyes lit up with interest and asked, "Please continue, little friend. As I see it, not only is the Dao of the Taoist ancestor skewed, but he himself is a despicable, shameless, and nasty old." Mo Bai spoke out of shock. The Tongtian sect master stumbled as he heard this, and almost slipped off the lapis lazuli. The large hand holding the Kanyo horn couldn't help but add a few more inches of force. "Master, it's broken. Let go. Kanyo was so anxious that he was busy exclaiming. It was just that sect leader Tongtian didn't have the slightest intention of letting go of his hand, but instead looked at Mo Bai with burning eyes. Prick up your ears and listen to why Inkbrand is talking about Dazu so much. In the dark, Daoist Paramount also heard his body stumble and nearly fell head over heels. Chapter 58, Dragon Han Karma. Yang Mei de Xian, 1. The Taoist ancestor removes the law, and 3 lectures are given in the flood. The merit of the world is as high as it has ever been. How did this become an old in Mo Bai's mouth? Lord Tongtian and Daoist Paramount were dumbfounded, and if they hadn't heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid they won't believe it even if it kills them. Immortal Yang Mei was also stunned and looked at Mo Bai with interest. Asked, "Why do you say that, fellow Daoist?" Mo Bai drank a cup of wine and said, "The reason I said that Hongjun's Dao was off, that is because Hongjun is the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God. What is the Chaos Demon God? That is to fight in the sky and on the earth, believing only in his own way, breaking all the images with his power. And then look at Hongjun, how is he? But he has succumbed to the way of heaven, and now he has made himself a puppet of the way of heaven. The genus is a bit miserable." Inkbrand skimmed. The great immortal Yang Mei's eyes lit up with joy as he listened. He said, "I didn't think that fellow Taoist Mo Bai would have such insights. It's really out of the poor Dao's expectation." "I dare not." Inkbrand grinned, poured in a mouthful of wine, and while he was at it, lovely, he said, "The reason why I say he's an olding pusher is because during the ancient Dragon Han period, the Dao ancestor invited the remaining 3 old ancestors to work together to deal with the demon ancestor, Luo Shuhu, until the 2 seniors, the Yin Yang ancestor and the Chen Kuan ancestor, blew themselves up and died. That olding pusher only made the decapitation of the 3 corpses and broke the immortal execution sword formation. What did he do long ago? What Mo Bai said could be said to be right in the heart of the Yang Mei immortal. At that time, after the battle between the righteous and the devils, Yang Mei de Xian also knew that he had been used by the Dao ancestor. It was just that he was seriously injured and had to leave to recuperate from his injuries. Now that he had returned, it was precisely to seek an explanation from the Dao Father. Mo Bai looked at de Xian Yang Mei and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, I think you've come this time came to get a piece of that old, too, didn't you?" Yang Mei de Xian froze, not expecting Mo Bai to even guess this. Looking at Mo Bai, he asked, just as fellow Taoist said, "Then I wonder how much of a chance of victory the poor Taoist has in going here?" Mo Bai grinned, pouring the wine gourd, gulp pouring a few mouthfuls of wine. Laughed. "I have already said earlier that the Dao ancestor's Dao is skewed, and you will definitely be able to defeat the Dao ancestor when you go there this time." On the side, sect leader Tongtian and Taoist paramount heard their hearts pounding and grinned darkly. Although they knew that immortal Yang Mei was one of the 4 elder ancestors of the Dragon Han, they did not look favorably on immortal Yang Mei. After all, today's Dao ancestor had already merged with the Dao, and that Dao ancestor was the heavenly Dao. Can the Yang Mei immortal really defeat the heavenly Dao? The Yang Mei immortal, however, was listening with great interest, with 3,000 white hairs flying behind his head. Laughed and said, "Good, lend you this auspicious words, then the poor Taoist this will go to meet Hongjun that guy, end the karma of that year." Saying that, Yang Mei de Xian got up and took a step out towards the chaos. "Fellow Daoist Mo Bai, the poor Taoist will also go first." Sect leader Tongtian got up and hurried towards the chaos as well. Even the Mount Kunyo stayed in Hulu village. In the forest, Taoist paramount also took a step out and headed for the chaos. Just kidding, someone is going to challenge the Dao ancestor. This kind of great battle, I'm afraid it's rare to see it in millions of years. How could they miss it? Inkbrand grinned, spread his legs, and darted toward the village, seeking out the demoness. He said, "Sixth sister, do you have a method that will allow me to see the Dao ancestor fight with immortal Yang Mei? See what they do?" The demoness bristled. "Sixth sister, it will be of great benefit to me." Inkbrand was busy. "Okay." The female demon head skimmed her lips, and with a wave of her jade hand, a vast and grand river emerged. This great river was different from the long river of time and the long river of fate, filled with the vastness of chaos, long-lasting for ages. It comes from the void and hangs outside the village. Since then, the village has been blessed with another vast river. If you want to see it, go to the Chaos River and see for yourself. The demoness didn't bother to pay attention to Mo Bai, and went off to clean up the village on her own. It seemed as if the village could never be cleaned. Mo Bai was overjoyed and dove headfirst into the long river of chaos. The Chaos River seemed to be a mirror of chaos, reflecting everything in the chaos. I only saw the Yang Mei immortal take one step and had already arrived outside the purple heavenly palace, standing with his arms folded, sounding like a bell. He rumbled, "Hongjun Daoyu, an old friend has arrived. Why don't you come out to meet me?" Squeaky. The thick gates of the purple heavenly palace parted from both sides, and inside, Taoist rhythms stretched on, purple aura streaking across the sky. A figure stepped out, and it was none other than Dao ancestor Hongjun. The Taoist ancestor looked at de Xian Yang Mei and asked, "Fellow Taoist, how did you get here?" Yang Mei de Xian looked at Hongjun and frowned. Should the poor Taoist call you Hongjun now, or is it the way of heaven? Hongjun's old face shook fiercely, saying, "Hongjun is the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is not Hongjun. Now it's Hongjun." Immortal Yang Mei nodded and looked at Hongjun with burning eyes, saying, "The poor Taoist has come here too. One is for the karma of the long Han period, and 2, To verify one thing, Hongjun nodded and said, the matter of cause and effect. The poor Taoist knows. What is this second matter? Immortal Yang Mei smiled and said, verifying the words of a young friend, your path has gone astray. If the poor Taoist has done battle with you this time, it will surely be the poor Taoist who wins. Chapter 59 Peak Showdown. Dao ancestors surprisingly lost? 2. Because of the vicinity of the Hulu village, Mobai had shielded the sky with the Chaos Pearl. Therefore, the conversation between Mobai and Yang Mei Dician. Aside from the Tongtian sect leader and the paramount Taoist who were present, no one else knew. The Dao ancestor froze slightly, a divine light flickering in his eyes as he frowned and said, you said that, but that son of the Great Dao, Mobai? Immortal Yang Mei laughed loudly and said, it's none other than fellow Taoist Mobai. The saints were secretly shocked by what they heard. They couldn't hear the conversation between Mobai and Yang Mei Dician. However, they had heard the conversation between Dao ancestor and Yang Mei Dician. What shocked them was that great immortal Yang Mei had called Mobai a tiny golden immortal, a friend of the Dao. Furthermore, it is the inference of Mobai. Yang Mei Dician and Dao ancestor are both the four elder ancestors of Long Han, and it is not certain which of the two of them will win or lose. However, they preferred the Dao ancestor. After all, the Dao ancestor had now merged with the Dao. It can be done with the power of heaven. It was just that Mobai was actually convinced that immortal Yang Mei would win, which made them look forward to it. The Dao ancestor snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Humph, fellow Daoist Yang Mei. In that case, you and I have done a battle to end the karma of the Dragon Han, and by the way, let the world know that his deduction, the son of the Great Dao, is wrong. With that, the Dao ancestor bellowed, his hands flipping and rapidly forming seals. At the same time, an immense and incomparable celestial wheel emerged behind the Dao ancestor. The heavenly wheel dripped and spun, emitting an incomparably dazzling light that, at the same time a vast heavenly Dao pressure came from above the heavenly wheel of heavenly path. The heavenly wheel rotated and erupted with infinite power. This was the Taoist ancestor lending his strength to the heavenly Dao. The terrifying power of the heavenly Dao was like a tidal wave, madly surging towards Dao ancestor from above the heavenly Dao heavenly wheel. The Taoist ancestor frantically made seals, and a mouthful of about 7 feet long formed in front of him. The Taoist sword with a purple aura emanating from its body. This is the sword of the heavenly Dao, which can cut down all living beings within the flood. Fellow Daoist Hongjun. Wouldn't it be a big mistake for you to use the sword of the heavenly Dao to cut down the poor Taoist? The poor Tao is a chaotic demon god, not a heavenly Dao being, so how can you behead it? Immortal Yang Mei laughed out loud. Humph, go! The Dao ancestor bellowed, his eyes bursting with divine light as he reached out and pointed. In an instant, the sword of the heavenly Dao emanated an infinite pressure, piercing through the chaos and slicing through all the illusions that, like an angry dragon out of the sea, it cuts through the waves, presenting an unrivaled momentum to stab at Yang Mei Dician. The 6 saints looked shocked and instinctively felt weak in their hearts. They are saints under the heavenly Dao. They are the living creatures of the flood. That heavenly Dao sword was precisely their nemesis. Good timing. It was just that great immortal Yang Mei didn't have the slightest fear. Instead he laughed out loud. At the same time, Yang Mei Dician's body emitted a rolling green aura, which was piercing and compelling. Inside, a huge and incomparable hollow willow tree emerged. But see the hollow willow tree with thousands of willow branches and leaves turning over. The chaotic airflow was stirred up as if it were boiling water, tumbling violently. Above its trunk, an old face suddenly appeared, the very face of the great immortal Yang Mei. The face suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the Dao ancestor's heavenly Dao sword in one gulp. Immediately after that, with a flash of green light, Yang Mei Dician regained his original form and looked at Dao ancestor with a smile on his face. He said, Hongjun, you have lost. The poor Tao is just not good at fighting. Otherwise you would not be a match for the poor Tao at all. This can't be. How could this happen? How can this be? Dao Zu looked dumbfounded. His body staggered, and his entire being looked like his beliefs had suddenly collapsed. Shaking and muttering, the 6 saints looked dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their eyes. Taoist ancestor was surprisingly defeated. In their hearts, the Dao ancestor was an invincible existence, and they didn't expect to be defeated today. It's just a little hard to believe that if you didn't see it with your own eyes. I'm afraid they won't believe it even if it kills them. Admittedly, as Yang Mei Dician said, Yang Mei Dician was not good at fighting. If the Taoist ancestor and immortal Yang Mei really fought for their lives, it would be hard to predict which one of them would win or lose. But right now the two had done one, and it was indeed an indisputable fact that Yang Mei Dician had won. They really couldn't figure out how Mobai knew that immortal Yang Mei would win. Could it be that Mobai, the son of the Great Dao, Saw it from the trajectory of the Great Dao's operation? If I can incarnate this sun into my Western sect, why would I worry that my Western sect can't prosper? The paramount Taoist was so excited that he hurried down to the realm. Immortal Yang Mei grinned and said, "Fellow Taoist Mabai is right. Your path is off kilter. How are you a match for the poor Taoist?" The poor Taoist goes. With that, Immortal Yang Mei took a step out and headed for the flood. The Dao ancestor stopped in the chaos for a long time, and with a long sigh, muttered, "The poor Tao is in a different situation than you. You still have half of a chaos demon god's body. You can take the path of a chaos demon god, but the poor Tao is the reincarnation of the chaotic demon god, subject to the heavenly Dao, and has to take the path at hand." With that, the Dao ancestor headed for the purple heavenly palace. On the other hand, Mobai was watching the two great dragon Han ancestors dueling in the chaos river. The heart is full of emotions. Taoist ancestor and young eyebrows immortal went head to head for just one move, but the touch on Murray White's heart was immense. Chapter 60 Yang Mei de Xian lies outside Huluan village and won't leave? 3. That scene of the peak duel lingered in Mobai's mind, playing over and over again. Every detail, every movement, even every Dharma seal. Mobai all saw it clearly through the chaos river. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Mobai's body, charging straight into the bull's eye, stirring the clouds in the sky to pieces. In a matter of moments, Membrane Worship opened his eyes and exulted. Mid-Tai Golden Immortal, not bad at all. Congratulations on another breakthrough, little friend. Right at this moment, the voice of the great immortal Yang Mei rang out. Mobai turned his head to look at Xian Yang Mei and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Yang Mei has come, karma is removed. Fellow Taoist, looks like you're in good shape." Immortal Yang Mei was beaming with joy. It looked like flowers were blooming on top of his old face as he laughed. "Fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist's knot in his heart is untied and he knows that his own Tao is right. So naturally he's happy, thanks to fellow Taoist Mobai." Mobai grinned, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Since that's the case, why don't we drink 300 cups, how about it?" "Very good, very good." Great immortal Yang Mei was overjoyed and busied himself. At this time, the Great Way is not visible, and there is no trace of it, as long as a glimpse or two of the rhythmic meaning of the Great Dao can be glimpsed in Mobai's Dao wine. Therefore this wine had a fatal temptation for Yang Mei de Xian. The two of them sat down like this and drank 300 cups openly. At the end, Yang Mei de Xian got up, and Mobai thought that Yang Mei de Xian was going to say goodbye and leave. Who would have thought that the Yang Mei immortal reached out his hand and pointed, and the mound not far away rioted madly and it actually formed a thatched roof. "Fellow Taoist Yang Mei, what are you?" Inkbrand was confused. Immortal Yang Mei grinned and said, "Fellow Taoist, this wine is really sweet. The poor Taoist can't bear to leave, so I'll stay here. Do you mind?" Stayed? Mobai was speechless for a while as he listened, his old face twitching violently as he laughed bitterly. Don't mind. Yang Mei de Xian flipped his hand, and a purple-colored sword appeared, throwing it at Mobai. Grinning, he said, "This sword of the heavenly Dao will be regarded as the poor Taoist's room fee. Ha ha." Saying that, Yang Mei de Xian took a step towards the thatched hut, only leaving Mobai in place. A mess. Since then, there has been one more person outside the village of Hulu, the Yang Mei de Xian. Mobai laughed bitterly and began to study the sword of heavenly Dao. This heavenly Dao sword was condensed from 49 heavenly Dao wills. It contained the supreme power of the heavenly Dao and could cut down saints. So it was a good heavenly Dao divine weapon. Mobai casually threw it into the river of destiny, then lay down on a chair next to the great river, elegantly basking in the sun. "Fellow Taoist Mobai, the poor Taoist is here. Ha ha." Just then, a bright laugh rang out. There is no need to look. Listening to the voice, Mobai knows who it is. The Tongtian sect leader. As a matter of fact, sect leader Tongtian and Taoist paramount had already arrived, only with the presence of Yang Mei de Xian. It's just inconvenient for the two to come out. After all, the two of them were disciples of the Taoist ancestor, who had lost to immortal Yang Mei. At this time, if they went out to drink freely with immortal Yang Mei, wouldn't they be evil to the Taoist ancestor? Taoist paramount hesitated and hid in the shadows. Not coming out. He's waiting. After the Tongtian sect leader had left, he would go out again to incarnate Mobai. After all, with the Tongtian sect leader present to obstruct things, it was naturally extremely inconvenient to do things. Mobai got up and looked at sect leader Tongtian with a smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you're here." Sect leader Tongtian walked up to Mobai and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Mobai, you are truly worthy of being the son of the Great Dao. You can even see this." Thank you. Inkbrand grinned. Suddenly, the Tongtian sect leader frowned greatly, turned his head toward the woods, and said, "Fellow Taoist Juanti, you've been following me all the way. Why don't you show yourself? The paramount Taoist grinned, and only stepped forward, clasping his hands together and, toward sect leader Tongtian, he said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Tongtian." Saying that, he then folded his arms to Mobai and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Mobai." Although, Mobai is a small golden immortal, but people call themselves brothers and sisters with the Yang Mei Great Immortal, calling each other Taoist friends. Thus Taoist paramount didn't dare to be arrogant. Anta? Mobai raised an eyebrow and sized up Junti. Taoist paramount is known as the first shameless person in the flood, and the first time we met, the ink brand naturally had to take a closer look. Taoist Juity froze, looked at Mobai with burning eyes, and laughed. Fellow Taoist Mobai knows about Poverty Road? Mobai grinned and laughed. Naturally, I know. The two saints of the West. Please sit down. Please sit down. The three each sat down. Sect leader Tongtian laughed out loud and said, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, quickly go fetch some wine and let's have a drink." "Very good. Very good." Mobai grinned, unhooked the purple gourd from his waist, and looked at Taoist Junti. Smilingly, he said, "Fellow Taoist Junti, it seems that there is a religious rule in the Western Church that all Western congregations are not allowed to drink alcohol. Is that correct?" Mobai Taoist friend is right. "This wine, poor Taoist will not drink. The two of you please make yourself at home." Taoist paramount folded his hands and laughed. "Well then, let's drink." Mobai grinned and poured a cup of wine for sect leader Tongtian. As the Dao wine entered the cup, an extremely rich Dao rhythm of the Great Dao came to the surface. Mesmerizing people. Mesmerizing. Chapter 61, Fellow Taoist Mobai, you and I have a destiny in the West na. 4. This wine. Taoist Juanti looked dumbfounded, his eyes staring deathly into sect leader Tongtian's cup of wine. "The!" exclaimed, as if he had known that Taoist paramount would regret it. The Tongtian sect master, smilingly, he said, "This is Dao wine that contains the meaning of the Great Dao, and it will be of great help to us. But, Juanti Taoist friends, you Western religion has religious rules expressly stipulate that you can't drink wine. You are afraid that you have no chance with this Taoist wine." After saying this, sect leader Tongtian's shoulders shrugged and his old face was suffocatingly red, obviously holding back a laugh to hold it in. Taoist paramount's old face twitched violently as he looked at the Taoist wine in sect leader Tongtian's cup, swallowed hard. "Yes, fellow Taoist Juanti is a member of the Western sect and cannot drink alcohol." Inkbrand stifled a laugh as well and poured a glass of wine into his own. That the Western religion cannot drink alcohol is set by the poor Tao for the disciples of the Western religion. It's because the disciples are not strong enough. As for the poor Taoist, it won't hurt to drink a few cups less. Taoist paramount was shy with his old face and said. Saying that, Taoist paramount looked at Mobai, the meaning of which was clearly saying, "Come, fellow Taoist, pour us a drink." Mobai looked at Taoist paramount in a serious manner, and did not pour wine for Taoist paramount. Instead, he righteously said, "The rules established by fellow Taoist Junti, then they must be obeyed. The so-called no rules can't make a circle. If the Western Church wants to grow, we must abide by the rules of the Church, especially if you are a paramount Taoist. You should set a good example. How can I let a paramount Taoist break the precepts? Wouldn't I then become a sinner of the Western sect?" Nima, saying one thing and doing another. Taoist paramount's old face twitched violently as he listened, looking at Mobai, dumbfounded and speechless. "I don't know how to refute it." On the side, sect leader Tongtian held his old face red, wanting to laugh but embarrassed to do so. The shoulders shrugged and looked like they were holding it in very hard. Taoist Juanti turned his head and looked at Taoist Lord Tongtian with a grudging face, saying, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you can laugh if you want. Ha ha." Sect leader Tongtian really couldn't help himself and threw his head back and laughed out loud. Taoist paramount's face was in a state of decline, living like a disgruntled woman. "Come, fellow Taoist Tongtian, let's drink." Mobai raised his wine cup and looked at the Tongtian sect leader, coming up with a divine compliment. "Drink, ha ha." Sect leader Tongtian couldn't help but laugh and tilted his head back to pour down his drink. Just like that, Taoist paramount watched the two of them as you drank a cup of Taoist wine, his eyes were red with envy and he couldn't wait to just grab it. The two had a few drinks, each a little tipsy. Taoist paramount looked at Mobai and said, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, the poor Taoist has come here too. It is because I think that fellow Taoist Mobai has a destiny with my Western sect, so why don't fellow Taoist Mobai come back to the Western world with the poor Taoist and share the Western ultimate bliss with the poor Taoist?" How? Tongtian sect master heard both ears openly stood up, alarmed and angry. "Jun Ti Dao friend, don't be disgusting with your old ways. You see a man, you say he's related to you in the West. Why don't you say that the poor Taoist is also related to you in the West?" Taoist paramount rightly ignored it and instead looked at Imobai with burning eyes. Inkbrand froze and was speechless. Imobai also knew that this guy, Junti, came to Hulu village. Certainly nothing good, but did not think that it was a bit speechless that this guy had come here to dispose of him. Imobai depressedly poured a mouthful of wine, looked up at Taoist Junti, and bristled. Fellow Taoist Junti, I'm a glutton for punishment, and when I join your Western religion, I can't drink wine, and I can't afford to part with all this wine I have. Yes, fellow Taoist Mabai is right. That Western religion of his has extremely many rules and regulations. How can we be as happy as we are in heaven and earth when we join some ghostly laborer's Western religion? Sect leader Tongtian was busy concurring. Taoist paramount's old face twitched violently as he looked at Imobai and he said, unlike other Western sect disciples, Tao friend Imobai may not have to follow the rules of my Western sect. How can that be? How can I break the rules of the Western church because of me alone? No way. Inkbrand was busy shaking his head. Taoist Junti was depressed and looked at Imobai, saying urgently, fellow Taoist, I have 800 wonderful methods in the West. If you can enter my Western sect, I will personally teach you the 800 wonderful ways and share the ultimate bliss with you. How about that? No good. Imobai's head shook like a rattledrum and skimmed. I've heard that the West is barren and it's the land of birds and I can't stand that barrenness. What son of a said I was barren in the West? Taoist paramount was furious and droned in a deep voice. Taoist friend, it's you. You always say the West is barren. Sect leader Tongtian put down his wine cup and came up with a divine remedy. Taoist paramount's old face twitched violently as he looked toward Imobai and sect leader Tongtian, his heart knowing that today, with the presence of sect leader Tongtian, it is difficult to incarnate Imobai into the Western sect, so we might as well come back another day. With this in mind, Taoist Junti rose, folded his hands, and said, two fellow Taoists, it's getting late today, so the poor Taoist will take his leave first. Fellow Taoist Imobai, the poor Taoist will come back to visit another day. With that said, Taoist paramount left on the auspicious cloud of merit. Imobai and Tongtian sect leader glanced at each other. Then the two of them let loose and laughed. Their laughter shook the 9 heavens, shattering the clouds in the sky. Chapter 62, encouraging Tongtian to abolish his own sacred throne. 5. The two of them laughed and had another drink to each other. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Imobai with interest and asked, fellow Taoist Imobai, how did you know that Daozu would lose? That didn't I say that the Dao ancestor's Dao is skewed, therefore he will definitely lose. Inkbrand skimmed. Sect leader Tongtian frowned and said, the poor Taoist is a disciple of the Taoist ancestor, and if the Taoist ancestor's Tao is off course, wouldn't our path, then, be skewed as well? Imobai nodded non-committally and said, not bad, fellow Taoist Tongtian, your path is also skewed. Sect leader Tongtian's old face trembled fiercely, his eyes burning as he looked at Imobai, asked, then, fellow Taoist, is there any remedy? Yes. Inkbrand took a sip of wine and said, Tongtian's sect master's eyes brightened up and he said joyfully, what method? Speak quickly. Fellow Taoist Mabai. Imobai put down his wine cup, his eyes unusually bright as he looked at sect leader Tongtian and said, abolish the holy position yourself. Put. The Tongtian sect master nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this, and pulled out his ears. Looking at Imobai with eyes full of incredulity, he laughed bitterly. Fellow Taoist Imobai, you're not joking, are you? Abolishing your own holy position? This. Imobai's eyes grew brighter and brighter, like 2 shining stars, as he looked at sect leader Tongtian, exceptionally excited. He said, fellow Taoist Tongtian, I'm not joking, what I'm saying is true. This so-called holy position that, in fact, it is a pit, a sinkhole. That Hongmeng purple chi is nothing but a tool of the heavenly Dao to bind you. It's simply impossible for you to break through the heavenly Dao realm, unless, abrogates its own sainthood. In these last few words, Imobai bit down especially hard. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Imobai, his old face twitching violently. Smiling, he said, that's self-abolition of the holy position. This matter is too significant. Allow poor Tao to think. Saying that, sect leader Tongtian uneasily drank a cup of wine. It's just that at this time, even the Taoist wine tasted the same to the Tongtian sect master. Don't even know what it tastes like. Self-abolition of the sacred throne. It is indeed too big a deal. Even the Tongtian sect master, who had always acted in a thunderous manner, was false. After all, he had pursued sainthood since the day he assumed his form. Now he had finally become an exalted saint, and with the heavenly Dao's first killing formation, the immortal execution sword formation, he was truly the first saint. It was indeed difficult for him to abrogate his holy position. Bai looked at sect leader Tongtian and continued to encourage him. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, think about it again. Only by abrogating the holy position yourself will you be able to pursue a higher path again. That Bai Taoist friend. And allow poor Tao to think about it. Think about it. Sect leader Tongtian still couldn't make up his mind to abrogate his holy position and grinned. Bai could also understand the Tongtian sect leader's mind and helplessly drank a cup of wine. Sect leader Tongtian also drank a cup of wine in a depressed manner. The two were speechless relative to each other. Bai looked at the Tongtian sect master and said, Fellow Taoist, it's getting late. Aren't you leaving yet? Is it getting late? Sect leader Tongtian let out a bitter smile and bristled. Bai could see that sect leader Tongtian didn't want to go back and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Asked, Fellow Taoist Tongtian, is it that the first Heavenly Father often squeezes fellow Taoist, and that fellow Taoist doesn't want to go back to the Kunlun Mountains? Sect leader Tongtian froze and asked, How does fellow Taoist know? Bai grinned, drank a cup of wine, and said quietly, It seems that the separation of the three Ching is not far off. Sect leader Tongtian raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, What did you say? Inkbrand grinned and said, Nothing. Oh, in that case, then the poor Taoist will take his leave first. The Tongtian sect leader got up and bowed his hand to the Tongtian sect leader, then summoned the Kanyo and rode it away. After the Tongtian sect master left, Bai went back to the village. In the next few days, Bai then went back to living the life of a salted fish, practicing, sunbathing, drinking. The days couldn't be more pleasant. It's just that there's an extra youngblood immortal next to it. This youngblood immortal is quite annoying, often coming to ask Bai what space runes, leaving Bai speechless. On this day, Bai suddenly thought of the scaly dragon in the mountain and headed for the mountain. Big Black, come out. Bai stood beside the cold pool and exclaimed, Claptrap. The sound of water made a sound, and the black scaly dragon burrowed out of the cold pool, and saw Bai. Vaguely afraid of Bai, he said, Little ancestor, I'm no match for you, please, don't come and fight me. Ha, Big Black, you actually broke through to the middle golden immortal realm as well? Bai looked at the black ogre dragon with a surprised face and said with delight, This black ogre dragon Bai always felt extraordinary, and now it seems that it is indeed quite extraordinary. Bai examined the ogre in detail and suddenly raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, hey, how do you have the aura of a chaos demon god on you? Chaos demon god? The ogre looked confused and grinned. That I don't know. It might have something to do with the fact that I swallowed a dragon pearl. Dragon balls? What kind of dragon pearl? Inkbrand asked. The dragon hesitated for a moment, opened its mouth wide and spat out the dragon pearl. Bai surveyed the dragon beads and stared at them with wide eyes. Exclaimed, This is the dragon pearl of the Chaos Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 63 Mutated Brute Bull. Supreme Divine Power. 6. No wonder Bai felt that the ogre dragon was not simple. It turned out that it had swallowed the dragon pearl of the Chaotic Heavenly Dragon. The Chaotic Heavenly Dragon was one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. The dragon had swallowed the dragon pearl of the Chaotic Heavenly Dragon, and its Yuan Shen and fleshly body had already been assimilated by the pearl. Follow the evolution of the Chaos Sky Dragon. Bai relied on various genius treasures and relied on his own enlightenment. His cultivation realm was rapid. Who would have thought that the ogre dragon would be able to keep up? This was enough to see the terror of the Chaotic Heavenly Dragon pearl. Chaos Sky Dragon? The dragon's excited pair of dragon eyes were covered with dense chaotic aura, and the divine light shone brightly. Come on, your realm is not bad. Fight me. Bai looked at the ogre and said excitedly. The dragon grinned and said bitterly, Little ancestor, please spare me. You call yourself brother and brother with the 6 saints. I'm just a tiny ogre. How can I be your opponent? Please, let me go? No, come on, fight. Bai pulled back, rolled up his sleeves, and assumed an excited stance for a fight. The dragon laughed bitterly, and then a pair of dragon eyes brightened up and, excitedly, he said, There's a savage bull coming from the mountain in front of us. That savage bull is extremely strong. You can fight it, brute. Bai froze and grinned. As good as you? Much better than me. The dragon was busy. Bai looked at Xiaolong with a look of believing the hell out of you. Moo. Just then, an earth-shattering bull roar came. Although it was a bull's roar, the sound was interspersed with bursts of dragon's roar, sounding like thunder. Like a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests. It shocks all the beasts. Look, the brute is coming. You fight it. The dragon extended a claw and pointed behind Bai. Bai turned his head and looked, only to see a huge and incomparable savage bull not far away. That savage bull was about tens of feet long, covered in green-colored scale armor, with gnarled muscles all over its body, uncharacteristically strong, with a pair of bull's horns curved in 9 different directions, and an eye in the center of his brow. which actually, 2 10-foot-long flaming snouts spewed from his nose, setting all the surrounding trees ablaze. What a big cow! No wonder it can compete with you. Big Black. Mobai looked back as his eyes glistened. Who had thought that the scaly dragon had already dived into the cold pool? Moo! The savage bull roared up to the sky. Its front hooves pawed the ground, and suddenly, in a dive, with all 4 hooves spreading toward Mobai, he ran wildly. A pair of bull horns above the gas is actually a blazing flame. Extremely fierce. Ha ha, good coming, good coming. Mobai laughed out loud. His battle spirit was so strong that he didn't retreat but advanced, and with a loud roar, he also sent his feet running wildly. Charge at the brute. Boom! A man and a bull were extremely furious, like 2 ancient beasts, ruthlessly crashing together. With the man and the bull at the center, an unparalleled shockwave violently erupted. The terrifying shockwaves were like a tidal wave that surged in all directions, flattening everything in its path. Snap! The cold pool exploded and the dragon was blown out. Wajnama! I just want to watch a fight in peace and quiet, can't? The dragon rolled over in midair and stabilized itself, cursing angrily as it fixed its eyes. Only the smoke cleared to reveal the colliding man and bull. A huge circular pit the size of millions of square feet was formed in the middle of the cow and the man. The ground appeared to be snaking and twisting like a crack of an earth python. At this moment, the clothes on Mobai's upper body exploded, revealing an incomparably strong, gnarled, muscular body. In modern times, it's definitely a bodybuilder. Mobai reached out with both hands and gripped the horns of the savage bull. The brute bull lashed out and plowed the ground with its front hooves. Both sides are angling themselves for power. It was a collision of pure power. A collision of flesh. The dragon looked on with a dark grin, horrified. This little ancestor is really powerful. That brute bull's strength is not even as good as mine. This little ancestor even has a steady upper hand. It is really powerful. Moo! The savage bull roared, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Mobai was also secretly shocked. This savage bull is definitely unusual, and its strength is a bit shocking. Even he was barely able to carry it. Could it be another mutated savage bull? This divine power. It's very much like Big Brother Woodcutter's divine power. Shocked in his heart, Mobai roared out, his entire body bursting with divine power, and the laws of force were running wildly. Borrowing all of the barbarian bull's divine power. The 2 divine powers were instantly superimposed, bursting forth with unparalleled divine power. Boom! Mobai actually lifted the savage bull directly up and then dropped it heavily on the ground, smashing the ground once again into a huge and incomparably deep pit. Mad cow fist. Then, Mobai rode onto the savage bull, roared, and his 2 fists were like a blistering rainstorm. It tilted down crazily, splitting his head and whacking at the savage bull. Ow! The savage bull wailed uncontrollably as it was beaten and struggled violently, but soon the brute lay down and did not move a muscle. Jiaolong's old face twitched violently as he watched, muttering, "This little ancestor is so violent. Should I move? But once I move, and another god catches me and takes me as a mount, I'll be finished. I have the dragon pearl of the chaotic heavenly dragon. As long as I can hold on to it, I will be a big man in the future." Chapter 64 Pangu Essence Blood? Save some for us. 1. In the end, the augur decided to stay in order to be able to go into a big brother. Mobai and Barbarian Bull had a painful fight, and only felt soothed and refreshed. Lying on the ground on all fours, panting heavily, he laughed out loud. Cool. For the next few days, Inkbrand had a new life. Every other day, a fight would come with the brute. Although this brute bull was strong and powerful, its brain wasn't working well. Unlike other beings who would think of moving, it is dead set on staying here. Moreover, every time Mobai went a provocation, this savage bull would become furious and have a big fight with Mobai. But every time, the brute was knocked down by Mobai. On this day, Mobai came to seek the augur. The dragon took human form and was a handsome male, and Mobai was drinking and talking with himself. Hey, I don't think this savage bull is right, Inkbrand muttered as he took a drink. The dragon gritted its teeth in anger and said angrily, "How many times have I told you that my name is Nightclear? I have a name. Not Big Black, but that brute seems to be really out of sorts. The more he fights, the more courageous he gets. The strength is still getting stronger. Hey, do you think that the savage bull could have gotten some kind of chance by chance? Like a chance to have a relationship with my woodsman brother." Inkbrand frowned. Chance? The dragon Nightclear's eyes lit up in delight. Moo! Just then, an earth-shattering bull roar came, only to see the savage bull spreading its 4 hooves and running wildly towards Mobai and Jiaolong Ching. Slowly, no more fighting. Something's up. The dragon Nightclear extended his hand and exclaimed, "Boom!" It was just that the savage bull was already too late to break, and it directly knocked Jiaolong Ching into a roll and flip. Falling backwards, He blasted down a huge mountain behind him that stretched for billions of miles. Naya, I said stop. The Dragon Knight Ching was furious, jumped up, held down the savage bull, and then beat him violently. Woohoo! The brute let out a whimper in aggravation. Okay, stop it. If you keep fighting you're going to kill him. Immobile grinned and pulled the Augur Knight clear away from him, lest he killed the brute. The savage bull prostrated itself on the ground and showed a pleasing look to Immobile. Immobile looked at the barbarian bull and said, Ching barbarian, why are you getting stronger and stronger? Was it some kind of miracle? The brute ox seemed to understand what Immobile said, and rubbed against Immobile's pants leg. Gesturing for Inkbrand to ride on its back, Mobile rode onto the back of the savage bull. The savage bull powered up on all 4 feet and dashed forward furiously. And there's the old man. You stupid cow. When the Dragon Knight Clear saw the savage bull running away in a puff of smoke, he was in a great hurry and hurriedly turned into a black mane that followed. Immobile rode the savage bull and ran wildly through the forest. The wind whistled, blowing the young man's Taoist robe grinning. 3,000 green silk flying. Ha ha. The teenager cozies up to life and vocalizes a laugh. The sound of laughter shook the world, frightening away countless rare beasts and birds. Soon, the savage bull led Immobile to the outside of a cave and let out a whimpering sound. Immobile raised an eyebrow and said, Ching barbarian, are you saying that the chance is in here? The savage bull nodded his bull's head loudly, then took the lead and charged in. Immobile hurriedly followed. Wait for me, wait for me. The Dragon Knight Clear followed and was busy shouting. With that, he also followed into the cave. Once in the cave, the view opened up. The space in this room was enormous, like a small world, and an extremely dense spiritual energy came to the surface. There was a vague odor of blood. Then, Immobile saw a pool of blood that was about hundreds of feet in size. That pool of blood contained terrifying and incomparable energy, with blood vapor steaming from it. A stout giant's silhouette was vaguely formed. Put! The savage bull jumped directly into the middle of the blood pool, comfortably closing his bull's eyes and swimming. This is, the Dragon Knight Clear exclaimed. Misty grass. Could this be Pangu essence blood? How can there be so much Pangu essence blood here? Immobile's little heart thumped wildly as he watched. Ecstatic. Pangu essence blood? The Dragon Knight Ching was so ecstatic that he couldn't care less about his demeanor, and plunged headlong into the middle of the pool of blood. Madly absorbing the immense and incomparable energy in the blood pool. No wonder the savage bull is getting stronger. It's soaked in Pangu's essence blood. It can't be any less powerful. Immobile grinned and stepped forward, also jumping into the middle of the blood pool. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in Pangu's essence blood, Immobile was overjoyed. Hurriedly revolving the 9 revolutions of Hong Mengong, he was also like the scaly dragon and the savage bull, frantically absorbing the huge energy in the blood pool. The Xian Gong operates and fits into the 9 revolutions. It seemed to resonate with the pool of blood. Gradually, with Immobile as the center, a huge and incomparable blood-colored vortex was actually formed. The majestic and incomparable energy in the blood pool madly surged into Immobile's body. Fogweed, leave me some, leave me some. As the Jiao Long watched Immobile furiously sucking the energy from Pangu's essence blood, he became anxious and shouted that, at the same time desperately absorbing the energy in it. It was just that it was nothing compared to Immobile. It was simply incomparable. Nearly 99.9% of the energy, as much as it could, surged toward Immobile. They only accounted for some of the energy. Chapter 65, jumping 2 levels in a row. The 3 Ching finally separate. 2, save some for us, little ancestor. Save some for us. The dragon was in a great hurry, and while desperately absorbing Pangu's essence blood, he roared hysterically. Moo! The savage bull was also in a great hurry, roaring madly and desperately absorbing the energy from Pangu's essence blood. It is now remorseful. Why did you bring Immobile? A bandit. Here. Its feng shui treasure was drained by this guy. Immobile. The blood-colored vortex around Immobile spun faster and faster, as if it were a whale swallowing and sucking water, crazily absorbing the energy in Pangu essence blood. And the Pangu essence blood was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know how long it took, but the Pangu essence blood completely faded, clear as water, without the slightest bit of energy anymore. The arcane light around Immobile's body flickered erratically, and a huge divine and demonic silhouette emerged behind him. Muscles gnarled and hissed and growled at the sky. The savage ox and the augur looked shocked, and were prostrated on the ground by this terrifying pressure. Shivering. In a matter of moments, the divine and demonic silhouettes gradually shrunk and merged into Immobile's body, reverting to one. Immobile's aura skyrocketed more than several times at this moment, and his eyes opened, bursting out with 2 divine auras. Smashing the ground out of 2 huge deep pits, he exulted, jumping 2 levels in a row. Peak Tai Golden Immortal. Cool. On the side, Barbarian Bull and Jiao Long were envious while looking at Immobile with a grudging face. Go! Inkbrand got up and smiled. The two giant beasts were depressed. Mabai rode onto the brute. In a few moments, this brute of a bull forgot all about his previous displeasure. Forward he ran furiously with his feet. When he got back to the outside of the village, Mobai saw the Tongtian sect leader and Kuenyo. He couldn't help but grin. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you're here. Saying that, Mobai jumped off the savage bull and walked towards the Tongtian sect leader. The savage bull, however, saw Kuenyo, but his eyes lit up and came forward, sniffing fiercely. Kuenyo was furious and shouted in a deep voice, "Get lost, old man Xiong's." The savage bull bristled and walked towards the back of the cacao. "Nima, you're not done yet." Kuenyo was furious and charged at the savage bull. The two giant beasts clashed together viciously and fought. Under the big willow tree, Hachi was sleeping when he was awakened by two cows fighting. Unconsciously let out a dull hissing sound like thunder. The two bull spirits were suddenly trembling with fear and no longer dared to fight. Immediately afterward, Hachi coiled up again and huffed and puffed to sleep. As for Mobai and sect leader Tongtian, they sat on both sides of the large green stone by the old rules. Lord Tongtian looked rather depressed. Mobai poured a cup of wine for sect leader Tongtian and grinned. "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, what happened? So sullen?" Sect leader Tongtian poured a mouthful of wine and looked at Mobai. Laughing bitterly, he said, "I really let fellow Taoist Mobai get it right. We three Chings ended up splitting up." Mobai grinned and said, "Separation is right. Come on, drink." Sect leader Tongtian took a sip of wine in a depressed manner, looked at Mobai, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, how do you know that we, the three pristine ones, will be separated? Isn't it obvious that although you three Chings have the same origin and the same clan, you each have your own religion? The teachings are completely different, and it's only a matter of time before they split up." Mobai once again poured a cup of wine for sect leader Tongtian and laughed. Sect leader Tongtian looked at Mobai with a skeptical expression and asked, "How so?" Mobai drank a glass of wine, only to feel soothed, put the glass down, smashed his mouth and, laughing, he said, "Taishan Laozi established the human sect, which is about doing nothing naturally. Yuanshi Tianzuan established the Hierophant sect, which is about following the footsteps of birth, and you, fellow Taoist Tongtian, however, there is no such thing as a religion, and the teachings of the three religions are exactly the same, so it's only a matter of time before they are separated." The Tongtian sect leader listened in awe, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. He said, "That's really how it is. Fellow Taoist Mobai is worthy of being a son of the Great Dao. Even this is clearly calculated. The poor Dao worships it. In fact, in this matter you should have been victimized by that old of a Taoist ancestor's calculations." Inkbrand took another sip of wine and said. Sect leader Tongtian was startled and grinned. "Fellow Taoist Mobai must not talk nonsense. What does this have to do with the Taoist ancestor? His old man?" Mobai bristled. "Who says there's no relationship? Back then in the Purple Heavenly Palace dividing the treasure, why did Dao Ancestor give you the Immortal Execution 4 swords and the Immortal Execution formation diagram alone? This doesn't make it obvious that Tai Shang and Yuanshi are suspicious of you." Sect leader Tongtian's old face trembled fiercely. Sneered, That doesn't mean that it's the teacher his old man who was counting on the poor road." Mobai laughed lightly and said, "You, the three Ching, were transformed by the Yuanshin of Pangu, and as a matter of fact, one person should get one of the three treasures of heaven, but you are the only one who doesn't. Why is that?" "This is because the heavenly Dao are all afraid of you Pangu three Ching. This, in fact, was already predestined during the ancient times when you three Ching divided the green lotus of creation." Sect leader Tongtian pondered and sipped his wine in a depressed manner. Mobai's eyes flickered erratically as he looked at sect leader Tongtian and said, "And, the Hierophant and Interceptor sects, there will be a great battle in the future." The Tongtian sect leader saw the scene he saw in the River of Destiny, and he couldn't help but feel his heart jumping in fear. Asked, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, is there a solution?" Mobai grinned and said, "Yes, what is the solution?" Sect leader Tongtian asked. "Fellow Taoist abrogates his own holy position." Inkbrand said, Chapter 66 Duo Bao's Poisonous Plan, Tao Tai becomes a hobgoblin? 3. Tongtian sect master listened to a head of black lines, speechless to the extreme, skimmed his lips and said, "Then it's better to forget about it." Then the two drank for a while. Sect leader Tongtian then got up and took his leave. After returning to Jinao Island, Lord Tongtian saw Taoist Duo Bao arranging matters in the sect. Then he remembered what Mobai had said about Taoist Duo Bao wanting to rebel against the religion. So he couldn't help but snort coldly and said in a deep voice, "Duo Bao, come to Bio Palace." With that, sect leader Tongtian got off the canyo and headed towards the Bayou Palace. Taoist Duo Bao grinned darkly and followed him in. Arching his hand towards sect leader Tongtian, "Teacher, I don't know what the teacher is calling the apprentice for. Humph, can't you be summoned if there's nothing wrong? Sect leader Tongtian pulled his old face and said, Japan Europe. The teacher is going crazy again. Taoist Duo Bao grinned darkly and lowered his head a bit more, looking particularly humble. Seeing Taoist Duo Bao in such a state, Lord Tongtian was a bit intolerant and said, the land of quicksand on the eastern slope of the, there is a ferocious beast infested. Go and make arrangements to kill this ferocious beast and shelter a party of living beings. Yes, sensei. Taoist Duo Bao was busy arching his hand. Go on. Sect leader Tongtian waved his hand. Taoist Duo Bao breathed a sigh of relief and arched his hand. Disciple excuses himself. With that, Taoist Duo Bao bowed and exited the Bayou Palace. To be out of the Bio Palace, Taoist Duo Bao was like a weight off his shoulders, and the cold aura in his eyes flickered and wavered. Secretly, he said, damn, the teacher is so suspicious of me. Must be with that Bai cannot get out of it, since he is not a saint. That would be good. We have to find a way to remove this person. If you do it yourself, you'll inevitably fall on your sword. So why don't you? Taoist Duo Bao thought of an insidious method to deal with Bai, and with a cold aura rippling in his eyes, he let out a cold laugh. When he returned to his cave, he slapped his forehead and a clear chi flew out from the back of his head. That clear chi transformed into a white-robed Taoist, which was the good corpse of Taoist Duo Bao. Go on. Taoist Duo Bao looked at the good corpse and said, the good corpse was in tune with Taoist Duo Bao's original mind, and he arched his hand toward Taoist Duo Bao. Then he transformed into a stream of light and exited the Golden Ao Island, heading towards the land of quicksand on the eastern slope. When he reached the land of quicksand on the eastern slope, Duo Bao Shanzi saw an evil beast, a head with 6 wings on its back, 2 eyes under its ribs, covered in green scales and full of sharp teeth. Dozens of feet long evil beasts. This is Tao Tai, one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, thanks to the fact that it's a young beast. Otherwise, I'm afraid the poor Taoist's good corpse will be accounted for here. Taoist Duo Bao was shocked in his heart and exclaimed, roar. Tao Tai spotted Taoist Duo Bao and roared, vibrating his 6 wings and lunged at Taoist Duo Bao's good corpse. Taoist Duo Bao's good corpse grinned and turned into a stream of light, flying forward. Roar! Tao Tai refused to give up and chased after Taoist Duo Bao's good corpse. Just after chasing for a while, Tao Tai realized that he couldn't catch up with Taoist Duo Bao, so he stopped chasing. Sinner, come on! At this time, Taoist Duo Bao's good corpse looked back at Tao Tai and shouted angrily. Tao Tai was furious and once again chased after Taoist Duo Bao's good corpse. Taoist Duo Bao grinned and flew forward. In this way, whenever Tao Tai does not go after the Taoist Duo Bao would then stop and provoke Tao Tai in 100 ways, and Tao Tai, furious, would continue to chase Taoist Duo Bao. Taoist Duo Bao's good corpse thus lured Tao Tai to the vicinity of the Huluan village, and then with a flash of his body, dodged into the shadows and peeked out. Roar! Tao Tai couldn't find Taoist Duo Bao and was furious. Roaring, the barbarian bull and the Jiao Long rose up into the air and were both shocked when they saw Tao Tai. Tao Tai was one of the 4 great fierce beasts of the ancient world, with a fierce reputation and a natural bloodline suppression of beasts. Roar! Tao Tai growled at the savage ox and the auger. The second beast was trembling in fear. The dragon directly plunged headfirst into the cold pool, not daring to come out. The savage bull spread its hooves and ran toward the cave, plunging headlong into the rocky crevices of the, leaving his huge ass exposed and shivering. Roar! Tao Tai roared, frantically charging through the forest before he saw Bai. Taoist Duo Bao hid in the shadows and watched with a sour expression, secretly saying, Bai, poor Taoist, this trick of killing people with a borrowed knife is used extremely second. This time to see you still not die. This is the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai? Bai recognized Tao Tai and exclaimed, roar! Tao Tai roared once again, spreading his 4 hooves and darting toward Bai. The arc of Taoist Duo Bao's mouth grew a few points larger. He seemed to have seen the scene of Bai splattered in blood and torn to pieces by Tao Tai. However, what happened in the next moment caught Taoist Duo Bao somewhat off guard, only to see that Tao Tai, who had originally rushed towards Bai, suddenly saw Hachi under the big willow tree. First, he was stunned, and then like a pug, he spread his hooves and darted towards Hachi. When he reached Hachi's heel, Tao Tai prostrated himself on the ground, as if he were worshipping its king. Extremely respectful, and even stretched out his tongue to lick little Eight's white as snow fur. Rise and shine. Hachi opened his eyes and glanced at Tao Tai, kicking Tao Tai away. The next moment, however, Tao Tai came running back in a frenzy and approached Hachi. A pleasing look on his face. Get up, don't disturb my sleep. Hachi was disgruntled, but no matter how Hachi rushes, Tao Tai is dead set on staying. Chapter 67, Xiao Hachi's identity exposed. Saints Chi struggle. 4. What's going on? How could Tao Tai one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, act like a harpy dog that, to lick a big white dog? What the is this? If this was not seen with one's own eyes, killing Taoist duo Bao, one would not believe it. He racked his brain and came up with this plan to kill a man with a borrowed knife and drive a tiger to swallow a wolf. After another 1,000 years of hard work, he finally lured Tao Tai to Hulu village. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? God, can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Taoist duo Bao looked at it with tears in his eyes, thinking he had seen a ghost, and rubbed his eyes vigorously and, however, it was found that Tao Tai was still licking Hachi furiously. In an instant, Taoist duo Bao felt his worldview come crashing down, confused. On the other side, Mo Bai was also confused. Suddenly, Mo Bai saw the ancient beast Tao Tai, and was also startled, and then he was happy. Thought there was a fight to be had. Whoever thought it would come to this? What's going on here? Mo Bai's old face twitched violently as he looked at Tao Tai for a moment and then at little 8. At first, Mo Bai suspected Hachi's identity. It's more than a little certain now. Beast Emperor Divine Reversal. First of all, Hachi was brought back by the butcher from a time in the ancient past that predates Long Han. So the question is, when was it earlier than the Long Han period? Naturally, it's the period of the fierce beast Quantum of Solace. During the period of the beast Quantum Revelation, the beast was the overlord of the flood, an existence that existed in seconds of the sky and the earth and the air. And Tao Tai is one of the 4 great beasts. They are more of a bully of bullies. If such an existence would submit to anyone, it could only be the Beast Emperor Divine Reverence. Therefore, little 8 is the Beast Emperor God Rebel. The most depressed person would have to be Taoist duo Bao. He had wanted Tao Tai to deal with Mo Bai, who had thought to send another pet directly to Murabai. The duo Bao Shan corpse was so bitter that it could only leave in the dark. On Mo Bai's side, there was another pet, Tao Tai, one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. For the next few days, Mo Bai lived a leisurely life again, sunbathing, practicing, and looking at open sky stones. On this day, Mo Bai was lying down and sunbathing himself, when, just then, the Tongtian sect master came riding on a bull. Yelling, "Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, is there any wine to drink?" Mo Bai opened his eyes, saw the imposing Tongtian sect master, and grinned. "Enough wine." Tongtian Godfather got off the Kuei cattle, sat on his butt on top of the big green stone, huffing and puffing is to pour wine. Inkbrand smiled without saying a word. Sect Master Tongtian put down his wine cup, looked at Mo Bai with a suspicious face, and bristled. "Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, don't you want to know what happened to the poor man? What else could it be? Being bullied by your second brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun." Inkbrand skimmed his lips and snorted. Sect leader Tongtian froze, grinned, and said, "Fellow Taoist Ma Bai can really anticipate things like a god. That Yuan Shi is really too deceitful. Relying on his disciples' strong followers, he often oppresses my sect, the Interceptors. If the poor Tao is not to see that he is the poor Tao's second brother, the poor Tao has long been fighting on the Kunlun mountain. Really, depressed." Saying that, sect leader Tongtian extremely displeasedly poured another mouthful of wine. "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you're simple-minded and straight-tempered, and you're being pushed down ahead by that old Yuan Shi. It's normal." Inkbrand smirked. The Tongtian sect master froze and bristled. "Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, what are you talking about? The poor Taoist is not convinced. His disciples are good, but the disciples under the poor Taoist are no worse than him. Why is his Hierophantism's chi quite abundant, while my Interceptorism has to be weaker than him? This poor Tao is not convinced." Saying that, sect leader Tongtian poured another mouthful of mulled wine. Mo Bai continued to drink and remained silent. Suddenly, sect leader Tongtian looked at Mo Bai and grinned. "Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, you've done your math without fail. If you have a lot of ideas, give me an idea, so that I can get some more luck, so that I can be on top of the elucidation sect. How about letting the poor Taoist out of his anger?" "Well, that's not so hard," Inkbrand muttered. Seeing this expression on Mo Bai's face, sect leader Tongtian couldn't help but grin and said, "What is it, fellow Taoist? But there is no harm in saying so, and the poor Taoist will not fail to oblige." Pop. Mo Bai clapped his hands together and grinned. "I've long had a craving for fellow Taoist Tongtian's Immortal Execution Sword formation. Can you give the Immortal Execution 4 swords and the Immortal Execution formation diagram to the poor Taoist to watch for some days? How hard can it be?" "Here." Tongtian sect leader froze. His hand flipped, and now appeared the Immortal Execution 4 swords and the Immortal Execution formation diagram. Handing them to Mo Bai, he said, "Fellow Taoist Mo Bai, quickly tell me, what is the best strategy that will allow my Interceptor sect to gain chi luck?" It was a matter of common sense for Heavenly Dao saints to compete for chi, because chi, not only about the saint himself, chi is strong. The more powerful the saint's mana would be. Moreover, When a person has strong qi, everything goes well for his disciples, and his breakthroughs are even smoother. The denomination will also grow stronger. That was why the saints of the heavens fought over qi luck, counting and calculating. Mobai looked at sect leader Tongtian with a mysterious expression. Smiling, he said, build a wide range of divine temples and shrines in the human race. Fixing the temple shrine? Sect leader Tongtian froze. Suspicious. Right. Inkbrand laughed. Tongtian sect master frowned. Is this not a little too simple? Other saints can also imitate the act of repairing temples and building shrines. So learned by others. This is not for others to do graft? Chapter 68, The Golden Dragon of Qi on Jinao Island. 5. Mobai grinned. There is no need to worry, fellow Taoist. This is something that I have already figured out. There are many disciples of the sect of the Interceptor, and it is possible to manifest sainthood in all directions. But there are a number of disciples of the two sects of the human explanation. If we follow the example of the Interceptor sect and build temples and shrines all over the place, I'm afraid that we'll follow the example of the East and jeopardize ourselves. Sect leader Tongtian's eyes brightened up and he said joyfully, in that case, then thank you, fellow Taoist Mobai. Suddenly, sect leader Tongtian glanced at the heaven-opening stone not far away. At first, Lord Tongtian thought that the heaven-opening stone was just an ordinary stone. At most, there were just a few more axe marks on the stone. But now that he took a closer look, those 3 axe marks were extraordinary. This is the open heaven image? And it's still a complete heaven-opening image? The Tongtian sect master's breath began to catch, and he hurriedly got up, heading towards the heaven-opening stone. Wide-eyed, he stared at the heaven-opening stone. Only he didn't see much of it, only to feel a stinging pain in his eyes, and he couldn't help but yelp and stagger back and, not daring to look at the heaven-opening stone again, he exclaimed, there's a prohibition on this heaven-opening stone. But it turned out to be that, when the woodcutter boss left this heaven-opening stone behind, he set up a prohibition. This heaven-opening stone has 2 levels of efficacy. One was that it contained images of the opening of the heavens, which could help Mobai cultivate the 3 styles of the opening of the heavens. Moreover, due to the reason of the prohibition, the image of the opening of the sky within the stone of the opening of the sky could only be viewed by Mobai alone, and other people viewed it. It will then be attacked by the Katan stone. The second is that this heaven-opening stone is an attacking weapon, containing the full force of the woodcutter's boss. It could be called the killer weapon that boss woodcutter had left for Mobai. Mobai walked up to sect leader Tongtian and grinned. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, this heaven-opening stone was left for me by my elder brother, so I'm afraid you won't be able to view it. How did your big brother come to have an open sky image? This, sect leader Tongtian exclaimed. That I don't know. Mobai scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. He couldn't say that it was the system that pulled the remnant soul of the great god Pangu into the gourd vine. Reincarnate the great god Pangu, right? That's a little too shocking, and he couldn't explain it, which was again, Inkbrand's biggest secret. Therefore, Mobai simply didn't say anything. Sect leader Tongtian's old face twitched violently as he looked toward the Hulu village inside the 3 great rivers. The heart was in awe again. Fellow Taoist Mobai, the poor Taoist will take his leave first. At the end, sect leader Tongtian arched his hand to Mobai, summoned the Kenyo and rode it away. When he returned to Jinao Island in the East China Sea, Bayou Palace, the Tongtian sect leader passed down the order that, let the disciples of the Interceptor Church preach in the human race, and in the meantime, build the temple shrine of the Interceptor Church. At Lord Tongtian's command, the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect left the island and went to preach to the human race. Construction of temple shrines. For a while, the Dao of the Interceptor sect spread widely among the human race. A temple shrine of the Interceptor religion was built among the human race. In an instant, the Qi of heaven and earth was invoked, and the Qi of the Interceptor sect was magnificent above Jinao Island. An immense and incomparable golden dragon of Qi actually appeared. The golden dragon of Qi hovered, making the Interceptor sect more and more prosperous. Sect leader Tongtian was laughing with excitement. The 2 of them, Taishan Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, took a look at this and did it, and immediately followed the example of the Interceptor sect. Hero preached to the people and built temples and shrines. In the beginning, because of the preaching of the word and the building of temples, the humanists and the hierophants, it did raise a lot of Qi. But soon enough, the question came up. There were too many temples built by the humanism and the hierarchy, and the humanism and the hierarchy had a limited number of disciples, especially in the human sect. The only second-generation disciple was Grand Master Xiandu, and at this time, the human race, relying on the fact that it was created by Mother Nuwa and protected by the remaining power of the saints, no race dared to slaughter, so the numbers peaked at trillions. When these people saw a temple erected, they naturally went to pray for blessings, It's just that, as the human sect and the Hierophant sect spread their nets around and built temples extensively, and there were not enough of them, which prevented many of the temples from being manifested, even though, Grand Master Xiandu, and there were all the disciples of the Hierophant sect out, exhausted to the point of peeing, and simply too busy to work, and saints are not willing to split their souls, depleting their origins and making out-of-body incarnations. Thus the temples of the human and Hermetic religions are often unmanifested. This also led to the knowledge that the temples of the human Hermetic religions were not working. Since this temple doesn't work, what's the point of worshipping it? Gradually, as time went on, the doors of the temples of the two religions of man and Hermeticism were open to the. Hardly anyone goes forward to seek worship. On the contrary, the temple of the Interceptor sect, because due to the frequent manifestation of the spirit of the temple, people spread the rumor of the temple. Gradually the word spread, so the incense of the temple of the Interceptor sect became more and more prosperous. This also made the chi of the Interceptor sect more and more prosperous. The golden dragon of chi above Jinang Island was on the verge of solidifying into a real thing, with boundless auspiciousness descending every day. Under the blessing of chi, the cultivation of the disciples of the Interceptor sect increased by leaps and bounds. Taoist Duo Bao successfully beheaded the evil corpse. The rest of the disciples also broke through the realm and their cultivation increased greatly. Fellow Taoist Mo Bai is worthy of being the son of the Great Dao, counting without missing anything. Seconds. Really seconds. Ha ha. In Jinang Island, sect leader Tongtian was excitedly laughing out loud, becoming more and more convinced of Mo Bai. Chapter 69, The Elucidating Sect's Trickery and Concealment. 6. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some people are sad. The Interceptor sect has gained a lot of merit because of building temples to the gods and relying on the large number of people. The human sect and the Hierophant sect, however, have followed the example of the Interceptor sect in establishing temples, but have gotten tired of running around. Being disliked by the human race due to a lack of manpower has caused the two religions' fortunes to plummet. Kunlun Mountain, in the Jade Palace, the first Heavenly Father was lying high above the bed of clouds, his body flickering with mysterious light. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Damned Mo Bai, even came up with such a poisonous plan to victimize the hierarchy. It is really abominable to the extreme." He said, "The poor Taoist and you are irreconcilable. The matter of establishing the temple, although it was the Interceptor sect that did the work, but Yuan Shi Tianzun knows Tongtian sect leader too well. If you say that sect leader Tongtian is extremely gifted in Dao cultivation, this Yuan Shi Tianzun believes it. But if you say that Lord Tongtian can come up with such schemes and calculations, that killed the first Heavenly Father and didn't believe it. The three of them have been incarnated together so far. What kind of Tongtian godfather? The first Heavenly Father that couldn't be clearer. As far as the Tongtian sect leader's straight mind is concerned, he can never think of so many curves and twists. And the disciples of the Interceptor sect, I am afraid, do not have such strategies. The only possibility, then, is Mo Bai. It must be because Mo Bai taught Lord Tongtian such schemes, which made the Interceptor church's fortune rise greatly, and the hierarchy followed the wave of wind. The benefits were not gained, but led to a plunge in the chi of the church. Therefore, the first Heavenly Father hated Mo Bai. Et al. Is there any method that can bring my Hierophantism luck? The first Heavenly Father looked at the disciples of the hierarchy and asked in a deep voice. The disciples of the hierarchy saw that Yuan Shi Tianzun was not in a beautiful mood, and they were so scared that they did not dare to breathe a single breath. Kneeling down, shivering, humph, waste, all get out of the Jade Palace. The first Heavenly Father was furious and roared. The hierarchy's disciples were like amnesties and hurriedly withdrew from the Jade Void Palace. Damn it, what kind of god is that Mo Bai, that he can even calculate my hierarchy? It got us scolded by the teacher. Guangchengzi frowned. Yes, it's hateful that Mo Bai caused us to do this. The poor Taoist can't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Red Essence gritted his teeth. Hold on, brothers and sisters, the Sihai realist was busy saying. Guangchengzi looked at Sihai Hongjun and frowned. Senior brother knows about that Mo Bai? When Si Hongjun thought of the scene where he had been wildly beaten up by Mo Bai earlier, he was furious. Can't help but gnash his teeth and said, poor Tao and that Mo Bai have played a few times. That Mo Bai ability is not weak. Even if poor Tao and Pu Xian and Manjusha, two Taoist friends, join hands, all at a loss. This Mo Bai is actually so powerful? Red Essence was startled and exclaimed. The skill of the Sihang realist belonged to the upper reaches of the 12 golden immortals, especially when the three great sages join forces. That is definitely an unbeatable combination among the hierarchy's immortals. Even Guangchengzi was afraid that he would have to run away from the wind. However, the three great warriors joined forces and lost to Mo Bai, which had to make the hierarchy's immortals jealous. The Nanji immortal Wang frowned. The poor Taoist thinks that we shouldn't seek revenge on Mo Bai first at this time. The top priority should be how to make up for the lost chi of my hierarchy. What eldest brother said is very true. The immortals nodded. The loss of the hierarchy's chi was indeed quite an impact on the first Heavenly Father. Furthermore, it is the disciples of the hierarchy that affects them. The full-blooded hierarchy. When the hierarchy loses its chi, their power to sense the Heavenly Dao will diminish. So the cultivation will be a lot of bad. And in the long run, they are afraid that they will pull away from the Interceptor sect's immortals. The hierarchy of immortals. Influenced by the Heavenly Father of the first day of the Lunar New Year, most of all looked down on those of the Interceptor sect who had scales and armors on their backs. If their cultivation was in turn surpassed by the Interceptor sect's immortals, that would be something they absolutely could not tolerate. The poor Taoist does have a method. I just don't know if it will work. Just then, the short and fat Taoist Fear Lusun opened his mouth. Guan Chengzi and the others' eyes lit up, and they asked, "Senior, elder, brother, speak quickly." Fearful Lusun grinned, his eyes flashing with light, and said, "We can't think of a way to seek chi. Doesn't mean others can't think of it, especially that so-called son of the Great Dao, Mo Bai. But how will Mo Bai help us?" Manjushri frowned. The corners of Fearful Liusuan's mouth rose, revealing a confident smile. He said, "It's true that Mo Bai won't help our hierarchy, but what if someone from the Interceptor sect goes? Does senior brother mean to say that we should pretend to be disciples of the Interceptor sect and go there to inquire about the scheme?" Guang Chengzi's eyes lit up with delight. Fearful Lusun nodded his head and said, "What elder brother said is right. If we pretend to be disciples of the Interceptor sect and go to ask about the method of obtaining luck, then Mo Bai will certainly not have any defenses, and will certainly rack his brains to come up with a plan for us. In this way, why would I worry that my hierophantism can't restore its fortunes? This is a wonderful, very second plan." Red Essence Z's eyes brightened up as he listened, slapping his thighs in delight. Very good, very good. All the immortals of the hierarchy rejoiced. As long as the hierarchy's chi is restored as it was before, the first Heavenly Father will be happy. They wouldn't have to worry and be afraid all day long. Touching the mold of the first Heavenly Father, immediately, the hierarchy of immortals agreed. Then Fear Lusun pretended to be a disciple of the sect of the Interceptors, and went to the village of Hulu. Chapter 70 on how a movie star is raised. 1. Moo. On this day, Mo Bai was lying in a rocking chair basking in the sun. Suddenly hearing an earth-shattering bull roar, he couldn't help but open his eyes, raise his eyebrows, and say, "Ching Ban is fighting with someone here?" Saying that, Mo Bai flashed and swept towards the front of the mountain. When he arrived at the front mountain, he only saw a short and fat Taoist man fighting with the two beasts, the savage ox and the dragon. This short fat Taoist mana is extremely strong, to 1 to 2, surprisingly stable upper hand. This short fat Taoist is not someone else, it is Fear of Lusun. It's just that when Fear Lusun came near the Hulu village, he encountered a savage bull, which came up and did the job. It made Fearful Lusun quite depressed, and he only fought with the barbarian bull. After a few moments, another augur came to help, and so it came to the present scene. This is Senior Mo Bai. Fearful Lusun saw Mo Bai and was busy exclaiming, "Not bad, I am none other than Mo Bai. I wonder who this fellow Taoist is." Inkbrand frowned. The poor road is. Ah! Fearful Lusun was about to make his introduction, when suddenly and unguarded, being hit by a bull horn of the savage bull, he rolled and tumbled backwards, collapsing a large mountain behind him with a loud crash. Stop! Inkbrand was busy grinning. In a moment, Fear Lusun climbed out of the rocks, his old face reddened and, inside the body of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels rolling, throat sweet, cannot help while spit out a mouthful of old blood, a face of shock and anger to look at the savage bull. "I can't wait to rush up and hammer the brute to death." Only the remaining shred of reason told Fearful Lusun that his trip was meant to deceive Mo Bai. It comes from seeking the hierarchy's chi. Therefore, Fear Lusun broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach, still enduring it, looking at Mo Bai. Arching his hand toward Mo Bai, he said, "Senior Mo Bai, Senior, I am Formless Son, a disciple of the Interceptor sect, and I have come here on the orders of my teacher to pay my respects to Senior." To be honest, when Fearful Lusun called out to Mo Bai Senior, his heart couldn't be more diabolical. After all, Mo Bai was at a comparable cultivation level to him, yet he had to call out to Mo Bai as his senior. It's a little too suffocating, but in order to make things happen, Fear Lusun endured. "Invisible Sun? How have I not heard of you?" Mo Bai raised an eyebrow and looked Fearful Lusun up and down. Frowning, Lord Tongtian often comes to seek out Mo Bai to drink and discuss the Tao. Therefore Mo Bai couldn't know more about the Shangcheng avatar. Earlier, when this invisible sun fought with the savage ox and the dragon, it is clearly the Jade Clear avatar. How did he become a disciple of the Interceptor Church? Inkbrand isn't stupid. Thus, at a glance, He recognized that the invisible son of the Interceptor sect in front of him was a fake. Fearful Lu Sun hurriedly said, "The late generation is just a nobody. It's not worth mentioning. Senior has never heard of it." And rightfully so. There were many disciples of the Interceptor sect, no more than 84,000 immortals. Fearful Lu Sun thought so. The number of disciples of the Interceptor sect was so large that he casually impersonated that, making up a disciple's identity. He thought that Mo wouldn't be able to recognize it. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the fluctuation of his divine power had betrayed him. Although Mo could see through it, he didn't point it out. He wanted to see, what is this fake Interceptor disciple going to do? Oh, then I wonder what Master Nephew's shapeless son has come to seek me for. Inkbrand asked with a smirk. Fearful Lu Sun walked up to Mo and respectfully arched his hand, saying, "Senior, I have come on the orders of my family teacher, Sage Tongtian, to ask Senior for the method of plotting Qi." Hearing these words, Inkbrand instantly became all clear. This Hierophant disciple had come pretending to be a disciple of the Interceptor sect, trying to trick him into scheming strategies. It is said that the Western religion is vile. Now it seems that the means of action of the people of this hierarchy are no different from those of the Western sect, and they are despicable enough. Mo secretly despised it, but on the surface he didn't move and looked at Fearful Lu Sun with a smile on his face. Grinning, he said, "Didn't fellow Taoist Tongtian just ask for a law a while ago? How come you want to seek Qi luck again now? Lean, it is really this guy's scheme to victimize my hierarchy." Fearful Lu Sun's eyes stared at Mo with a flash of coldness under his eyes. Grinning, that who is still too much Qi. That's true. Inkbrand nodded and said. Fearful Lu Sun's eyes lit up as he approached Mo and said, almost flatteringly, "Senior, please also inform Senior of the method, so that the late generation can also go back to the teacher to deliver the message. Senior, please." Saying that, Fearful Lu Sun bowed deeply to Mo again. In order to cheat Mo's method, Fearful Lu Sun also made a bloody effort, not only calling himself a junior, but, and he kept bowing to Mo. Only he was doomed to tragedy because Mo had already recognized his identity. Mo looked toward Fear Lu Sun and smiled. "Don't worry, let me think about it," said Morabe, holding his chin and walking back and forth on the floor. Fearful Lu Sun was overjoyed, thinking that Mo was trying to think of a way to plant his Qi for him. Without realizing it, Mo was actually brewing bad water and thinking about how to trap him. There, Mo took 7 steps and suddenly his eyes lit up with joy. This Mo is worthy of being the son of the Great Dao, calculating without fail, plotting all the heavenly plans. Even after taking only 7 steps, he came up with a method of seeking Qi. It's really scary. This kind of person absolutely can't stay. It's only when we find a chance to remove him later. Fearful Lu Sun was shocked in his heart when he heard it, but on the surface, he looked respectful and approached Mo. Rejoicing, he said, "What law?" Chapter 71, When the grains were abundant, the Tongtian sect master was in a hurry. 2. 9 Immortals Mountain, Taoyuan Cave. It is the cave of Guangchengzi. At this moment, all the immortals of the hierarchy are gathered within the 9 Immortals Mountain, just waiting for Fearful Lu Sun to come back. Senior brother Fearful Lu Sun has returned. Just then, the South Pole Immortal Wang exulted. The crowd turned their heads at the words. "I only saw Fearful Lu Sun coming on an auspicious cloud." Fearful Lu Sun's senior brother. "How is it?" Guangchengzi asked hurriedly. Fearful Lu Sun landed on the cloud and grinned. "It's done." The immortals of the hierarchy were overjoyed. The Nanji Immortal Wang busily asked, "Then what method did Mo say?" Fearful Lu Sun took a step, heading for the Peach Source Cave, and when he reached it, he flipped his hand and 5 strange plants appeared and said, "Whether we can succeed this time depends on these 5 plants." The crowd came up to gawk. Guangchengzi asked, "Senior brother, what is this?" Fear of Lu Sun rejoiced. "This is the 5 grains of rice, millet, grain, wheat, beans and peas. These 5 grains can be planted in large quantities, and if they are successful, they will benefit the human race, freeing them from the pain of starvation and allowing them to have an abundance of grains from now on. I, the Hierophant sect, will be able to achieve 1,000 years of success, and my fortunes will continue uninterrupted. TSK, I didn't expect that Mo to come up with such an odd method. It's really powerful, but even if he's smart, he'll still end up being cheaper for our hierarchy. Ha ha. Nanji Immortal Wang laughed out loud in excitement. Yes, second pole. The immortals were overjoyed. The immortals had carefully weighed this method, and they all felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Immediately, the immortals went forward to report to the Heavenly Father of the First Heaven. The First Heavenly Father was ecstatic and ordered all the immortals of the Elucidation sect to go and spread the 5 grains. The immortals of the hierarchy were overjoyed, and immediately cultivated the 5 grains and brought them to the human race. so that the human race could plant these 5 grains. The hierarchy's cultivation of the 5 grains naturally could not be hidden from the saints of the heavens. It's just that they're too late. Sect leader Tongtian was in a great hurry, and immediately rode the Kanyo and headed for the Hulu village. When he arrived at the Hulu village, the Tongtian sect master jumped off the cacao and hurriedly walked to Mobai. Urgently, he said, Aya, fellow Taoist Mobai. The 5 grains that the Hierophantism has come up with, was it taught by fellow Taoist? If this 5-grain merit is accomplished, it is a matter of merit for 1,000 years, and it is bound to have prolonged good fortune. Sect leader Tongtian felt that even if the first heavenly father was adept at calculating, he would never be able to come up with such a second plan. The Tongtian sect leader felt that only Mobai, the son of the Great Dao, was able to come up with such a meritorious thing in the whole world, so he hurriedly came to inquire about Mobai. Mobai got up and said with a smile, "Not bad, I taught it." The Tongtian sect master was in a great hurry and said anxiously, "Aya, fellow Taoist Mobai, you want to help the hierarchy." The poor Tao could not have cared. Just that the matter of the 5 valleys, the work of 1,000 years, if this matter is accomplished, the Hierophantism is bound to have prolonged fortunes, and my Interceptorism is going to be crushed again. Fellow Taoist Mobai, how are you going to victimize the poor Taoist? Mobai poured a cup of wine for sect leader Tongtian and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, don't be in a hurry." The Tongtian sect master furiously rolled his eyes and bristled. Not in a hurry? How can the poor Taoist not be in a hurry? Mobai made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, don't be in a hurry. Let me tell you more." "You say?" The Tongtian sect master depressively tilted his head and poured a cup of wine. Mobai told Lord Tongtian about the matter of fearful Lusun pretending to be a disciple of the Interceptor sect. The Tongtian sect master was furious at hearing this and gritted his teeth. "Shameless man, how dare Yuan Shi bully the poor Taoist like this? The poor Taoist will go to find Yuan Shi and reason with him." With that, sect leader Tongtian got up and was about to go to the Kunlun mountains. "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, don't be in a hurry." Mobai hurriedly stopped sect leader Tongtian and said. Sect master Tongtian looked at Mobai and said urgently, "That hierarchy performs such things and deceives Tao friends." That's not right, fellow Taoist. Since you recognized that man was not a disciple of my Interceptor sect, how could you still help him? Murphy, right, let's wait and see what happens. Come on, drink. Mobai picked up his wineglass and laughed. Sect leader Tongtian's eyes brightened up and he said suspiciously, "Fellow Taoist Mobai, how can this 5 grains be seen to be a matter of merit for 1,000 years? Wait and see what happens. Inkbrand smirked. The Tongtian sect master had no choice but to resist his curiosity and drink with Mobai. He was now looking forward to how Mobai was going to pit the hierarchy. Spring goes to fall, and time flies. On this day, it was finally time for the grains to ripen. Looking at the endless fields of wheat that look like gold, the immortals of the hierarchy are overjoyed. Great things have come to pass. Fearful Lusun exulted. If this is accomplished, Fearful Lusun will be the greatest contributor to the elucidation sect. In the future, he will certainly receive generous treatment from the first heavenly father, and in the future, his position in the hierarchy would grow. Think about it. Fear of Lusun all feel happy. Do not realize that the face of the smile open flowers. Finally, the grains are ripe. Fearful Lusun couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Infinite merit. Come on. Ha ha. The immortals of the hierarchy also looked up and waited for the immeasurable merits to come. With this immeasurable merit, their hierarchy's chi will surely soar, which will be of great benefit to their cultivation. It is also of great help. Rumble. But at that moment, the sky was flooded with rolling clouds, and those horrible clouds looked like ancient beasts, teeth and claws toward the hierarchy of immortals. Convergence of the head, more and more gathered, the lower the pressure. It seems that the sky is going to collapse as if the pressure of people cannot breathe. Inside the muffled thunder explosion, purple electricity lingering, silver arc jumping. The sound is extremely appalling. The first order is so important to the author, and determines the fate of the book that, in addition, the author bacteria is full-time writing a book, but also please Big Brother to give a first order. Support a wave, give a mouth to eat. Woo! Thank you. Kneel down and ask for first booking support.